Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at day 2 of the Anaheim VGC side stream of Worlds, of course, as my name is Simon van der Borg and I'm joined here with Costa Dynamos. How are we feeling for this day 2? Did you sleep well?
I did, my friend. I slept very well. I'd say normally if there weren't that many hype matches that kept me up at night, because obviously we are so far ahead compared to the Pacific time of where all of World's action is going down right now. So yeah, I mean, it has been great though, being able to review all of the matches that were featured both on our side of things, as the lovely Tyson and Hayden were able to continue the juggernaut of a battle of performance with going through the remainder of the side stream stuff, but also with the mainstream. So yeah, there's been a lot of action so far, and it's been a Worlds to remember, even just from day one.
No, it's exactly as you mentioned, because we have seen so many amazing matches already. We have seen, on our side, we have seen Simone Savito versus Nikolai Hui. We have seen Marco Silva versus Michael De Beste in round 2 already as well. And it's amazing matches that we have seen time and time again. We've seen Groudons, we've seen Kyogres. Honestly, it's actually been kind of surprising the amount of different restricted we still see, because going into this, I was expecting way more Zamazenta Calyrex. We've seen our fair share, but I do feel like there have been some tidbits, like different, sprinkles of different restricted there.
Yeah, there definitely have been, and that is sort of what we're kind of expecting when it comes to Worlds. As we see the stats themselves, they do not lie. The number 1 restricted pairing, of course, is the Calyrex Shadow Rider alongside the Zamazenta, just because of how potent it is of the pairing. Synergizes so well with one another, and it is truly the pairing to beat. But that's followed up quite closely, I would actually say, Shimon, by the Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon on the other hand, which are the other 2 restricteds that complete this quartet of the top 4 restricteds for this format.
Yeah, Calyrex, Ice Rider, Miraidon, always interesting with the speed sandwich that we've seen a lot of times, where Calyrex tend to be a bit more bulky, but being able to really abuse its power well within Trick Room, as Miraidon is, of course, a very fast Pokemon opposed to that. And in the same regard, we have Lunala and Miraidon, who kind of follow that same narrative, where you do have the interesting speed tiers that you have. We've seen Lunala with Electric Seed working out beautifully as well. For example, on Lucas Cerebelli's team, which makes Lunala such an amazingly bulky Pokemon as well. And definitely next to Miraidon being able to showcase its offensive prowess.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen Federico Camporesi actually popularize what was already a popular core, where it had the Ursaluna Trick Room alongside Lunala too. We had the Wide Guard and the Earthquake shenanigans, and just make it even more dominant going into this tournament as well. But then lastly, but not least, we have got the 4th most popular restricted pairing, which is Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon. Both sharing some very similar values in terms of general statistics of why you would go for these kind of Pokemon. They're very powerful, very strong on the special offensive side, and they're very, very fast. And why not, have, instead of just one of these 2, both of them on your side? It's kind of like a dumb
more is better.
Yeah, that's how that works, right? Surely.
Yeah. Now, I do think the power of these 2 alone is immense, and these are 2 of the Pokemon that you have to respect the most within all of these restricted Pokemon, showcasing, of course, with Miraidon you have certain counters, like Rillaboom trying to get rid of that electric train. For Calyrex you have the Dark types trying to cover for that, and just being able to keep going off on these special attacking Pokemon, which are able to really dent teams a lot as well if you are not prepared for it. Because of course we do have Incineroar, for example, with Intimidate, which will lower attack, but not very effective on either of these 2. So yeah, I do think a little bit more of the same might be the way to go, because as we see, it is in the top 4s. It's not something that I was expecting, to be honest, because of course we've seen other combinations of Pokemon as well. We've seen, for example, Calyrex Ice Rider with Koraidon, for example, just as well. But making me want to shut up about Koraidon, really, as we have Calyrex and Miraidon in the top 4.
Yeah, exactly that. And No surprise whatsoever. However, let's talk a bit about expectations going into this tournament, and in particular, our expectations. Clearly, I have come out the most rich in terms of my predictions because we've seen so many Terrapagos, we've seen so many Kyogres. Of course, this is sarcasm. We have seen a lot of Smeargles, though. So
Smeargle, yes. I will give you Smeargle 100%. Smeargle, you can keep. We've seen Kyogre on stream as well. But yeah, Smeargle has been the most prominent of your picks, really.
Yes, and for good reason too. It's just such a stick kind of Pokemon to any sort of composition. It just works in so many different ways, especially in other ways that, you know, some would not expect. There could be Pokemon that have Ruination that are in need in terms of the team compositions or different sort of additional moves that you wouldn't readily expect are more niche. But regardless, Shmon, let's talk a bit about yours, because yours actually have some really good staying power.
Yeah,
I've been telling you from day dot that Ho-Oh is it, and you need to put it on your cast of predictions. So I'm so happy that's worked out for you.
Yeah, it worked out very well. We had one Ho-Oh in the entirety of Worlds being on the featured on the mainstream, going 7-in-1. So honestly, I have a 100% win rate here. This is just 100%. I made this happen. It was I who did it.
But with my assistance, yes.
Yeah, with your assistance, of course. Yes, of course. And yeah, Koraidon is one of my favorite Pokemon to use as well. And we've seen Koraidon time and time just as well. A little bit less Brute Bonnet and even less Walking Wake, but still 2 out of 4 I feel like are kind of a good call from my end. Because, yeah, 2 out of 4 is fine. But then we've got Hayden, who honestly aced it. Like, all 4 of them, yeah, we've seen all 4 of them quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Hayden did say that in the end of the day, we're sort of trying to go and try to predict what we're expecting to see, and absolutely got that on point. And you can't go wrong when you've got Miraidon, Calyrex Shadow Rider. I guess the only outlier out of Hayden's 4 picks would be the Ogerpon Hearthflame that we haven't seen as much, but even then, it's still such a valid and strong choice. But over on Tyson's side, we've got the Groudon and the Calyrex Ice Rider, Farigiraf, and Ditto. And I think I caught Tyson mention that, you know, what better than going ahead and having 2 restricted? You could have a 3rd one. You could have the Ditto. Have that choice as long as you're able to position yourself to the point where you're able to capitalize and take advantage of it.
Yeah, so that is indeed all the calls here. I feel like we've all made some good calls in that regard. Some Pokemon have been coming up more. We've seen Groudon on the mainstream as well on just his tank side. And let's go to the game instead, because we are here ready for our round 1.
Yes, exactly that. And what a game we have in store for you, lovely folks. It is going to be Shunsuke Minami versus Hirofumi Kimura. What a way to kick off day 2.
Yeah, immediately we have the showcase of the Calyrex Groudon, just as with the caster prediction being shown here on Shunsuke's side here, with Imprisoned Calyrex this time around, which is gonna be very valuable, especially if you're able to really trap it together with the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. Next to that, we have the standard Smeargle, we have Chi-Yu, and way more things that we will be talking about quite soon as this game will be unfolding as well.
Yes, exactly. It's just generally speaking, very fast-paced that we're going to be hopping into the matches we've been told by production, but there's a lot of cool things to break down into these 2 teams, which we're going to be seeing right now. Game 1 leads are already out. You see our trainers are already in selection process of the turn. The board state looks like double Smeargle as well as double Sunsetter. We're going to be seeing it from Shunsuke's side of things.
Yeah, we are spawning here the Smeargles. Well, one of these Smeargles does have the Fake Out, while the other one does not. Actually opting for the Spiky Shield, but we have the immediate Flame Charge coming out from the Koraidon into that Smeargle. Not quite enough for a KO, but a Spore proving that the Smeargle on Shunsuke's side is the faster of the two. Oh wait, this is Hirofumi's side. Will be able to put the opposing Smeargle to sleep, and it will be taking its first turn. And the Groudon is showcasing that it is the slowest Pokemon on the field, as the Precipice Blades is hitting both targets, but missing the KO on the Smeargle, of course, because it is carrying that Focus Sash just as well.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how scratched up your Japanese is, Shimon. Mine is not as much. I wasn't able to actually pinpoint the boost there from either Moody, from either Smeargle. But what we've got is the Groudon, just essentially very, very healthy. Koraidon's taking a bit of damage right here, whilst both Smeargles been damaged. But most importantly, we've got Shunsuke's Smeargle that has been put to sleep. So it's going to be a bit awkward if we're going to see Hirofumi try to go and take advantage of the Smeargle that he can still go for another Spore for.
Yeah, we do have the switch out from the Smeargle, switching out to that Calyrex Ice Rider, trying to make sure to keep that pressure up with the potential Glacial Lance a little bit later, as its ability is activated. As Smeargle on Hirofumi's side is switching just as well, trying to maintain that because, of course, Smeargle is the best Pokemon to have as a support, maybe even later on. Flame Charge going into that Calyrex, doing 50%, wow!
Wow, that is a lot of damage, especially because there's no Terra available as well. But Precipice Blades immediately following suit, not enough to pick up the KO on the Koraidon, and because the Landorus has switched in right now for that Smeargle, it's going to be completely immune to it.
Yeah, immune, and also quite threatening, because this Groudon is, of course, that Terra Fire, which players have been using quite a bit, so it is still fearful of a Flare Blitz, from example, from this Koraidon, but it will have to respect the Earth Power that could just as well come out from this Landorus. So the speed is definitely on Hirofumi's side, but Shunsuke might be able to mitigate and try to see how to get his bulky Pokemon here on top here at the end of this turn.
Yeah, exactly that, and you got to try to factor in whether to try to sack a Pokemon right now in order to be able to bring in another quite fresh from the back. But Koraidon opting to go on the defensive, as we see the Earth Power is enough to pick up the KO onto the Landorus, thanks to what was a surprisingly powerful Flame Charge non-Terra from the Koraidon the turn prior, and you see the focus, the targeting from that Groudon, just wanting to make sure you can finally nip off that Koraidon, perhaps in order to open up the Bat Pokemon from Shunsuke's side, because this Landorus has been absolutely left untouched and taken advantage of this scenario, because if you are the Groudon, you've got to commit with the Heat Crash, but it may not be enough to pick up the KO unless you commit with the Terra, which surely is such a dangerous thing to do when you're faced up against a Landorus.
Yep, exactly. As you said, and we do have Shunsuke thinking about what they could bring in. It is potentially the Smeargle, but we've seen that it's still asleep. It's only taking its first turn. But opposed to that, it is the Chi-Yu right now. Okay. It is coming out in full force with the Choice Scarf in the sun, giving the potential to go for a very strong Heat Wave. We can't forget that the Koraidon does have a double speed boost from the two Flame Charges that it's gotten, so it will be faster than the Chi-Yu, but the Chi-Yu does manage to have the option to potentially go for Terra Ghost, making sure that it's not getting hit by a low kick. But then again, Chi-Yu, rather small. Low kick, not that much base power when your Pokemon is when your target is that small in that regard. So might be able to consider just not Terraing and just going in the all offensive power that Chi-Yu has, because Beads of Ruin Chi-Yu, one of the scariest things to have in the sun.
Yeah, this is such a good shout out as well that you made, Shimon. The sort of 50-50s on whether you're going to commit with the Terra Ghost or not in anticipation of that Fighting type move, even though, like you said, the lower kick will mean it's going to be lower base power, but you never know with the Chi-Yu because it's that weak when it comes to its physical defenses. But the Terra Water comes out from the Landorus, and the low kick is targeting the Groudon, actually, and we see the Snarl connecting with both targets, actually picks up the KO on the Koraidon, and most importantly, is going to be lowering that damage output from the Landorus. It is now at -1 special attack, but it is still enough to pick up the KO. There's no Assault Vest there, and if there was, it may have been enough to allow itself a bit more room, but this then in turn means Hirofumi brings in a disruptor of sorts of his choice. He's got the Smeargle, and as we had a little bit of a sneak peek, He's going to be bringing the Incineroar. You've got that Intimidate if you are anticipating any other Pokemon. That Witch is just going to be a Smeargle. The importance here is you've got Fake Out online. Technically speaking, from Shunsuke's side, you do have Fake Out, but your Smeargle needs to wake up.
Yeah, that's a big ask, of course, for a first turn wake up from this Smeargle. But let's take a look if it is possible. But no, just seeing the end here, forfeiting this game, and then considering what the new option is for this game too, because immediately we saw already that Hirofumi's Smeargle was able to be faster, maybe a potential speed tie, so the Spore was really important there, immediately being able to shut down that Smeargle as well, giving not a lot of options to, not a lot of room to breathe really, where your Groudon is able to go on with his offensive onslaught really.
Yeah, so it really goes to show the importance of being able to try to get as much damage as possible, as quick possible, I guess, because the fact that Koraidon's able to go ahead and relatively freely not get directly threatened by Shunsuke's side and get those flame charges going. You've got the speed boost, you can now outspeed the choice stuff. Chi-Yu, you're not threatened by it, it's cool. As long as you're able to get the damage that you require. I think it was a total of 3 attacks that it was allowed to be dealt without even terrestrializing. That's already too much space that Shunsuke is allowing for Hirofumi to take advantage of. So I guess going into this, what are your thoughts, Shimon, when it comes to adaptations from Shunsuke's side?
I do think you make a valid point there. We do know that Shunsuke's side, Smeargle did have Fake Out, so maybe you could have gone for that. You could have considered that, but that is of course another risk that you're carrying, because if you Fake Out one of the 2 targets and it is the wrong target, for example, it is going into that spiky shield, or it is going to that Koraidon, and then the Smeargle is able to Spore again, then you're in that same position again. But let's take a look what the adaptations will be, because unfortunately, I'm not playing right now, but I'm quite sure that they have considered the options here. So it is going to be that Calyx Ice Rider together with the Smeargle this time from Hirofumi's side, while from Shunsuke's side, while from Hirofumi, it is going to be that Koraidon and Smeargle.
Yeah, so it's just going to be playing it back at least the same from Hirofumi. So we got the adaptation from Shunsuke with the Calyrex being brought. We know that it doesn't have Protect. It does have Trick Room, High Horsepower, Imprison, and Glacial Lance. So, most likely, looking to go for the Fake Out play and maybe even a cheeky Glacial Lance if it's not expecting Terra. But the thing is, there is still a Smeargle that's allowing for support from Hirofumi's side via the means of the Spore. So, Shunsuke has a very important decision to make here.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an important turn. Look, just like last game, where Smeargle speed ties can be quite important. Also, the Spore targets can be just as well, because you could potentially switch in to a different Pokemon which have the safety goggles. For example, on the Incineroar, for example, Shunsuke doesn't have any switches. I just noticed as we have the Terra coming out from the Koraidon this time fully committing to its fiery bit.
Oh, that is for sure. It's going to be going for the absolute most damage it can. Clearly trying to target down that Calyrex, which we know has Terra Fairy as an option. Okay, it could get outside of the weakness to the Fire type, but then again, you needed... Oh, actually, apologies. Seems like it is Terra Water in this confirmed situation, which actually is the best Terra type you would want in this scenario, as Spiky Shield from Hirofumi's Smeargle means it really doesn't want any of this kind of heat aside from it. And there's a focus of the Fake Out spotted quite nicely there, Shmon, going into which breaks the Focus Sash, and you see the low kick not even opting to go for the Fire type move, wanting to just try to guarantee at least around 50% worth of damage onto it.
Yeah, as the booty drops and raises are happening again. Unfortunately, we are quite unclear what is happening, but a minus speed drop would come in quite handy, as the trigger has been set up for it. We do have the Smeargle on Shunsuke's side with the Ice Rider does have Decorate, so it is able to, for example, decorate the Calyrex, go for a high horsepower in that regard, or even go for a potential Spore in that regard, because of course that is something that you should be fearful of as well. Certainly, because the Terra has been used, so Terra Grass Smeargle is no longer an option.
Yeah, exactly that. And given Smeagol's, naturally speaking, they do, these kind of sets in particular tend to speed tie as well. So there's an additional layer of mind games to be had there. So at this point, it's quite unorthodox for a Koraidon to be under Trick Room conditions. It makes it a bit more vulnerable, especially since this Calyrex does have high horsepower. And we know that the Smeagol has Decorate. So depending on what speed boost may or may not have taken place there, it could actually allow a strategy of Decorate going off first before Glacial Lance comes out.
Yeah, we have the switch out from Smeagol into that Incineroar with the safety goggles, making sure that Spore is not gonna happen, and also a beautiful switch in for that Glacial Lance because it is of course resisting that target. Koraidon going with the protecting, trying to make sure that it also did not get spored, in fact, by the Smeagol. We saw the Smeagol actually move last, so there could have just as well been a speed drop there. That we are quite unsure about, but like because it was slower than the Calyrex, that might just be trained that way, or it might just be the speed drop. But I do think I just saw that it was a speed drop, in fact. So with that, you have the options to go for Decorate, for example. We saw already that low kick did a lot of damage, but as long as Incineroar is on the field with that fake out, it is able to provide support enough so that this Koraidon can even attack within this Trick Room.
Yeah, and it seems like it's actually scared the Calyrex completely off and back into its little Pokeball, forcing Shunsuke actually to go for the double switch here, maybe wanting to absolutely shift the board state by bringing that Raging Bolt alongside the Groudon. You got these sort of ancestral type of behemoths on the other side of the field. Flare Blitz going into the Raging Bolt. It's going to be able to absolutely handle that like a champ, especially because of the fact that the Sun is still in play on the field. Low kick dealing so much damage, about 55 to 60% worth on the Groudon, but the situation remains the same, at least in terms of Trick Room still being up. However, the Incineroar may actually be able to get a cheeky KO onto the Groudon if there's no Terra option from it.
Yeah, Flare Blitz is of course boosted in the Sun, and together with this Groudon and this Kyogre, the Sun will definitely be on the field. All of these Pokemon on the field are loving the sunlight right now, as they are able to just go for a very strong Fire type move just as well. So we just have the interesting part where the Groudon is of course able to potentially survive a Flare Blitz if it does go for that Terra, as you mentioned. But it will all depend on what the read is made by Shunsuke, as we have the Koraidon switching out, seeing that no, I'm not letting this stay in. This is the time for my Smeagol to come in, as the Groudon is protecting itself.
Yeah, and it's a good time to be able to do it because it means you've got the fake out available in the subsequent turn as well. And clearly the Incineroar trying to target down the Groudon there as well is unsuccessful because of the protect. Thunderbolt, though, is enough to pick up the raw KO. That's the power of Photosynthesis alongside the Life Orb too. So it just absolutely creates such a powerful offensive wall breaker that just, as we saw, broke down Incineroar's defenses there, forcing Hirofumi now to be on the back foot, 4 versus 3 deficit. And we did see that Smeagol got a special defense up and defense down mood boost.
Yeah, and with one more turn of Trick Room remaining, you are perfectly able to just try and go for a fake out with the Smeagol, trying to make sure that your Landorus is able to just stay safely onto the field. Groudon should commit a full-on Terra Fire Heat Crash if they want to try and KO the Landorus, but in that regard, if the Landorus just goes for a cheeky Protect in that regard, then the Landorus can then punish that in the consequential turn afterwards with a strong Earth Power or even Sandsear Storm, because both the targets are weak to it, as the Rage Bolt is opting to switch out.
Yes, and the Calyrex Ice Rider switches in, of course. Previously had Terrestrialized to the Water type too. So Calyrex really loves being under Trick Room, but we're starting to run out of Trick Room turns, so this isn't the situation that Shunsuke would have really liked to be in. Forced to do a double switch right now as well. Smeagol being brought back onto the field. Follow me from Hirofumi's. Smeagol will not do much, as the Earth Power on contraire will do so much more. Picks up the KO onto the Smeagol, forcing a 3 versus 3 scenario right now, as we will be seeing the Trick Room turns shortly expiring, if not already.
Yeah, expertly moved by Hirofumi, trying to scale out and time out the Trick Room turns, because now we know that Groudon already has taken a massive amount of damage from this low kick, same as his Calyrex, and then there's only this Raging Bolt left, which is really not liking the fact that there's a Landorus incarnate right now, being able to use its full potential as one of the best ground special attackers right now, being able to threaten a KO on either of these slots. You can go for a Satsier Storm and maybe potentially get a KO on either Pokemon, but you're risking the miss in that regard, and I'm not one to play a lot with that, so I tend to just, go with it for a follow me with the Smirgle, trying to make sure that at least the Landorus is able to get 2 hits in, potentially.
Yeah, you want to try to minimize the amount of times that you roll the dice, per se, especially when it comes to a scenario where you feel that you don't have to, in particular. And we see the actual instant forfeit from, I believe, Hirofumi. No, sorry, not Hirofumi's side. Of course, it was a Shunsuke that forfeited. That means Hirofumi was able to win 2-0, and to what a great extent. You'd feel like there were so many back and forths between both of our trainers, but Hirofumi felt like he had that grasp on the game that tiny bit more.
Yeah, just expertly, earlier, the Trick Room. The Trick Room was up, but still being able to be in a commanding position. You had the fake out pressure. You had the low kicks that did massive amount of damage. Koraidon actually putting in a lot of work, because we've seen collision course time and time again, because it's a very good move. It's a very strong move with no drawbacks. Then you have close combat, which is just a little bit stronger, but you have those drawbacks again. And then now the most natural way of progression is low kick. With all of these heavy targets, low kick will make sure that you hit these heavy targets like Groudon, like Calyrex, for a lot of damage. Like doing 50% to either of those targets is an amazing on its own, because let's be honest, these Pokemon tend to survive 4 to 5 hits, but suddenly Koraidon is on the field, he kicks your shins, and suddenly you can only take 2.
Well, exactly, and that's sort of the meta adaptation I think we've seen in a very similar fashion to Iron Hands several formats ago, I'd say, where we started seeing in the regulation G format, for example, we started seeing the narrative shift from the close combats, from the drain punches, to actually just chuck a low kick, and clearly seeing the same being done by Hirofumi in this case, which clearly identified it to such a great extent. But commiserations, of course, to Shunsuke Minami doing such an incredible job as well. If I'm not mistaken, they may also be known as Elizabeth, the nickname of which we've seen has been such an integral team builder in the Japanese community, clearly having influence over on the western side of the VG hemisphere when it comes to the influence. Even one of their games being led by Victor Medina back in LAIC, reaching the finals versus Marco Silva. So huge props, of course, to them. They've done an incredible job. They've got an incredible team, very creative with the Calyrex Ice Rider Imprison, which we've seen pop off every now and then, but bringing it to the point where it does such an incredible job is always fantastic to see.
Yeah, that's just one of those things where Calyrex can showcase how amazing prowess it has, but we haven't seen the Calyrex even from Hirofumi's side, because that was another level of thinking, of course, they have to respect my Calyrex being able to imprison them just as well. And then imprison just being one of those things that can just completely shut down your Calyrex, which is a scary thing to say at the very least. And I was kind of hoping to see the Smirgle action with Ruination in that regard.
I know.
Yeah, but it's still very we have seen plenty of Smirgle action at the very least. Spiky Shield, a very cool tech, trying to make sure that you break the Focus Sash on the opposing Smirgle or any other Pokemon to just get a little bit more of that chip, which can bring you to the end potential of winning a game, as we have just witnessed just as well. So that's just a step further with the Smirgle metagaming.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the fact that we're reaching the points where this was the first out of 2 additional Swiss rounds, you've got one more set if you are Shunsuke in order to try to get in there and hope to try to make it through the top cut. At this point, I'm not sure of the statistics and the probabilities right now, but Hirofumi is looking in a really good spot to keep on going for top cut. So huge congratulations to them as well. 8 wins, 1 loss. Fantastic performance.
Yeah, absolutely. These players have been strong time and time again. We've seen so many great matches, but there is way more to come as we will be back shortly with our following around. Now, you can take this time to get a refreshment, go over to the other stream, to the main stream. Maybe there's still some VG action going on. And then we will be hoping that you come back and check in on this side stream as we will be missing you. And we'll see you in just a bit.
We will. Welcome back, folks. We are here for the 2025 Pokémon World Championships at Anaheim Side Stream. I am Costadai Dimos. This is Simon Vandervocht, aka Shimon, and we are absolutely ecstatic about all of the world-class quality action we have been able to see, not only on the side stream, but also on the main stream too. So yeah, generally speaking, good vibes, good air, good energy from all of our trainers and some great VG action. How things go on your side, Shimon? You agree? You disagree?
Well,
it's okay. I don't mind.
Yeah, honestly, I love the TCG. I do.
This is the wrong stream, my friend.
Oh God, I thought this was
told you
TCG
it's the
side
other
stream.
one.
My bad. No, absolutely love the VGC action that we've seen already. Let's be honest, we've seen so many original teams already come out, and like, I'm not gonna lie. Again, I mentioned this before, but like, I was generally in the mindset of like, oh yeah, we're gonna see so many mirrors of Karak, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta, which is still the top restricted. But people have come and they have cooked up us a proper meal of different sorts. We have different entrees, we have different main courses the whole time, and we've got like just the amazing part is some calls that we've made were absolutely correct as well. Like for example, like we've seen Kyogre from time to we've seen Kyogre ones as well. I do believe we still have a Kyogre in the running as well. And my Ho-Oh is also still in the running, so you know, 100% win rate. Yeah,
that is true. Give you credit where credit is due, my friend. That is true.
No, so quite excited to just being able to see that. But we have to talk a little bit about like the World Championship itself, because of course all these players have come from a lot of events, because we have these regionals, but we have to talk about the international championships. As we know, in Latin America, Marco Silva was the one to win it all. Followed in Europe, then coming back, there was Wolf Glick, and of course Wolf Glick, just a stellar performance, coming in with a team that was just not known at all, like even hidden during the global challenge, I believe. That was the amazing, astounding part of it all as well.
Yeah, exactly, where he ended up actually winning, of course, did a really, really fantastic job about that. Then, of course, we had the North American International Championships a couple of months ago, won by none other than Federico Camporesi in what was an all-Italian battle of both very close friends and team-building partners too. So that was fantastic to see. And, of course, we got the final stop here at Worlds. No doubt about it. This is going to be and has already been one of the best Worlds we've been able to ever feature so far. But of course, generally speaking, how does one go ahead and get themselves qualified for it? They need to make sure that they hit the top 75 of the regional representative bar baseline, essentially, which has been very tough for so many trainers. It's not the only way to do it. You can, of course, go down the route of the auto invite, should I say auto qualification, if you go ahead and actually either win a major event akin to a regional or a special championship, or if you did get top 4 at any of our 3 featured internationals.
Yeah, that is the dream, of course, to be having that auto invite. Let's be honest, like that is the dream. That's like you go to your first event, you win an event. Oh, great! I can go to Worlds. Amazing. That's the vibe you want to go for, and then you can have some more fun. But we have players that have gotten 2 auto qualifications as well, which have been amazing. And we do have some players that we have present here today still performing superbly well, because we do have a few players already confirmed for that top cut as well.
Yeah, exactly that. But what are they also competing for now that they've reached this point? The prizes. We have got so many of those available, and some really good numbers as well across all age divisions. We've got the breakdown on the graphic right there. First spot gets that 30k top. Second finalists do get the 20k, and therefore we've got, of course, the semi-finalist in 15,000 apiece. We've got top 8 getting 10,000, and the top 16 5,000. So much monetary incentive as well to be able to be added on to the triumph of doing such an incredible job at the biggest event of the entire season.
Yeah, that you put the words right in my mouth. That is something that is amazing to make your hobby that you're good at already, and then even being able to earn money with it as well. Sounds like just a dream come true, really. Because let's be honest, Pokemon tends to take money out of me. On a if you've seen the plushies that I've been having here, so being able to win something like that would be kind of amazing, actually.
Yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, it's the fact that we've got so much in common, so many great hobbies for us to be able to sort of explore further, of course, when it comes to all the different venues that we've got on show in Experience. But yeah, generally speaking, those have been the prizes, and we know there's just so much more to be seen. But what I do have to say is, of those things to be seen are the players to watch. Of course, we've got, at this very late stage, this is the final Swiss round right now of day 2. Ko Tsukide, the current only undefeated player of the tournament, have already gone ahead with a 9-0 and guaranteed their place in Top Cut. But they're followed suit by Victor Medina and James Bake, who at the current moment are still fighting for the Top Cut spot. They need to get the final win of this in spirit, winning in of day 2 Swiss.
Yeah, that is the most harrowing part. You will get a little bit of the stress, heebie-jeebies, but we've seen these players perform time and time again, and they have showcased already what they are capable of. Like a fun tidbit that I found out recently is that James actually locked his team already a month ago, which is just a little bit more impressive if you when you know that there's a Regieleki, the only Regieleki on the team, just as well, and being locked into that immediately before this grand tournament, where still meta is developing, is such a hard and good call, honestly.
Yeah, exactly that. And just generally speaking, you need to be able to go ahead and essentially lock in as best as possible. We've seen and we know that James Bake, previous LAIC international champ as well. Victor Medina, a previous LAIC finalist. So they've still got a lot going for themselves. Going into this, I'm wondering, because if I'm not mistaken, Shimon, we've seen a Totodile. I was wondering if there's a Prinplup anywhere looking at James's plush of choice there.
No, we haven't seen a Prinplup, but we did have a Prinplup in a day 2 tournament, I believe. I'm trying to recall
European
event. Yeah, it was European. Was it the European Internationals?
It might have just been.
Yeah, it's amazing too that these traders have brought such Pokemon like this as well. Just like the Regieleki, just as well as Bastiodon actually has made an appearance as well. One of those Pokemon that you do not expect. Regieleki on James Beaker's team, and of course my favorite from today is the Ho-Oh that I keep having to mention.
Oh wait, what? What's a Ho-Oh? That's the first I've ever heard of it. Shimon, it's not going to be the last time, trust me. But we're going to have to see how it does. It's just doing so well, right? And that's the most impressive part about it. But we do know that, of course, we've got a lot of action to be had both on the mainstream as well as our current one, but we are currently trying to go ahead and get our next pairing up that we're going to be featuring on the side stream. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to have to be... I believe this is just an incorrect graphic, but what we do have in store is Joji Kaeda versus Masayoshi Kuro that we are going to be featuring. So, just another smashing set between both of them that we're very much looking forward to.
Yeah, as we have the team sheets here, and look who makes an appearance. It's Ditto! It's one of the few Pokemon that we haven't seen yet on stream appear yet. But now, as you said, why stop at 2 restricted? Have a third one as well. So a very fun call by Masayoshi Kuro, having that Miraidon Calyrex duo as well, having that speed sandwiches. And then having a little bit of that Nikolai sauce there with the Sneasler on top of it as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think Sneasler is such a cool little Pokemon when, you're able to go ahead and absolutely capitalize off of terrains via its unburden ability, essentially allowing the proc of the seed, whether it's going to be electric or, let's say, grassy seed. In this case, it's going to be electric. You're still going to get the physical defensive boost up, but as well, you've got doubling of your speed. No fake out on it, but it does have low kick, rather than, let's say, a move that it normally goes for, such as close combat, in order to be able to capitalize off of, like you mentioned as well earlier on, Shmon, the average weight of Pokemon in this restricted format because of all of the legendary Pokemon. They're just very, very big chonkers that are so powerful. And Sneasler looking to try to capitalize off of that.
Yeah, exactly. And big chunkers indeed, because look at that. We have Calyrex Ice Rider on both sides. And Calyrex Ice Rider is quite a heavy, bulky Pokemon. So being able to locate that could prove to be quite effective in that regard. We have seen already Calyrex with Koraidon a few times pop up as a team, which has proven to be quite useful. We see it again as well with the Smeargle with the spiky shield, which I do think is a very good call, trying to adapt to that Smeargle meta as well.
Yeah, and like we've said, it's just so much going for Smeargle. The fact that it can learn each and every move, barring, let's say, Dark Void, for example, or it can't use at least, just goes to show that if you need any sort of hole filled in terms of missing components of your team composition, this is the Pokemon for you. And clearly that's what Joji, as well as other trainers, have identified. This is the second set that we've seen of the Smeargle having the Focus Sash and the Ruination, like you mentioned, Spiky Shield, Spore, and Follow Me. So fascinating to actually see it starting to get popularized around Japanese or Oceania sort of regional communities.
Yeah, exactly. I do think it's just the adaptation to what we've had a lot of bulky Zamazenta that has been like issues for a lot of trainers, and being able to locate Zamazenta is really good and consistent.
Yeah.
Even when it goes for a Terra Water, for example, to try and not get hit super effectively by a close combat, you are still getting hit by a 120 base power move with no drawbacks as well, which is just a really solid damage dealer, in all honesty. And like we have seen Landorus already prove to be quite useful as well. It's not like with the speed stats, it's quite interesting as the Calyrex and the Koraidon are the speed sandwiching, where in the middle the bologna is the is the Landorus.
Yeah, well, that's such an artistic way of describing it, Sean.
I just like food.
I could tell you were describing it. You were making me very hungry earlier as well when you were mentioning it. But yes, I think being able to go ahead and have that speed sandwich is such a cool interaction, and definitely something that really is such a strong, I would say, integral part of the characteristic of having the Calyrex Ice Rider pairing with the Miraidon. You just want to be able to capitalize off of either side of the speed spectrum. But then again, Masayoshi Kuro, a trainer that is not unfamiliar to great successes, being the 2025 Melbourne Regional Champion, as well as the prior year actually getting top 32. So a lot going for themselves, but they've got a Joji Kaeda up against them, which is going to be a very, very tough opponent too.
Yeah, that's just gonna be tough to beat at very least. Like, if you have someone in front of you, I don't think either player would love to see them standing in front of them and that elusive top cut as well. But yeah, we have seen also a quite interesting meta development is that Life Orb Miraidon, because we've seen a lot of choice packs in the beginning. Then we saw Assault Vest pop up. We saw Choice Scarf even. We've even seen Cover Cloaks. But now Life Orb seems to be somewhat of a meta call for this Worlds, as you are giving yourself still the option to deal massive amount of damage, but still keep it so that you are able to protect yourself, which might prove to be useful in a lot of cases, because we have so many Pokemon with Fake Out. We have this meta where Incineroar, Rillaboom, every one of them is really good, and then on top of that there's a Smeargle as well at times. So Protect might be the way to go in that regard.
Yeah, and that's sort of the nuances that it does bring in terms of the different flows that you would normally expect when it comes to a Smeargle and handling it. You always expect a Fake Out, but in this case it's more so inviting the Fake Out. Even though it does have Follow Me, it does still have the Spiky Shield, because you can't let a Smeargle run away with momentum, especially within that same turn. The fact that at the end of it, you're going to be potentially getting a Moody boost, you need to slow it down as much as possible. And clearly that's what Joji's identified, saying, oh, you know what? I want to try to take advantage of that sort of mental game scenario there and try to get them pinned into trying to focus into it. But yeah, it's not the only interesting Pokemon. On Joji's side, we've seen this 6 before. Landorus actually having a really cool spot on this team in particular. There's no rain support in order to be able to guarantee a 100% accurate Sandsear Storm in that weather state, but still having Sandsear Storm is such a fantastic option for spread ground damage.
Yeah, exactly. Like, rain makes it 100% accurate, and let's see how accurate it'll be because we have the leads here. We have Miraidon and Koraidon on the field. The Sun and the Electric Train are coming up as Rillaboom and the Urshifu are joining them on the side. So Rillaboom immediately, good lead here, trying to make sure that this grassy Electric Train gets diminished with its Grass Train, so the power output from this Miraidon has been lessened. And then there's still the Urshifu, which is also threatened by this Rillaboom just as well. So the Rillaboom, a really good lead, I feel, where it supports with Fake Out, and it gives the option for this Koraidon to absolutely let loose and being able to go for a strong move. Now, Masayoshi has been prepared for this because both Pokemon have Protect. They have access to just wait a turn, see what happens, what the idea is that Joji might be going for in that regard. So in that case, I feel a little bit slowing down by Masayoshi, while Joji is gonna go really hard, real fast with this Koraidon and this Rillaboom lead.
Yeah, and having the Life Orb on the Miraidon allows you to have that Protect, right? And not just get locked into that Fake Out in particular. So we're going to have to see how that does pan out. Joji clearly going on the offensive with the Terra Fire. Koraidon will, of course, be met by... Let's take a bit of a count. First Protect, followed suit by a Detect, rather than a second Protect. But, yeah, that's sort of what we were just talking about now, right, Shimon? Where we've got the defensive play in order to burn the Fake Out turn, as well as see what move and target is actually focused down on here. Seems like the Koraidon is trying to go and most likely get a Flame Charge onto the Urshifu in order to break its Focus Sash.
Yeah, breaking its Focus Sash is the first thing you want to do because Urshifu is still able to deal a lot of damage. Urshifu, despite the Sun being up, despite Surging Strikes not being all that really hitting hard on either of these targets right now. Now, with the Terra Fire, it will hit just that little bit harder right now as we have the Terra coming out from the Miraidon itself, which is Terra Electric. So that means damage is inbound, I feel, as a Volt Switch can absolutely devastate this Koraidon despite there no being terrain. It's an Aqua Jet from the Urshifu coming out in that Koraidon as the Miraidon is unleashing all of its power right now into this Electro Drift, into that target, and that is surviving on 1 HP!
1 hit point survival. Koraidon clearly trained so well. Is definitely going to get a sandwich after this. Going for the Flame Charge into the Urshifu, will be able to get that speed boost, break that Focus Sash, and in combination with the Wood Hammer, pick up the absolute KO. Urshifu is already down. Turn 2 of this game 1. And because Flame Charge has been utilized, we saw the Miraidon was faster in this turn, but it's not going to be in the subsequent.
No, exactly. And now with the Urshifu down, the only real option you have to have a faster option than this Koraidon right now is the Incineroar with a potential Fake Out, making sure that Koraidon is not able to move and will fade to a Fake Out, while other Pokemon will all just be slower. So this Koraidon is still ready to unleash Fury right now, as it is able to Flare Blitz into any of these two targets and absolutely being able to devastate either of them. But now the question is, which one of these will you be able to attack? Because both of them have access to Protect, while the other could punish that Koraidon going out of its way to attack.
Yeah, exactly, and that's definitely something you need to be able to factor in right now, because this is sort of the point of where the momentum can truly start switching in advantage of Joji's side, but he's just going to be so cautious with which Pokemon he does want to target. And we're going to be seeing Masayoshi absolutely respect that Koraidon in its spot, go for the Protect there, and for good reason, because Joji did try to target it down, wanted most likely to go for the Flare Blitz, but this will allow an opening of the Volt Switch, picking up the KO straight onto it and allowing Masayoshi to get a pivot motion going and bring in a fresh Pokemon from the back.
Yeah, that was a harder call to make in that regard, as you have to choose one of the two targets, as they are either able to protect. Garax could just have been able to set up Trick Room if that was not the target intended by Joji. But Masayoshi correctly reading into that and knowing that, okay, I need to protect my Garax, keeping its health healthy. And Joji making a play just as well to make sure that if the Miraidon went for a Volt Switch, it has the ability to come back in later, making sure that the damage does get diminished by removing that Electric Train later on.
Yeah, and bringing the Incineroar now, not only do you go ahead and actually get the Intimidate dealt onto the Incineroar, not of course onto the Calyrex, as it does have the Clear Amulet, which definitely feels a bit more rare nowadays versus, let's say, for example, the leftovers that Joji has on his own Calyrex that is actually brought in right now. We've got a bit of a face-off, I would say, or at least a symmetrical, in parallel face-off. But this sort of does mean that the Incineroars have a lot more staying power and, might I say, firepower, because the Flare Blitz is available for both of them, and we do have the Sun still in play.
Yeah, Sun still in play. Incineroar loving its time, being a defensive Pokemon that has the access to Flare Blitz. But there we have one of the Incineroars immediately pivoting out to that Miraidon, making sure that that is able to come in, potentially take a Glacial Lance, take a Fake Out, and then able to Volt Switch quite strongly as the Flare Blitz is going out into that Calyrex. Still able to hang on there by just a sliver of health, making sure that it is able to retaliate with the higher horsepower and going for the one-hit knockout with a critical hit on top as well.
Yeah, and I think that critical hit was huge, because we know for a fact that that might just fall within the range where it may not just pick up a KO. It's not guaranteed, but in retaliation, we see, because of the Flare Blitz from Joji's Incineroar, which did go down, it was just put within range to allow Joji's Calyrex to pick up the KO onto its counterpart, deal massive amount of damage onto the Miraidon, and also get back its attack drop from previously in order to just at least try to supplement the dropped damage output as this Incineroar comes back onto the field.
Yep, as it is 2 versus 2 right now. Lowered attack set onto the Rillaboom, lowered attack set onto the Calyrex. It is now at neutral while the Rillaboom is at -1. The Incineroar is feeling kind of good right now as the sun is still up. Flare Blitz is mighty in the air, being able to certainly deal a lot of damage to either the Rillaboom or the Calyrex in one of the following turns. So right now, Joji needs to carefully analyze what the best way to play is here, because you need to be able to get rid of this Incineroar eventually, as you only have Glacial Lance and Leech Seed as your semi-damaging move. But as long as the sun is up, this Incineroar is mighty scary. Fake Out coming out into the Incineroar, making sure that that is at least not moving for one turn.
Yeah, as we do see the Miraidon on the offensive, it needs to try to pick up a KO as quick as possible, and because the Electric Terrain is no longer on the field, it is unable to do so without a critical hit, as we've just seen on the Calyrex, not going for the Trick Room, purely going for damage, picks up the Miraidon, of course. You want to make sure that you do start racking those boosts, but most importantly, you get rid of that big offensive damage threat on the other side of the field, and now you're in a scenario where you got Grass Terrain on the field. If you can avoid this Incineroar picking you off, outpacing you essentially at this point, then you'll be able to be in a good enough spot. But we've just seen the interaction of the Grass Terrain recovery. Rillaboom went first, followed by Incineroar, followed by Calyrex. So we're entering a bit of a realm of mind games of, does the Calyrex protect or not?
Yeah, that is the one way you have to play right now, as the Calyrex is able to protect onto a potential Flare Blitz coming out, being able to KO that. But if you do not target into that slot, a Leech Seed could just as well come out while you take a lot of damage from the Incineroar, from the Glacial Lance, which is now at +1 and single target as well. So those are a lot of factors to keep in mind to know what is going on at this end stage.
Oh, but it seems Joji doesn't want to play by rolling any sort of dice at all. Goes for the protect with the Calyrex. Woodhammer into the Incineroar does about 15 to 20% of damage. Question is, Masayoshi, where do you target? You go for the Rillaboom because you read Joji and you pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom, completely knocking it out, and you have got the speed advantage. Your Incineroar's just been able to survive, and you are in such a good spot. However, we start seeing the amount of supplemented multi-layered recovery coming out from the Calyrex. It's starting to get very healthy, Shmon.
Yeah, it's very healthy, and the sun is gone, so let's take a look if this Flare Blitz is enough. And it is enough for the KO. Incineroar proving once again that it's not only a defensive Pokemon, but being able to take these necessary knockouts whenever it's needed. Whenever you call him, he'll be there.
Whether you like it or not, in the case of Joji, because, you know, why is this Incineroar being so oppressive against both of my fire-weak Pokemon? But yeah, we saw Masayoshi did a really good job being able to just corner that end game out with the Incineroar being such a pivotal Pokemon in that situation. 2 versus 1, not what you normally do see, but you do see it every now and then. You kind of expect it, especially from a set like the Incineroars on Masayoshi being the Assault Vest. You're there to be able to sort of just handle the current situation, receive a lot of damage, get your pivots going, but when you need to try to take advantage of, let's say, your opponent's sun, you go for it. It's got the Flare Blitz.
It has that Flare Blitz, and powerful as it is, showcasing why it's being used. So I do believe one of the adaptations that Joji might be making is, instead of going for that Terra Fighter with the Koraidon, maybe opting to go for yet another option, maybe a more defensive Terra with its Calyrex, because Koraidon, of course, it is able to, with its Terra Fighter, absolutely decimate a lot of Pokemon. It didn't feel like it has been able to really showcase that in the previous game there.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think the fact that you're not going ahead and utilizing it as best as you can. But then again, I'm trying to think, which scenario would you go ahead and try to terrestrialize the Calyrex, because you don't want to be susceptible to the opposing Calyrex. But we're going to have to find out, as we do have the Game 2 leads that are available from both of our trainers, Miraidon and Urshifu, over on Masayoshi's side yet again. But we do have that adaptation of the Rillaboom and Calyrex Ice Rider over on Joji's.
Going into a different direction, giving yourself the option to go for a potential Trick Room there. You have your Rillaboom still on the field, making sure that this Miraidon is doing less damage at the very least. Again, they are able to go for that double protect and detect there, but then you are risking the one thing that can happen as well, Trick Room. Trick Room, reversing the speeds and giving Calyrex Ice a much needed opportunity to absolutely start snowballing, being able to throw Glacial Lance after Glacial Lance as well. So I don't think Masayoshi is gonna be able to risk that right now, but we will have to see what they will decide to select here.
Yeah, and I think that's such a good call out as well. The fact that you're forcing a sort of what and if scenario for Masayoshi to accept. Whether you do take the fake out, sure, but you're going to have to allow this Trick Room to potentially get set up. And Masayoshi already going for the adaptation in hopes of being able to start slowing things down with that Incineroar being brought onto the field. You drop the attack damage output of both the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, apologies, and the Calyrex, but most importantly, you got the fake out available in the subsequent turn. Miraidon trying to go on the offensive yet again. I wouldn't be surprised to see this being a Volt Switch, but most likely trying to catch out the Fake Out, which doesn't actually come out right now. Goes for the Electro Drift outside of terrain onto the Calyrex. We saw it did left it with about 70 damage before. It's got 28 hit points remaining because of a critical hit, but this horse has a lot more in the tank. He's able to survive quite handsomely. U-turn from the Rillaboom, on the other hand, goes into the Miraidon, gets a bit of chip damage dealt, but most importantly, you got that adaptation of the Landorus. It's here in order to checkmate the Incineroar, and the Trick Room has been set up.
Yeah, Trick Room set up. Landorus is in it. Landorus is able to absolutely deal devastating damage to either of these Pokemon. Urshifu is not a Pokemon that loves to switch in into these Earth powers either. So despite the critical hit, the Calyrex is still thriving right now as it is at -1, but being able to still throw out your Glacial Lances or even go for potential lead sheet or another switch out just as well gives Joji the upper hand right now as they are able to take lead of this game.
Yeah, exactly. And even though the Incineroar will most likely outspeed the Landorus under Trick Room conditions, it's the fact that it's still there and able to not only threaten the Miraidon if it does either go for the Sandstare Storm or the Earth Power, depends on how greedy you want to be from Joji's side, or should I say hopeful in this scenario, but we're going to have to find out as Joji does bring in the Incineroar, resets the attack drops from the Calyrex. Not only do you have the Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar in of itself, you've most importantly got the Fake Out available in the subsequent turn. And clearly, Landorus wanting to go on the defensive right now felt a bit vulnerable, and for good reason, as the Incineroar did try to target it down. The Miraidon, though, trying to do the exact same. So such an advanced play from Joji's side, just wants to guarantee the board state is always in their favor.
Yeah, that was a very good call out there. Trying to make sure that you are able to keep your Landorus safe right now, as it is able to deal massive amount of damage to either of these targets right now. Another Pyro will decimate the Miraidon. Another Pyro will decimate the Incineroar. It might be able to survive thanks to that Assault Vest, but there's one of these two targets that might not even be able to move right now because even Joji's Kaida Incineroar is on the field and is able to fake out just as well. You can protect one more turn with that Miraidon even, but you then leaving your own Incineroar a little bit in a weakened state.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Incineroar going for the parting shot right now either, as like you mentioned, Miraidon going on the defensive. Fake Out though does go into the Incineroar on Masayoshi's side. Let's see what this will be. Is it going to be a Sandstare Storm or is it going to be an Earth Power? So far we see the targeting onto the Miraidon. It is indeed the Sandstare. It does connect, but it does not pick up the KO. And this is the sort of risk that you take in terms of splitting the damage output dependent on it being a spread damage or a single target.
Yeah, and we do, I do wonder what the speed advantages were again with the Incineroars, because of course if Joji's Incineroar is able to be slower, could potentially pick up a KO there with onto the Masayoshi's Incineroar, as the Landorus is just able to freely now click Earth Power because you don't need to Sandstare Storm, you don't need to risk anymore that you're potentially able to miss because you are cornering your opponent in these last two given Trick Room turns as well.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to have to see as both of our trainers are going ahead and contemplating their decisions. Clearly, Masayoshi does not want the Miraidon to be so vulnerable to this Landorus. Switches it out, brings the Calyrex and is going to be able to tank the Earth Power, if not Sandstare Storm, quite handsomely, especially with residual recovery over time. Oh, the Flare Blitz would have potentially caught out that Calyrex if it targeted it down, but no, wanted to just guarantee the KO from that range. Joji's does move first, which is actually interesting to note under Trick Room conditions. Earth Power, however, single target, deals about half of the Calyrex's health, but most importantly, that grass terrain recovery just helps just that tiny bit, even though obviously counterintuitive, as this was Joji's Pokemon that brought it.
Yep. And now, because there's one more turn of Trick Room, suddenly the rules have been a little bit reversed. Because now Calyrex is able to threaten with a Glacial Lance, and you can just freely go for that Protect, because of course there's an Urshifu right now, and the Urshifu is a very scary Pokemon opposed to these two, because it is able to Surf, Jing, strikes both of these Pokemon down to their last bit of HP.
Yeah, exactly. With the Unseen Fist, it's able to bypass Protect via its contact moves. So something that we're going to have to factor in right now, and will force Joji's hand to either go for Terrestrialization or force a switch out. And that's clearly what Masayoshi wants right now. He wants to try to force that scenario in order to be able to start steamrolling with this Calyrex in particular and sort of reverse the board state scenarios for themselves.
The switch in is that Calyrex opposed, trying to make sure that it is potentially able to survive a Glacial Lance even at this low of an HP. The Terra coming out onto this Landorus. Landorus, optimal timing right now, because it is able to now resist that Glacial Lance and is able to resist the Surging Strikes as well.
Yes, exactly. What a great type to terrestrialize into, as no offensive move from this Urshifu, just going for the detect, but the Calyrex is going full steam ahead, not picking up the KO though, onto, of course, if I'm not mistaken, it would have been a Calyrex in the back. What a great way to be able to resist that move and still survive, capitalize off of double-layered recovery via the grass terrain and the leftovers, and not drop a Pokemon slot, most importantly. And all of a sudden, we're in the scenario where Joji does have the speed advantage, at least in terms of the Landorus versus the Calyrex on the other side of the field. But this is still Urshifu, even with close combat, it could pack a punch, quite literally. So Joji may be tempted and incentivized to bring the Incineroar back in.
Yep, because you are now suddenly afraid of a close combat that can come out from this Urshifu. Urshifu is still on its focus sash, so being able to really go for any move that it wants right now. Unfortunately, Joji did miss a Satsir Storm onto the Ice Rider in the previous turn, but honestly, believing in that move again, because they are just clicking it again, which is honestly impressive to say the least. Let's see what the speed interaction here is, because that is also going to be quite important.
Oh, most definitely, as the Incineroar is brought in order to be able to negate any higher damage output of a close combat potential into the Landorus slot. But no, just a slow focus of the Surging Strikes into the Incineroar. It's put within range of a third hit. It does get KO'd, and all of a sudden the Incineroar, which has been such a thorn in Masayoshi's side, is finally out of this game. 3 versus 3 scenario. We've got the Calyrex now looking to make a move, and it seems like it's just it's just going to be able to survive the Sansir Storm. The Urshifu, however, does not get hit by it, retains its focus sash. It is smooth grooving left, right, and center. Not what Joji is wanting to see at all. And of course, we do see that Joji, because of the Water Terror type, it is able to survive the onslaught of a Glacial Lance.
Yeah, now Rillaboom on the field, giving that fake out, much needed fake out pressure yet again. But the Urshifu still sash unbroken, so this Urshifu is still able to deal a lot of damage. We've had the Intimidate drop, at least on this Urshifu, so making sure that the close combats will do less. But as long as you are not really able to diminish the power that is Urshifu, because this is a close range to see where the Urshifu should or shouldn't be able to kill this Landorus, because you are Terra Water. You are terribly afraid of that Miraidon in the back just as well.
I know, it's so tough because you're leaning into seeing the most profit that you could get is via Sansir Storm. So I don't disagree with Joji going for that move. It's just unfortunately how the dice roll sometimes. You got to be able to maybe just wager on whether it's a bit more safer going for the Earth Power in order to reach at least a board state that's a bit more preferable for yourself, rather than not and playing it safe and trying to go split down the middle. Detect from the Urshifu will allow itself to retain the focus sash, but Sansir Storm does connect on the Calyrex. It will finally be going down. This game is definitely not over, but guess what? We are approaching the end of it. Landorus and Calyrex currently on the field for Joji. 3 versus 2 scenario, and most importantly, Joji has been able to safeguard the Rillaboom in the back in order to be able to revert from the electric terrain that's just been introduced back into the grassy.
Yeah, this is still a scary turn to go up against, because as long as that Miraidon is on the field, the Miraidon is able to protect from a potential fake out later from this Rillaboom. But it will be a little bit tight here to see, as we see the Calyrex switching out to the Rillaboom, making sure that at least the Miraidon is lowering its attack.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see, though, which targeting choice is Masayoshi going to make for it. Is Joji able to catch them out? Hoping for the Electric-type move going into the Landorus, and no close combat focus into it. It seems like the Draco Meteor goes onto the Rillaboom, picks up the KO with the critical hit. Absolutely getting rid of it. My lord, this is absolutely game-changing. That Pokemon surely would have been able to stay on the field. So unfortunate. Close combat does pick up the Landorus, and this is an absolute sweep from Masayoshi. Unfortunate for Joji, leaving him to the final remaining Pokemon, the Calyrex.
Yeah, that is very tough. In that scenario, if the Rillaboom was able to survive, it still had the option to go for a fake out on either of these targets and being able to set up the Trick Room because both targets would have been slower. But now there's only this lone Calyrex Ice here on the field versus these two faster targets. Absolutely masterful match to say the least. It was exploding damage-wise. Joji trying to honestly scramble around and trying to find the right options here to do, but time and time again, Masayoshi kept on with his onslaught. This Miraidon, despite the grassy terrain being up, being able to do that much damage. And then, of course, a lucky crit can happen from time to time, but that sealed the deal in that regard.
It did, and in the end of the day, you gotta try to approach your win condition as much as possible. It's essentially like sort of a branch timeline scenario where you need to make sure that you progress further and further towards your main goal. Obviously, the correct play there was always to try to whittle down the Rillaboom. If you can pick up a crit, sure, that would be fantastic and clearly game winning, as we saw from Masayoshi. But then you just need to be able to pin yourself up for success. Joji had, let's be real, okay? Joji had a couple, I would say, a few very unfortunate scenarios happen to them. But in all honesty, I've been there when it comes to Sandsear Storms. You cannot rely on them. You just can't. And that's why I just find myself, I have to run Rain because I just can't trust them. Because there's so much profit and gain you could get from them where it makes sense for you to always click it. Why would you never not click it? But it's just about whether the game can reward you or not, right? For your courage and going for it. And that is just so unfortunate. Earth Power, if you're able to at least pick off the Focus Sash and break it on the Urshifu, it would have allowed yourself a bit more of staying power, especially with the threat of the Rillaboom. But unfortunately, Joji just wasn't able to capitalize and reach off that point because he just kept on being met by unfortunate situations. But obviously, Masayoshi played as a master. Honestly, in all completeness.
No, there were no words to describe the unfortunateness about what happened. Of course, the critical hits, the misses, but that is of course part of Pokemon. That is sometimes you need to rely on these moves. Sandsear Storm is a very powerful move that is able to absolutely win you games if you're able to just connect all of them. But unfortunately, always connecting is not always in the cards or in this game on the card. With like cards as in like in the game. But yeah, the adaptation was just very well met because the Urshifu being able to keep its sash, knowing that the Landorus would probably be a slower variant as well, protecting in the last turn, in the final turn of that Trick Room, making sure that Urshifu stayed safe as well was very well seen by Masayoshi, trying to acknowledge that is a very real possibility that can happen.
Yeah, and it's just being able to put yourself to the point where you're outside of Trick Room, or at least you start slowing Trick Room down as much as possible. You get the really cool cycling in and whatnot. So that was all great to see, but clearly Joji was able to position themselves to a point where, like we're saying at the start of game 2, they identified that they've got this sort of pin where they force a board state advantage in their favor, where you've got the Fake Out, you've got the Rillaboom with the Grass Terrain that nullifies the Electric Terrain from the Miraidon. Urshifu is the same lead. You've got Fake Out, but then you've got the Trick Room set up, and then you've got so much more momentum to play with. It's just the fact that Masayoshi was able to match that with some really good switch outs. Obviously, there were cases of the unfortunate RNG with the Sandsear Storm misses, but you're still at the point where you're trying to set yourself up for success outside of Trick Room. And that's sort of what we saw develop over time. But yes, huge congrats to Masayoshi Kuro, who has made it into top cut in what was such an important and fantastic fashion. Unfortunate for Joji Kaeda, of course, but you know, huge commiserations, but absolute champ in how they've been playing and the team they brought as well.
No, absolutely. That is exactly as you said. But now we have concluded this round, meaning that we are going into the following round. We have concluded our last 2 rounds of Swiss, meaning next up is Top Cut. The final players will be fighting in this final bracket where they will throw everything they have to try and get even deeper and then potentially to that World title. Now, you can take a little break, get some refreshments, check out the main stream, and then we hope that you return and enjoy looking at this side stream just as well. So we'll be back soon with our top cut. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VGC side stream. We are back here again, bringing you all the energy and more VGC than what you can find on the mainstream. My name is Simon van den Borgs, and I'm of course joined by Costa Dynamos, and we are super elated and excited to be saying that we are here at top 16 and we are able to watch some great matches because these trainers have been hungry all day, and now that they got here, they're hungry for more.
Oh yeah, I do really hope that they would have had their lunch by this time though. But I'm sure that they will have because they're really in good form. We did have a break there, a bit of a refresher for everyone to make sure that they are locking in now that we of course are in the top 16 phase of World, the final stop of the season. And we've had a lot of upsets, a lot of surprises, a lot of action, just generally speaking, especially with the duplication of the amount of action we can stream and feature, obviously, with the side stream right now. Yay! Which has been fantastic. It's been such a pleasure being able to not only cast with yourself, but also have all of these hype matches that we've been able to feature. And guess what? We will have more coming up very shortly. But in the meantime, as we did mention, we do have a top 16 right now. There are a couple of additional matches that are being played out on the side, but what we're going to be featuring very shortly is going to be Mao Harada versus Yoshitaka Izawa. And it's going to be such a fantastic bout. Yet again, another Japanese battle pairing that we're going to be featuring here on the side stream.
Yeah, it is. You know what? We already said it. The buff this year is very real. So that means that these players have to go up against each other to try and stop the tidal wave that is Japan. And I'm very excited that we have Ho-Oh on stream in just a bit as well.
I know. And I mean, it's not like you've been saying it literally the entire day as well as literally the entire yesterday, Schwan. But still, you're right. I mean, Ho-Oh is definitely worth going ahead and checking into and seeing what it's all about. But guess what? No time to go over graphics. We have got the game ready, and already in game one, we got the leads. On the left-hand side, Mao Harada side, we have got the Incineroar and the Calyrex Shadow Rider versus the Fluttermane and the Ho-Oh over on Izakawa's side.
Yeah, interesting to see at the very least, because we have two Pokemon that seem to be quite strong in regards, like Incineroar plus Calyrex, a very strong duo that we've seen time and time again. But now this Ho-Oh really showcasing that it has the bulk and that clear amulet to not really care about Intimidate, as we have Fake Out coming out, but not working onto this Flutterman as it did not terrestrialize.
No need to terrestrialize. Very gutsy play as well in the face of a Fluttermane in particular. But this will mean that the Ho-Oh is going to be able to be a tiny bit faster. Not quite fast enough just yet to be able to be outspeeding the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which has got a nasty plot set up. So +2 of its special attack and no burn incurred from that Sacred Fire. Of course, always having the 50% chance to do so.
Yeah, 50% chance, but not this time. The coin flip literally falling on its tail there in that regard. But now with this nasty plot, normally Ho is able to really sponge these hits from Acid Barrage, but a +2 life orb boosted Acid Barrage is still something that can very much hurt. And we had a little sneak peek already of the Pokemon in the back. There is that Clefairy that is able to redirect any sort of move and have the support, of course, as well with that Friend Guard. Protect coming out from the Calyrex, trying to keep it safe at first.
Yeah, exactly that. You just want to make sure that you position yourself to the point where you can offer some more support. So I feel like this is most likely going to be the Incineroar trying to get a pivot going, but very well identified from Izawa there, being able to try to focus down, expecting the protect, but unfortunately not quite enough to pick up the KO. And this is quite important because it allows the Incineroar to get that pivot motion going, and most importantly, survive for a future turn. Bring that Clefairy in. You've got the Friend Guard. You've got the Follow Me available. There is no spread type move aside from the Icy Wind in play and available from Zawa's side.
Yep, exactly. So looking at the options at hand, Icy Wind is a move that you can still click. You will have that speed control. But as long as his Clefairy is here to support and make sure that this Calyrex is not going down after an Icy Wind and a Life Orb boost, but then providing potentially a double knockout on these targets could prove to be quite detrimental here. So looking at the options, what is Mauro Harada's play here, as it is going to be a Terra coming out?
Yeah, Terra coming out in the form of the Flutter Mane in order to be able to capitalize off of the fact that the Calyrex Shadow Rider is facing it down. You want to be able to be immune to those insanely powerful Astral Barrages and force a single target type move if you do want to try to focus on the Flutter Mane redirection from the Clefairy, only followed by that Icy Wind. 30 hit points remaining on the Calyrex, which means it's coming very close to its own Life Orb recoil range, as the Sacred Fire will deal just beneath half on the Clefairy. Astral Barrage, however, does come out. The immunity is available on the Flutter Mane, and the Ho-Oh absolutely gets rinsed of its worth with the Life Orb boosted atop the +2 special attack multiplier. They both compound together at astronomical heights, and now we get a +3 on just to boot on top of that.
Yep, +3 Calyrex there, but of course being very low, so an Ice Wind could very well put this Calyrex out of its, well, honestly, little red HP there in that regard, as now the Flutter Mane can provide Ice Wind support, as the Clefairy is actually opting to protect first off, trying to keep itself safe for just another turn.
Yeah, and I think it's so crucial because you want to make sure that you get the most mileage as you can, given the fact that the Calyrex at this point is just going to be going down. You want to be able to bring in that Koraidon safely straight after and perhaps position yourself to the point where you can directly threaten not only the Flutter Mane, but most crucially, this Raging Bolt that has the potential to start running away. Given the fact that Calyrex is now down, means that you do really need to try to find ways to be able to directly threaten it, since now it doesn't have a terrestrialization available, which normally would be the Fairy Terra. Because it's an Assault Vest, means that it could have a tiny bit more of investment when it comes to its bulk.
Yeah, and now Koraidon onto the field, putting up the sun, giving a photosynthesis boost to Yoshitake's Pokemon, which will be, of course, the boost to its special attack of this Raging Bolt and the speed of this Flutter Mane, giving this Flutter Mane another option to still dish out some damage before going down to any sort of move from this Koraidon. Because as soon as you're getting rid of that Clefairy, you then are free to attack into that Koraidon. And we already know what's in the back. It's a Incineroar on very low HP, as we have the Terra coming out into that Koraidon, going on from maximum offensive.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to capitalize off of the fire-type moves coming out from the slot, but most crucially, also not be susceptible to any sort of Moonblast or Icy Wind focus. And Helping Hand means Koraidon's going for max damage, Flutter Mane going for the Protect here, making sure it has nothing to do with this Koraidon on the onslaught. Low kick is enough to pick up the one-hit KO, thanks to that Helping Hand boosted powerful juggernaut of a move, and all of a sudden that's exactly what Mao was targeting, completely ignoring the Flutter Mane by going for the Fire Terra type.
That was a spectacular thing to say the very least from Mao, seeing the option that the Flutter Mane did have Protect, while as we have seen that the Raging Bolt is carrying that Assault Vest, is unable to protect, and we saw the power of low kick right now. No, just maximum power and no repercussions whatsoever, as now you're being put in a position where the Clefairy is still able to redirect a move, and you're able to just again attack with your Koraidon, get a Flame Charge boost onto this Flutter Mane, for example, while the opposing Koraidon is unable to Scale Shot.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the redirection, we see something fold in there. I think it may have been a double protect attempt from the Flutter Mane. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do it, as the Flare Blitz is enough to pick up the KO onto the Clefairy. Of course, you cannot risk targeting a Scale Shot into the Koraidon over on Mao's side because of the redirection. But the question is, which slot will Mao target? It is going to be the Flutter Mane that cannot protect itself. It will be going down to that Flame Charge out of all things. guaranteeing Mao's Koraidon will be faster than Yoshitaka. And not only that, you've got that Incineroar in the back. You've got Intimidate support, you've got Fake Out support, and you outspeed. Surely at this point, you've got so much more advantage versus Yoshitaka's side.
Yeah, this seems like a very hard call to make, as it is just a forfeit on Yoshitake's side, and seeing the writing on the wall in that regard. What is the adaptation that is very possible? We saw earlier the Incineroar being able to survive was kind of crucial in that end game, being able to still provide some support, because if the Incineroar was not there, there could have still been the option of your own Koraidon being able to survive, and maybe a maximum amount of rolls of scale shots as well, being able to pick up the kill in that regard. But that Clefairy putting in the work what it needed to do. Okay, the Calyrex might be gone, but I still have a job to do, is what that Clefairy definitely said in that game.
Yeah, I think the low kick was so crucial there. The fact that, like we've already mentioned a couple of times today, you got increased base power based off of the weight of the average Pokemon, especially nowadays in the current meta. You got such heavy Juggernauts, left, right, center. Raging Bolt just fell victim to its own weight there in that case because of it, all of its maybe height that it has. That means it was such a greater fall, especially when you had a big low kick like Helping Hand boosted coming from Koraidon. So very tough, but talked about adaptations then. There could be a case of even seeing the Iron Treads coming on to the fore, but it's going to have to try to navigate some uncharted territory.
Yeah, it's Iron Treads more likely to be trying to be a counter towards Miraidon, but this time around we're watching from Yoshitake's side, which we will be seeing the whole and the Flutter Mane. We already know the information that the Flutter Mane is actually faster than the CSR just as well. Incineroar with its Intimidate not affecting the Ho-Oh, as right now the Calyrex is able to just try and get this play going again, what we had from last time. So will there be a different play in that regard? I don't really think there's a lot of leeway that you can give this Calyrex, but you need to be able to punish it as fast and as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because if you allow it so much more room for momentum, it's just going to be able to pick up those very important necessary KOs it needs to in order to be able to open up the playing field for Koraidon for a late game sweep, as we do actually see a protect focus here, and clearly that being the target of choice with the Icy Wind. Yet again, similar to what we saw in Game 1, trying to slow things down in terms of which Pokemon the Calyrex can actually outspeed or not. So I wouldn't be completely surprised to see the Ho-Oh focusing into the slot here, but seems like it was just trying to focus on the Calyrex, was met with the Protect, allowing Mao to get that Incineroar pivot move going onto the Flutter Mane, breaking the Focus Sash, of course, get via the U-turn, and it just now allows you a point where you're probably going to be able to either bring the Clefairy in for further support when it comes to being able to redirect and such, because I don't think it's time for Koraidon to come back in just yet. There's nothing that's been weakened down to the point where you can pick up a KO maybe with a Flame Charge or something like that on the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point to make. I think Mao is also thinking about the options that Yoshitake is able to make, because there could very well still be a Brave Bird coming into that slot. But however, it is the Koraidon coming in, putting up the Sun, giving the Flutter Mane a boost as well to its speed thanks to the Protosynthesis ability. Now being certainly faster than this CSR and the Koraidon as well, giving the option now as well for a very strong Sacred Fire just as well.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you can, let's say for example, you just missed the KO, you could easily get the burn and it may just put it within range of getting picked off. And I think what Miles identified here is that if you Terra Fire with your Koraidon from the get-go, you go for the Flame Charges, you can pick up the KO with the Sun support on the Flutter Mane and maybe position yourself to the point where this Ho-Oh will start getting whittled down a bit more quicker, so you could start getting more momentum.
Yeah, the Terra onto that Flutter Mane, trying to make sure that it is not going down to an Acid Barrage whatsoever, being able to still provide a potential Icy Wind in that regard. Low kick, of course, not going to be the move of choice for Koraidon itself, but a strong Flame Charge can very well do business here, as the Terra is going into that Koraidon as well. We have the Terra on the Koraidon, meaning that Flame Charge is boosted by the Sun, boosted by its typing, and boosted by Koraidon's ability Orakium Pulse as well.
Yeah, and this is a really risky play from Mao. If he doesn't go for the protect on the Calyrex, as it's susceptible to a Shadow Ball, but no Shadow Ball to be found. Just going to be the Icy Wind from Yoshitaka, clearly favoring the mid lane play here and not wanting to go hard on the predictions, but that may have been a requirement in the scenario, as we're going to have to see how this unfolds. Clearly, the Calyrex was actually trying to target down the Ho-Oh there, as well as the combination of the Koraidon. So the Ho-Oh actually the prime target right now for Mile.
Yeah, seeing that Ho-Oh in the sun, Sacred Fire doing a lot of damage earlier already. Fearing the power that is, of course, this this legendary bird being able to just absolutely demolish targets in front of it. So we are seeing the switch out, trying to make sure that whatever is coming in will be a better check for that Ho-Oh fire move, because it is that Incineroar.
Yeah, and Incineroar is probably what Yoshitaka was expecting the prior turn, henceforth why he didn't go for the Shadow Ball focus in that case, and he just went for the very safe Icy Wind. But being brought right now acts as such a good way to be able to lock and pin this Flutter Mane into either switching out the subsequent turn or not because of the fake out pressure. But we have Ho-Oh set up the Tailwind. Speed is in favor, most definitely. I don't think there's been any sort of doubt on Yoshitaka's side. And the Koraidon trying to pick off that Flutter Mane, of course unsuccessful and met with the Protect.
Yep, so very well played by Yoshitaka. Immediately being able to read the correct protects, who to protect at what turn, giving the opportunity for this Ho-Oh to set up the Tailwind now as well. Now being able to retaliate with a strong Brave Bird in combination of Moonblast. This Flutter Mane itself has taunt, but not really being able to work on any sort of parting shots on his Incineroar, as the Flutter Mane is opting to switch out, seeing, okay, my use is not over yet, I'm gonna switch out, I'll be back.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't think you can afford to let the Flutter Mane go down there if you're Yoshitaka. But the fake out actually going into the Ho-Oh slot, Mao absolutely reading that defensive play that they forced into the Flutter Mane. We're going to be seeing the Flare Blitz, if I'm not mistaken. Apologies, the Flame Charge into the Koraidon makes the most sense. You can guarantee the KO from that range. And most importantly, now you start gaining more speed. But there's still the Tailwind in effect over on Yoshitaka's side.
Yeah, Tailwind is in effect, and the option of Scale Shot is very much there as well. Incineroar can be switched in, again, trying to get that Intimidate off right now. To maybe make sure that this Koraidon is not able to pick up KOs. But now, within Tailwind, with Collision Course in his left hand, with Scale Shot in his right hand, being able to target any of these two targets on, and trying to get a full-on KO here. So I do feel the momentum is very much in Yoshitaka's side. Okay, we have the switch out to the Clefairy now, and we have the protect from the Koraidon itself, trying to keep itself safe as the attack is coming out into that Koraidon slot just as well, trying to make sure that that is not going down to any sort of low kick. Brave Bird, however, going into that Koraidon, but thanks to the added bonus of that Friend Guard, not taking all of that much damage there.
Yeah, exactly. And in that scenario, you just have to sort of try to rely on the Friend Guard being able to go ahead and add that additional support when it comes to the buffer of being able to resist any sort of potential KOs going into that slot. But we still got it. 1 or 2 more turns left of Tailwind that do remain. And in this situation, Mao needs to be able to navigate the board state as best as they can, as a collision course goes straight into the Koraidon, does not pick up the KO because Mao does still have the Friend Guard available. Low kick, not enough to pick up the KO on the Koraidon either, but the Brave Bird focus, of course, double up is more than enough. No redirection is the most crucial thing to call out here from the Clefairy, not even opting to go for it in this scenario and relying more so on an encore potential, which will be the target onto the Ho-Oh's Brave Bird.
Yeah, Brave Bird now is the move selected by Ho-Oh. I will have to be clicking that until 3 turns pass or the Ho-Oh switches out. Incineroar is not able to intimidate that Ho-Oh just yet, but that was a very clean play there, recognizing that this Clefairy might not even go for any sort of helping hand or follow me, or rather try to go for a protect in that regard. So very well read to just go for the collision course and make sure that at least the Koraidon first off is gone as well.
Yeah, and that's really what you need to do if you're Yoshitaka. You're one game down already. You need to try to make the big plays in the right situation. That's clearly what they have been able to do, especially when they had a really good way of setting up the tailwind when not a lot was going on the battlefield and be able to capitalize off of that. But we do have a scenario where Mao does have the potential of still going for that setup potential with the redirection available, with the Incineroar on the back to be able to sort of essentially play around with each and every turn with the fake out cycling and the friend guard being brought back in. But we see Yoshitaka switching their Karido now and bringing the Fluttermane back in, wanting to reinforce that speed control.
Yeah, follow me from the Clefairy, trying to make sure that that this Brave Bird will not be targeting that Calyrex Shadow Rider, as the Calyrex Shadow Rider is thinking quite some naughty thoughts there, as it is nasty plotting. Brave Bird coming out into that Clefairy, critical hit, doing massive amount of damage. But now we are still in a position where an Icy Wind could lower the speed of this from this Calyrex, as you are able to bring out your Koraidon at a later stage as well. The Clefairy is low as well, so despite the Eviolite, it can go down to a exemplary Moonblast from this Fluttermane.
And that's the advantage of terrestrializing your Fluttermane earlier on in the game to make sure that you can switch it in later on to any sort of road Astral Barrages that do come out from that Calyrex Shadow Rider. But we've got a scenario where, once again, speed control is definitely in effect from Yoshitaka's side. You got some options of going for the direct KO onto the Clefairy, as long as you're able to pick up the KO onto the Calyrex and survive an Astral Barrage. But seems like Yoshitaka is actually preferring to switch the Koraidon in here. You've got now Photosynthesis in effect, but also maybe acting as a sort of sacrificial lamb when it comes to this board state scenario.
Yeah, we have the follow me from the Clefairy, trying to make sure again that nothing will harm this Calyrex Shadow Rider. As the Icy Wind is coming out, bringing the Clefairy just a little bit lower, that it might be in range of a next Icy Wind there. And now a strong Psychic coming out from this Calyrex, making sure that at least the Fluttermane is gone and down and out for the count, as now you do have Pokemon that can come in and being able to threaten the CSR after KOing this Clefairy just as well.
I'm not 100% sure if we've only seen one Icy Wind speed drop on that Calyrex or two. Because if it's two, the Ho-Oh will be able to outspeed this Calyrex, especially because what I'm seeing here is Koraidon goes, checks the Clefairy, and then you go ahead and you check that Shadow Rider with the Sun up, with your Sacred Fire, of course, being so powerful. And then again, you're also covered by the Clear Amulet item, so that means that even if Incineroar does switch in here, you're able to still pull it off. But this sort of invites Mao to go on the defensive straight away and maybe get a defensive switch of the Incineroar back in at some point in order to be able to have Fake Out online in the subsequent turn. But it's sort of a bit dicey, no pun intended, with the loaded dice. I don't think there's any sort of need for you to go for it here. You just need to make sure you pick up the KOs, and there's no protects.
No protect, it is just a follow me from this Clefairy. Seeing the option here, Flare Blitz coming out into the Clefairy. Clefairy finally going down, but now, if the Koraidon is going down, this will be a single target Astral Barrage at +2 with that Lifer. We already saw the devastating amount of damage it can do earlier to this hole, and this Koraidon, it is coming out into these targets, and it will bring both down just as well.
Wow, double KO. Like you said, I don't think there was any chance because of the Nasty Plot being set up for this Ho-Oh to be able to survive. And we've got a very similar situation from game one being mirrored in this game two. And even though Sun is up, we've got Photosynthesis, we know that this Raging Bolt is Assault Vest. It cannot forego or nullify the Fake Out in any effect. The question is, can it somehow survive a +3 Astral Barrage single target from this Life Orb? I don't think so. And I think Yoshitaka has absolutely seen that to be the case. We got the winner of that set. Mao Harada has progressed into the top 8.
Wow, what a spectacular game to see at the very least. Ho-Oh put up a brave fight, and I will not cry about it. But What an exemplary game, showcasing why Calyrex is such a powerful Pokemon just as well. Like despite Yoshitake having the speed advantage at so many times, the support of that Clefairy, of that Incineroar, just proving how good they are to help their king, that is that Calyrex, being able to try and set up and sweep.
Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of the strategy of protect the king, queen, monarch, whatever you want to call it. But the fact of the matter is, it works. It works so well, but you need to be able to make sure that you got some very key elements and components that fit with that strategy. You got the redirection, you got the fake out / disruptor / damage nullifier of sorts, or debuffer in this case, being the Incineroar. And then you need to be able to have something that can start sweeping endgame. Isn't just your setup. You can have more immediate offensive pressure, and that is that Koraidon, which we saw to a great effect. However, it felt like Yoshitaka was absolutely in the driver's seat all of that early to mid game, but at some point, as we saw the tailwind starting to expire, as we saw that the Flutter Mane was brought in but then got KO'd straight after, I think that was a very key turning point.
Yeah, exactly. Mao realizing that Nasty Plot was still really important, being able to KO the Flutter Mane like that, because Flutter Mane has a very decent special defense, being able to potentially even survive a Psychic with only the Life Orb boost at that range. So Mao recognizing that and not even willing to risk it in that regard. Clefairy being able to redirect and being able to make sure that whatever this Calyrex wants to do, I am there for it. I will be able to do it. And as you said, if there were 2 Icy Wind drops, there were a lot more options there for Yoshitake. But unfortunately, the Flutter Mane was focused on because Mao correctly assessed the threat.
Yeah, and did it to such a great standard, and that's why they are in the top 8. So we've got our first top 8 placed trainer, which is, against Yoshitaka Izawa as well, who had gotten top 32 at Japan Nationals earlier this year. Did a really good job in going ahead and showing to such a great degree that, yes, even Ho-Oh can take you very, very far. Top 16, not too shabby. And like you said, 100% win rate until that top 16, which is incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where if you believe in a Pokemon and you have worked out how it can work in this current meta, because we have seen other picks pop up as well. We do know that, for example, James B is playing with Regieleki just as well, which is the only Regieleki as well. And speaking of that, you can watch that match in just a bit as well, because on the other side of the screen, they are still playing. But don't be alarmed, we will be back shortly with with another top 16 match. So get a refreshment, go watch the main stream, and you can return a grand return here for another top 16 match. So we'll see you in just a bit.
Welcome back, folks. We are here for yet another top 16 match at the side stream, of course, at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships of Anaheim. And I am Costa, as always, joined by the ever so lovely Mr. Simon van der Bart, aka Schmon. And yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely fun. We've been having such a great time, as you can see. And honestly, we have had such fire matches, you know, back to back. Japanese top class styled, world class, should I say, matches from all of these well-known trainers. But we got yet another one in store for you that is coming up. It is going to be yet another top 16 match, like we mentioned, and it's going to be between Hirofumi Kimura versus Aaron Brock.
Yeah, an interesting match to see as well. Another top 16 match. Let's take a look at the teams. We do have Aaron Brock rocking with the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and the Zamazenta team. Something that we have seen a few times and proven to be quite useful. This time around, Assault Fest Chimpao back at it again with the Ice Spin, Ruination, Sucker Punch, and Ice Shard, which I am absolutely loving this set right now. And two redirectors there as well within the Ogerpon and the Amoonguss there. So very good support Pokemon here all around this Calyrex.
Oh, 100%. It's such a fascinating set as well. I know that Jamie Boy popularized the Chien Power Assault Vest. I'm sure it was a Terra Electric back then, a couple of regulation set formats ago, but really proving its worth and guaranteeing different methods of with the combinations they can pair up with them, with the Zamazenta. You can easily go through Pokemon such as like a Lunala, for example, with the Shadow Shield, and just bring it down to 50% of its HP, and then follow up with the Behemoth Bash, or even an Ivy Cudgel, and that could absolutely ruin the Lunala's dreams as well as flowcharts. But then over on Hirofumi's side, we've got yet another Koraidon, folks, paired up with the Calyrex, Ice Rider, Incineroar, Smeargle, Landorus, and Rillaboom. A core 6 that we have definitely seen from Hirofumi as well this weekend, but also from quite a few other Japanese as well as Australian players as well.
Yep, and I'm absolutely here for it. Koraidon proving to be useful once again. This time around, we've seen collision course, we've seen close combat, and now low kick is the choice. We have been talking a lot about low kick already, proving how useful it is. And we have talked a lot about this Smeargle being the new option that you have against other more standard Smeargles with Fake Out, where you are opposed to that having Spiky Shield, where you are able to make sure that your opponent will hurt itself, breaking sashes on any opposing Smeargles, in fact, like that, while you have two other Fake Outers being able to support your team as much as possible. The Calyrex, Terra Fairy, Leech Seed, Glacial Lance, powerful all around, together with an option with this Koraidon as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's just a lot going for it, especially because you're like, okay, well, you know, you've got two Fake Out users on Hirofumi's team. Why not have a third Fake Out user? And clearly there's some sort of flowchart that these trainers have identified when it comes to having Spiky Shield rather than a Fake Out available to be able to sort of force certain pins and scenarios of breaking either their own Fake Out, Focus Sashes, or even in certain cases, whittle it down to the point where you can put it within range of, let's say, the example, a low kick from a Koraidon that could pick up a surprise KO on certain Pokemon. So there's a lot going for it. But like we've said, it's just going to have to come down to both of these trainers and how they best adapt going into this matchup in particular. They've been playing all weekend. From yesterday, they had 8 grueling Swiss rounds. They had another 2 today. They had, of course, led us to this point where they are in the top 16. And Hirofumi Kimura, no stranger to the World's Experience 2019 finalist. And yeah, he's clearly out for more and even more hungry.
Yeah, exactly. It's as you said, but like, let's not dismiss Aaron Brock either, because in 2023, Yokohama got top 32 there. Certainly not too shabby to say at the very least. And in Portland, got top 4 just as well, just this year as well. So proving that these players, like all the players that we have been featuring, have gotten so many accolades. It's honestly impressive after a while, where you're just like, oh, you have another title. Oh, cool. You have another achievement. Oh, that's great. Oh, you have another one. They keep on going up and up. The stocks are not stopping, and this is honestly. If you are Aaron, you kind of want to defy not really the Japanese buff that's going on here right now, because let's be honest, we've seen a lot of Japanese players still in top cut contention. We've seen a lot of Americans just as well. So it might be a deciding factor who will push on through to get this World Championship title. Honestly, we have two horses on the field. We have two fighting types being the restricted pair as well, and then we have Smurgle being able to provide as much support as possible, because Ruination, Spore, and Spike Shield is such a cool combination of moves to have, in my opinion.
100%. And I think it sort of allows you so much more room when it comes to being able to navigate the different matchups in the current meta by being able to have as many options as possible. You know, having one redirection user is great, but if you've got a second one that's also immune to powder-like moves or grass types and whatnot, then that's fantastic, especially when you could go on the offensive. And Ogerpon Cornerstone is one that we haven't seen as often in recent times within this regulation, but I'm very happy to actually see it start making a comeback. Aaron doing an incredible job with it. He has utilized Ogerpons in the past. He's gotten top 4s with them as well over across the pond in the NA region with some of the major event regionals there. So yeah, really huge accomplishment for himself to be able to break that top 32 ceiling of Worlds attendance for himself, going into the top 16, and clearly looking for more going into top 8, just one set away.
You don't want to stop here, right? Aaron is definitely hungry for more. Like, okay, I got top 32. I'm not ending it here at top 16. I'm going for more. I'm going for that valuable title, of course, as well. And I do love that you mentioned the Ogerpon, because in early meta we saw Ogerpon Rock being used a lot because it has access to that sturdy ability and the follow me, being able to make sure that you are able to at least tank 2 hits in that regard. We have seen like Smurgle doing kind of the same with its focus sash and stuff, but then again also with things like, for example, fake out, making sure that it is able to give another turn of support in that regard. But Aaron, seeing the option that is the Ogerpon Rock, because Rock type hits very hard, and at times there's not a lot of things you can really switch into that either.
It's true. It's such a great offensive typing. There's so many flying types to be found. There's a lot of fire types generally, especially those pesky Terra fires that we've seen. We've seen Koraidon at this point. It's just glued to Terra Fire. It kind of has to, with the ability it comes with and the modes that it allows for its partner Pokemon to go through. But I'm going to be completely frank with you. This is going to be a close one between both of our trainers. The matchups are going to be fascinating, as we're going to be going straight into game 1. Let's make some noise. We're going to be seeing things from Aaron Brock's perspective versus Hirofumi. We have got the Chi and Power Zamazenta combination against the double restricted over on Hirofumi's side, Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Koraidon, already putting a good amount of pressure from either side. But in particular, when it comes to the speeds, you would assume that the Chi and Power at least would be the fastest thing right now.
Yeah, Chi and Power being one of those very fast Pokemon that could potentially speed tie with the Koraidon itself, but that is, of course, another thing that you have to think about what the possibilities here are in that regard. Zamazenta itself is kind of fearful of a strong low kick coming out from its Koraidon. Definitely, when your own Chi and Power is on the field, being able to lower the defense set of all the Pokemon on the field. So all 4 attackers here on the field do feel kind of threatening.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Especially with the Zamazenta sort of being the best Pokemon to be able to counter that scenario because of his Dauntless Shields, providing himself that +1 in defense. But It's going for the terrestrialization, opting for the dragon typing, which is a good run back to what it previously had been doing. We've seen it recent times, switching over to water type Terra, but not being the case. Ruination targeting the Calyrex, no protects from Hirofumi's side. Flame charge going into the Chien-Pao, not even enough to pick up the KO, because guess what? This Chien-Pao is built for bolt. Behemoth Bash going into the Calyrex, picks up the KO, wombo combo, no need to even try to terrestrialize, as the Calyrex was locked into a pin in that case. It had Fairy Terra as an option, and that is, as we know, no option against a Behemoth Bash.
Yeah, Behemoth Bash, a very good choice. Definitely against a Pokemon that is as heavy as Calyrex. You might be missing on some base power against some Pokemon, but the consistency of Behemoth Bash proving itself useful. Chien-Pao surviving the flame charge. It was not my bingo card either, but we do know that Sword of Ruin does not affect Chien-Pao itself, of course, as the Koraidon did get the speed boost, does get a boost from the sun, but is not a fire type in itself as of yet. So if it goes for the Terra, I'm pretty sure it would have gotten that knockout. But now you have this Zamazenta that you have to deal with its Terra Dragon, and you just lost your strongest ice type.
Yeah, and that will prove to be quite crucial, you would think, if it weren't, of course, for the Terra Fire option. Koraidon clearly wanting to forego any of those ice-type weaknesses. Maybe trying to capitalize off of a cheeky no follow me here, just going for the raw Spore or even Spiky Shield in anticipation, as we do see the Zamazenta followed suit by, of course, the Smeagol going on the defensive, but this allows so much more room for the Koraidon, especially because it hasn't even taken any sort of damage, given the Ice Shard was targeting the Smeagol there, but it has targeted that Chien-Pao. Did not fall for the defensive trick of the Protect on the Zama. Now at +2 of its speed, it is definitely not ever going to get outsped. Probably not even by this moody boosted Smeagol, even if it did go for speed. But actually, +2 in attack and drop in its speed instead.
Drop in speed is probably not what Hirofumi would have loved to see. Having a speed boost would have been very good, because you are threatening that, of course, that Spore in that regard. But now, Ogerpon on the field, meaning it is able to redirect any sort of move, while the Zamazenta is able to dish out still valuable damage. So earlier I mentioned Calyrex next to 2 redirectors is really good, but guess what? Right now, this Ogerpon next to Zamazenta proving to be really good as well, being able to redirect any sort of moves and being able to body press left and right.
Yeah, exactly, and such a good way to be able to allow Zamazenta a bit more room and even add more to the defensive side, given that there's no speed boost from that Smeagol. It means you don't have to go for the follow me from your Ogerpon. You just go for the double focus there and finally get rid of that slot, leaving Hirofumi down to his final 2, as we do have Flame Charge targeting the Ogerpon, not even going for the Flare Blitz, clearly identifying they do not want to get any sort of recoil damage dealt onto that slot, focusing more so on breaking at least the sturdy, and that's the most guaranteed thing. Given the fact that Ivy Cudgel follows up after the body press, of course it gets rid of that Smeagol. Like we said, Shmon, now leaves Hirofumi in a bit of a pickle, given the fact that they've only got their final 2 Pokemon remaining. This Koraidon is the fastest thing on the field, no doubt about it, and probably for the rest of the game. But the Landorus is the final choice of Pokemon.
Yeah, this is going to be some fine choices that have to be made by Hirofumi, deciding who to target, because there is a little bit of a mind game going on. Ogerpon is able to follow me. It is just as well being able to just go for a Spiky Shield, giving some chip damage onto the Koraidon in that regard, as the Zamazenta is able to dish out damage with the Heavy Slam or even with a Body Press onto the Koraidon. Koraidon is the key piece right now that Hirofumi needs desperately to be able to, definitely with what we saw in the back that Aaron has, which is that Calyrex there, which is still having its focus as actually, so the options are dwindling from Hirofumi's side, but seeing that the Calyrex, that the Koraidon is the important piece, going for that Protect, the Ogerpon is just going for that Follow Me.
Yeah, Behemoth Bash will be targeting down the Landorus, not even dealing a 2-shot from this range, which is definitely not what Aaron would like to see, but most importantly, the Ogerpon has finally been felled. Now we're in a scenario where the battlefield has been equalized. You got a 2 versus 2, good old-fashioned slugger match of a match between both of these sides of the field. But the Calyrex, it still has its Focus Sash intact, which means it's not going to fall susceptible to a Flare Blitz Oko, essentially, from this Koraidon, which could be key.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of options that I can see that can save Hirofumi here, because of course Terra Dragon Zamazenta proving to be quite strong right now, as it is able to resist anything that Koraidon is able to throw out. Low kick will still deal respectable damage as long as the sun is up, but with that defense boost that the Zamazenta has gotten, with its with the neutral nature of what low kick becomes, it's not gonna hit all that hard. So Hirofumi is struggling to even get a KO on either of these targets, I feel. So this deciding turn will make up for it, maybe with a Protect coming out from the Calyrex.
Oh, it might, and it's just going to have to come down to Hirofumi's targeting, I would say. But the double Protect from Aaron's both Pokemon, followed by the Landorus in suit, clearly shows the intentions of both of our trainers. But the Flare Blitz, of course, will be targeting that Calyrex, clearly wanting to go for the maximum damage output that you can. Maybe, hopefully, you could try to connect with the Sandsear Storm, but at this point, I just feel like there's just not as much gas left in the tank for Hirofumi to be able to capitalize off of the diminishing resource availability from their side.
Yeah, no sun, no good time right now. As it's not really the rain, but it's the chilling rain of this Calyrex trying to come out with a strong Acid Barrage, being able to potentially pick up the KO together with a body press from the Zamazenta. So I think Hirofumi just wants to collect as much information as possible right now. A double Protect from the Landorus, trying to keep it safe just at the very least. So we have the Flare Blitz coming out from the Koraidon. Now, you could potentially get a burn here because it is a secondary effect, but not even without the sun, it's not even going to put this Calyrex onto its Focus Sash, as the Acid Barrage from the Calyrex is coming out, making sure that this Koraidon will definitely be in range of a following attack here by either the Zamazenta or even the Calyrex in the following turn.
Yeah, and the Body Press actually trying to target down the Landorus just to make sure you can guarantee the KO onto it for whatever reason, if Astral Barrage is not able to.
Yeah, now that we're in this position, the Calyrex is still the slower target, is able to protect again, but the Koraidon is able to now KO the Calyrex, as it is able to dish out damage to the Zamazenta, as where the Landorus is able to just go for another power. So suddenly the game is still not completely over. The Koraidon is the one opting to protect here, just trying to make sure that at least stays alive. And it is Acid Barrage from the Calyrex. Let's take a look if this Landorus is able to tank it, because it took that Behemoth Bash quite comfortably. And with that is just a KO onto that Landorus.
Yeah, even though it did start getting a bit more interesting towards the end there, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, this Koraidon's just not going to be able to get any sort of comeback story going for it, at least in this game one. The Zamazenta, let's just have a chat about that, Shimon, real quick. It had not taken damage before this low kick. That only just came out right now. That is clearly a bit of an indication of what Hirofumi really needs to try to target down and start getting rid of, because clearly it's such an important piece to Aaron's strategy. That's why he went for the terrestrialization from the get-go, straight away, not messing about. He wants to make sure, even if there's a case he has to switch it out, it could be brought back in as a dragon type.
Yeah, that dragon type proving to dividends, as the only Pokemon really able to hit that was that Calyrex Ice Rider, being able to hit it with a Glacial Lance. But again, if your Calyrex is immediately deleted off the battlefield, it's really hard to try and hit this Zamazenta for super effective damage in that regard. And because of that, the Zamazenta was just able to sit down and do what it wants to do, because despite it being known as a defensive Pokemon, Body Press is a real threat, because it is using its defense stat, making sure that everything on the field will get chipped down, will get a lot of damage onto the field just as well.
Yeah, the best offense is defense, at least when it comes to Zamazenta. That is a definite fact, but we're going to have to go and sort of evaluate how Hirofumi can try to bring this back. Because like you said, the Calyrex, it just went down too quickly in that game one. You want to be able to safeguard it more towards the mid and end game scenario. So we may very well actually see a Trick Room strategy being implemented from Hirofumi's side. You just need to be able to be a bit cautious on Aaron's options because he's just got so many and he keeps on leading with the Chi and Pow. Perhaps a bit of an indication of, I'd even say, a Calyrex and Incineroar lead from the get-go. Maybe even bring in the Rillaboom at some point if you really want to try to get some more mileage going with Fake Out, Disruption, and maybe an end-game Koraidon play could be the scenario, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's not that easy to foresee what the adaptation can be for Hirofumi because Aaron can just as well try and adapt to whatever Hirofumi wants to adapt to. In that regard, I do think Trick Room might be a way to go, but that is the amazing part of Zamazenta being able to wide guard, making sure that Glacial Lance is not all doing that much. Leech Seed is a little bit slow in that regard. Certainly when there's a Pokemon that is able to make sure that can just keep clicking these Astral Barrages just as well.
Well, we are finding out, and it is indeed the Incineroar and the Calyrex Ice Rider being led by Hirofumi versus Aaron's Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider this time round. So still have an immunity to the Fake Out, but also you've got the Zamazenta directly being able to threaten the Incineroar, but we do have a big change-up of affairs. The fact that the Incineroar does not have Will-O-Wisp means it's not going to be able to directly threaten the Zamazenta as much under Trick Room conditions, but it's still going to give Hirofumi a lot more room to navigate around this board state.
Yeah, and that is one of the scariest things as well. This Calyrex now just being on the field immediately, being able to just threaten with its sheer presence right now. Incineroar, amazing defensive typing against his Calyrex, but that is why Calyrex as Zamazenta works so well because of body press, of course, as the Calyrex is actually opting out to switch out to Amoonguss because we are expecting Trick Room.
Well played, Aaron. What a great way to adapt. Unfortunately, we have gotten a bit of an error that has popped up, but don't worry. We are going to go ahead and try to get that resolved ASAP. But for now, let's just talk a bit about the Amoonguss being brought there. Aaron, you cheeky dog, you. Well played. What a great way to showcase the adaptation of the adaptation. You sort of know that your opponent feels so forced to try to, they have to directly respond to the biggest threat that they could not overcome in the previous game. Okay, cool. Let me think. What are your options? Trick Room. Okay, cool. Maybe you could lead with that. That would suggest I should try to make sure I prep myself. I don't just stay on the fence, and I have some sort of answer to that. And the Amoonguss already seemed like such a great way to do that.
No, absolutely. I do believe that was a great call by Aaron, just recognizing, okay, we, like my two leads, they're strong. So Hirofumi is forced into a position where they need to set up Trick Room. There's no other way around it. They are locked behind a singular path that looks like the only option to bring. So bringing out that Amoonguss, giving Trick Room, being able to spore left and right, because there's not a lot of targets that Hirofumi is able to make sure that don't fall asleep. You have the Rillaboom, you have the Incineroar, you could potentially have Terra Grass Smeargle, but it wasn't on the field as of yet. So, but then if you need to keep switching to those Pokemon, you are lacking the power that you want to have within that Trick Room, which is definitely that Calyrex Ice Rider, to say the very least.
Yeah, 100%. And there's also the situation where usually if you're going to have an Amoonguss on your team and you don't have a Trick Room, you would expect to be running slow enough speed to underspeed the Calyrex normally, but outspeed it under Trick Room conditions. So let's say, for example, if you do go up against a min speed. And that's the sort of scenario where Aaron has identified clearly, okay, this is the moment that Amoonguss gets the shine the most. You could always guarantee outspeeding that Calyrex under Trick Room. But we're going to have to find out how things go. We know our trainers are going ahead and trying to get everything sorted with the judges as we speak. So we are going to try to hold out just a bit longer until we get a tiny bit more information in being able to figure things out.
Yeah, that's now an extra level of thinking, because we saw the adaptation to the adaptation. But what if adaptation again? So
adaptation to the adaptation to the adaptations.
Yeah, so it's a full-on circle that can happen, of course. But that is the interesting part about VGC, where we can see these high-level players try and go beyond what their opponent was understanding, what their potential plays could be. Because the Among Us there was a very good call there. We still don't know exactly what was clicked, because it could have just as well been a Glacial Lance into the Among Us. Most Among Us tend to survive at least one, but that could still prove to be quite useful. These are things that we now know of. These are plays that Aaron now has revealed that they like to be able to showcase as well. That is definitely an option that they can bring. So Hirofumi will have to take this and consider again what the options are. And I do think that's a little bit hard.
It is, as we have been told that there will indeed be a rematch. So we're still waiting to try to get a bit more specifics. That's all that we've been told. But I think that does lean into what you've just mentioned right now, Shmon, where there's going to be even more mind game layers definitely coming into affair now, especially if it is going to be a clean rematch. We're going to have to find out. But where do you go from this point, Shmon? Because it's so easy to allow this to affect your mental state of thinking, right? It's just how do you try to get outside of tripping yourself into this sort of loop, per se?
Now that you have the time where they are trying to reconnect, it is time to collect your breath and honestly take a moment for yourself. You already got this far. This is top 16 of Worlds. It's very commendable. It is super respectful. You know that the player in front of you is 1-0 in front of you. You have seen what they were willing to do. You've gotten a little bit more of information thanks to that disconnect. So now you will have to absorb that and just put all of that into your game plan, while just being able to maintain your calm self and play the best Pokemon that you can do, because that is the only way to do it, and that is while having fun. So fully commit to that, where you are just having fun. I am playing, I'm in top 16, enjoy that part and play your heart out.
Yeah, I could not have said that any better myself, because I think that's really what it does come down to. It's the spirit of the game, spirit of just having a good time. And I know it's quite crucial because, no one wants to go through this scenario generally, but especially when it's your tournament line that is out there and exposed and you're susceptible to it. And especially if you're in the top 16 of Worlds, you're thinking, wow, okay, I am literally, I got here. I am of the 16 best players in the world from the past year to this year in the current season. That is such a huge accolade in of itself. But you just, like you said, just be able to sort of appreciate where you're at currently. Make sure that you just keep your breaths going. Make sure that you've got the rest, the mental rest, as much as you can during it, because it can be a bit tantalizing and nerve-wracking. But it's just one of those things that also help build character. I've had similar situations happen to myself. Maybe not top 16 at Worlds. I have to admit, but I've been up against scenarios where I think I've had basically where we had to go ahead and we've had multiple disconnects, and it was sort of a best of one at the end of the day, where you had to go take it to the death match, or not death match. I don't remember the final match.
I know which one I mean. I know what you mean. Sudden death.
Sudden death.
Yes.
And I have gone up against Victor Medina in a sudden death, and that was at Worlds 2022, and that was not fun. I can definitely imagine that as who.
But there are instances where things like this can happen, and then it is a good time to just try to recollect yourself, because sometimes a change in attitude can do a lot of wonders as well. which can help you just enjoy the game. Because for me, for example, I was able to perform decently in Bologna because I had an attitude change where I was like, you know what, I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to go with a team that I love playing, can play in time and time again, and I'm just gonna go out and have some fun. And I did. I was very happy with my result. Had a team sheet error still, but like, hey, I still have fun. Like, it was a cheeky team sheet error, but things like that is just fun. Like, we all love this game. There's no going around this. There's no easier or harder way to say this. We all love this game so much, time and time again, because that's why we are here, because we want more VGC. That's why you're watching. You want more VGC. You want to see all of these players perform and showcase their best, because that is the cumulation, some word that puts it.
I can't remember the culmination.
Culmination of all the events of the last year, bringing it here to Worlds. And like, if you've seen like the main series, you've seen the amount of effort that goes in from players, from judges, from casters, from anyone there, because it's one core thing. We love Pokemon, and that's exactly what's happening as well. So I am so excited, and I want to see the next match, and I can't contain myself because I just want to be able to see what is going to happen. Because let's be honest, let's go back to the match. What is going to happen? Is the Among Us still going to be there on Aaron's side? What do you think?
I feel like Hirofumi has to go for the same mode. Like, there's no doubt about it, and I think Aaron has to respect it. So I fully expect the exact same scenario to play out. I still expect the Incineroar and the Calyrex over on Hirofumi's side. There may be an adaptation of maybe the... I still feel like Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta makes sense too. And maybe still having the switch of the Amoonguss would make sense. But we're being told we're going straight in to what is now the next game of this match. Is going to be a rematch between both of our trainers. Zamazenta and the Ogerpon rather than the Calyrex, but Hirofumi sticking to their play from that previous game to pre-restart of the Incineroar and the Calyrex, clearly favoring that Trick Room mode.
Yeah, the Incineroar proving dividends as it is able to intimidate that Behemoth Bash as well as this Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel. You do have a nice option to fake out, and you do have the potential to go for a lead seed, which is just as good as well, to make sure that the Zamazenta, despite it being its defensive monster that's on the field, you're able to slowly chip it down and trying to make sure that your Calyrex has its sustainability, as we have the Terra of Game 2.
Yes, and that is, of course, the Terra Fairy from the Calyrex side of things, wanting to make sure that it can get out of the rock type weakness if the Ogerpon does want to go on the offensive, which it may very well do so, especially because the Protect from the Zamazenta has come out. But no, just going to be a solid, I want to go ahead and burn your fake out away. And if that's at the cost of a Trick Room being set up, so be it. I will accept it. At least I'm going to be at a point where I can be able to navigate uncharted territories, but no Trick Room being set up, just a raw glacial lands. Clearly Hirofumi trying to catch Aaron off guard.
Yeah, trying to catch off guard is the right term, as right now your option to Trick Room is very much flaunted in front of you, because this Ogerpon is carrying taunts, is able to make sure that this Calyrex is no longer able to lead cheat or Trick Room right now. So Hirofumi has to find a way now to get out of this position, because the fear of that Among Us being able to come back was very much there, as the Incineroar is opting to switch out. So let's see if Hirofumi is able to wiggle themselves out of this.
Oh, we have a switch up. The Landorus is actually going to be brought in right now. A really good way to be able to resist that body press. And the Ogerpon with the taunt, of course. It's such a great way to be able to force this Calyrex's hand. And henceforth, why it gives Hirofumi more room to go on the offensive. Break that Ogerpon's sturdy critical hit, might I add. Most likely would not have actually been able to bring it down to that point because it hits neutrally, but still, we're gonna have to see a scenario where Zamazenta right now is still probably going to be the fastest thing on the field, but the Landorus is something that Aaron's going to have to respect.
Yeah, exactly. So Zamazenta is going for Protect, knowing what damage that Zamazenta did in game 1, trying to maintain it for a later time. Ivy Catcher coming out in the Calyrex, and that is a critical hit to boot it back, as well as the Earth Power is going into that Zamazenta slot right now, as now the Calyrex is able to go for the Glacial Lance, pick up the KO onto the Ogre Pond, but at the cost of half of its HP, and with a boost, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad deal at all from Hirofumi's side. Still has the taunt in effect from the Calyrex, though. That is something to factor in. And the fact that Calyrex is at low HP range, just over 50% from that HP bar, which does invite this Calyrex to come onto the field and start potentially even setting up, if not going for, not setting up, but just going for the raw Astral Barrage in this case. Surely, given the range that we saw in that initial game 1, Zamazenta follow-up from the Astral Barrage into the Landorus is going to be able to be enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah, this is a scary position to be in if you're Hirofumi, especially if all your Pokemon are known to be slower. We saw how much that Astral Barrage did, and Aaron absolutely locking in that Terra Ghost as well, trying to make sure that despite the Landorus in the last game got a little bit more chip with the Astral Barrage, making sure that this Landorus will not see the light of day in the following turn if it's staying on the field unprotected. So, what are the options that Hirofumi has? There's still a 4 Pokemon to be revealed here. The Landorus is the one switching out. Let's see what the option is.
Yeah, it's going to be the Smeargle, so what a way to be able to bring Redirection back on the field, especially with a double switch. So it's going to be Incineroar as well. So the real key thing here is this is a pure defensive double switch. You are able to be immune to Astral Barrage, but also resist Astral Barrage with your Incineroar. However, you are susceptible to the Zamazenta if it opts to go for the Body Press. You see Aaron locking in with the Ghost Terror, wanting absolutely as much damage as he can muster. Astral Barrage will come out, will be able to do nothing to the little painter of a dog Smeargle, and will be able to do, I would say, 15%. Maybe about 20, 25, I'm not going to lie. But the Body Press is the most crucial thing here. It was the correct slot. The absolute audacity of this Incineroar thinking they could come onto the field and be safe. But the Moody is in activation. Speed boost, baby, +2. This is the biggest threat and a potential lifeline for Hirofumi to come back into the game.
Speed is key right now, and that is exactly what Hirofumi is saying. A fast Spore into the Calyrex could prove it useless in that regard, as the Zamazenta is not able to hit this Calyrex for all that, still be able to hit it for super effective damage, but it's been intimidated twice already, so this Calyrex could very well stay on the field, being able to retaliate with a Glacial Lance, dependent on what this Smeargle itself will be doing. This is a little bit tighter. This was maybe the switch up that Hirofumi needed with that Smeargle speed boost. We do have Ruination as well onto the Smeargle, being able to give another option at a later time as well to make sure that everything gets chipped down as much as possible. Zamazenta going for the Protect. That means the Calyrex is unprotected right now.
Hirofumi's going to have to get the call right, and he does! Spore onto the Calyrex. Well played there, and that was so risky for Hirofumi to do, absolutely opening up the Calyrex to get picked off by a Behemoth Bash KO in favor of the Leech Seed, clearly not going for the Trick Room, given the Smeargle has so much of an advantage with its disruption because of the Moody boost. Attack now +2, drop of special attack, no drop of speed most crucially.
Yeah, no drop of speed, meaning this Zamazenta is a prone target for this Spore just as well. Calyrex has taken its first turn of steam, so it could very well just wake up in the following turn. It did not get a boost as of yet, but it is still that Terra Ghost, and Terra Ghost should, well, lose from its typing. It is terrifying. I'm not afraid of Ghost, but I am definitely afraid of this Calyrex Shadow Rider being able to absolutely decimate the field with any sort of Acid Barrage. You might not be super effectively hit. It is still a hard move. Spore from the Smeargle into that Zamazenta. Let's take a look if this Calyrex is able to wake up.
We're gonna have to see. What does the text say? It is still asleep. It is a very sleepy, sweepy horse. And the Calyrex, over on the other hand, of course, will now be able to move. Go for the Glacial Lance. Wants to make sure that it finally can break the focus sash of this Shadow Rider across the field from it. And just a note there, Shmon, look at how much recovery this Calyrex has gone through because of the leftovers. And if you didn't think Smeargle was fast enough before, guess what? Think again, it's a +4. Ha!
+4, the fastest dog alive right now, being able to spore. But now Calyrex has taken another turn of sleep, so the chances of it waking up are very real, as well as the Zamazenta that could wake up in its in the following turn just well. Zamazenta still asleep, going for its priority move, trying to see if it's able to wake up. Ruination coming out onto the Zamazenta. Finally, we are seeing it. Half of its HP. Saligo. Calyrex still asleep, meaning this Calyrex is now suddenly fully in gear, being able to lead seat the Zamazenta, bringing it lower and lower. And now the Calyrex Shadow Rider is able to wake up with a little bit more chance in the following turn, as well as the Zamazenta. As this Calyrex going from 50% suddenly almost back to full.
Yeah, that's incredible. Incredible scenes here in the side stream, folks. This Calyrex Ice Rider. Oh my lord! Wait, sorry! Now it's the fastest Smeargle in the West. It is a +6 of its speed, as if it needed any more. But the crucial thing here is Calyrex Shadow Rider remained on the field, was not taken down by a Glacial Lance there. So clearly Aaron trying to play with the dice there in hopes of either going for a Protect or a Wide Guard in anticipation of the Glacial Lance going out and trying to protect that Shadow Rider of his. But this allows the Shadow Rider some room. Surely this means Hirofumi goes for the double protect here, forces the Shadow Rider to wake up with its mandatory sleep and then put it asleep again the following turn.
Yeah, Zamazenta is waking up just as well, going for that Wide Guard, trying to make sure that no Glacial Lance was gonna come out, dependent on, of course, if this Calyrex was gonna wake up and be able to KO it. But Calyrex waking up just as well, and guess what? This is exactly what Hirofumi wanted, because right now, Spore is still very imminent. The Zamazenta is slowly getting its HP gone as well with this lead seed. Let's take a look. This Calyrex just eating its leftovers. It's got its snacks on the side. It's got the lead seed from the Zamazenta sharing its snacks as well. Like, this is a good time to be a Calyrex Ice Rider.
Oh no, yeah, it's having the best of times. The fact that Hirofumi found a way back into this match because of the Smeargle going crazy with the Moody Boost is it's such a Smeargle thing to expect, in all honesty. But this forces a Zamazenta now in an awkward spot. You either do the hard switch out here, or you have to take a Spore because you went for Wide Guard before. That's on the same priority bracket of usage when it comes with Protect in that order. So this is going to be a bit cautious for Aaron, whether he wants to try to roll the dice yet again in this scenario, and which Pokemon he's willing for it to be put to sleep in order to try to further his win condition.
Yeah, this is, as you said, it is a little bit of rolling of the dice. The Calyrex still has to make a decision, or to Wide Guard, to Glacial Lance, or to Leech Seed, as Calyrex is opting to protect Spore from the Spore, trying to make sure to get that asleep, but staying awake, meaning right now this Zamazenta is able to go for the Behemoth Bash onto the Calyrex, doing decent enough damage, but that is, of course, after a -2 after the Intimidate from the Incineroar. Glacial Lance coming out finally into the Zamazenta. Is it picking up the kill? No, barely missing out, but that is, of course, not counting on the Leech Seed, of course.
Yeah, exactly, because the Leech Seed is going to be able to do the job. And what a beautiful pin Hirofumi had there. You go for the Spore on the Calyrex, which is clearly the main threat right now to oppose this Ice Rider over on their side of the field, and just being able to lull the Zamazenta to the point where you could just get its HP back, pick up the KO, even if you can't outright do so. And now the Amoonguss comes in, and we're in a spot where, technically speaking, the Amoonguss can redirect a Spore attempt into that slot. However, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I don't think it's picking up the KO on this Ice Rider because of that range, which means Ruination into the Amoonguss with a Glacial Lance should technically be more than enough, but it's going to have to come down to the speed interactions of the Ice Rider and the Amoonguss, and the Double Protect tried to go through. It was unsuccessful.
Yeah, Follow Me coming out from the Smirgon, trying to make sure that at least Ice Rider stayed safe, predicting that a Double Protect could be the win condition. But now it's a lone Amoonguss on the field versus the Smirgle and the Calyrex. Amoonguss being able to Spore, but it will be redirected by this Follow Me, while the Calyrex in the following turn is able to go for a Glacial Lance. Honestly, this game is proving why Smirgle is one of those Pokemon that you have to respect and why it had so much usage stats. Even if it is a 1 in 6 chance, it's a roll of the die, it is still being able to flip the match on top of its head with a right Moody Boost.
Yeah, and that's essentially it. You just want to be able to find a way to get out of a precarious situation if you're in one, and Smeargle is your answer. Glacial Lance will finish off this job and force a win for Hirofumi and a one more slither of an opportunity to be able to go ahead and contest going into the top 8. We felt like Aaron had all of the momentum with the very smart and well-positioned Ogerpon lead, taking advantage of the taunt, making sure they could shut things down. But honestly, I do genuinely feel like the MVP there was Smeargle, just being able to outspeed stuff, not even need Trick Room anymore, just have Calyrex, Ice Rider on the side, dealing damage, go for Leech Seeds. You're fine, even if you're staring in the face of a Steel type whilst you're Terrestrialized into the Fairy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Smeargle was the MVP, being able to get that speed boost with that switch out. Incineroar was KO'd in that same turn. It was a correct call by Aaron, going for that body press in that regard. But as soon as that Smeargle had that boost, it was really hard for Aaron to try and bring it back, because a fully 100% accurate Spore on a very fast Pokemon is something you don't want to see in front of you when your main game plan as well is to be able to have this offensive pressure of these Pokemon going out. And there was the other issue of Ogerpon not being on the field anymore, so being not able to be following me. So prime opportune time for this Smeargle to really thrive, really.
Yeah, truly. And that's sort of what it's there for, in all honesty. Even if it doesn't have Fake Out, it's still got such good disruption tools available to its arsenal. You've got the Spiky Shield, you've got, of course, the Spores, as we saw, quite integral to its strategy there, but you've also got Ruination. All of a sudden, a Smeargle can do so much more than just disrupt. It can assist, especially when it comes to these very chunky, powerful, bulky restricted, as we saw in that scenario, which is incredible, because Zamazenta was not going to go down if it weren't for the Ruination.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think there's a lot of adaptation that Aaron can do, because like, honestly, you can't really prepare for a Smeargle boost. That's a really hard thing to prepare for. Especially if you are already at this world's level. We have now the Koraidon and the Ice Rider here from Hirofumi's side, while there is again the Ogerpon plus the Zamazenta from Aaron's side.
Yeah, so no Incineroar being led here from Hirofumi, but of course the exact same lead from Aaron's side in that game too, clearly thinking that there's a lot more mileage that he's going to be able to capitalize off of. And he still could. But Hirofumi switching it up with the full offensive mode going now, saying, right, I've got a pin situation that I want to force you into in terms of board states. I've got potential of setting up Trick Room, or I've got potential of just going for the speedy option. Go for Flame Charges, go for full out damage of Flare Blitzes and Low Kicks. Anything to try to distract and break the focus of Aaron's side to have to really commit to one or the other.
Alex going for the protect, trying to make sure that it stays safe because we have seen it is a very key option. Ogerpon going for the follow me, trying to make sure that no low kick will be targeted towards the Zamazenta. Low kick coming out into that Ogerpon, not putting it to its story, but doing still massive amount of damage as the Zamazenta is going for the Behemoth Bash onto the Calyrex right now. So turn one, Hirofumi made all of the correct calls, trying to make sure that the sturdy was broken on the Ogerpon and Calyrex is still at full HP.
Yeah, and I do love the fact that you've got the Koraidon available on the field, which kind of forces the Zamazenta to have to respect it and consider to terrestrialize. But then that opens up the field for the Calyrex Ice Rider to be able to capitalize off of super effective ice type moves onto the then dragon type. So it's a really cool way to be able to pin Aaron into really committing into what is, I would say, a more reactionary lead to Hirofumi. So it's Hirofumi taking the advantage and momentum, especially with that protect. So now you still got the option of going for the Trick Room or even an Incineroar switch out.
Yeah, Incineroar switch out does seem like a very nice option right now, as that is exactly what Hirofumi is seeing. Intimidate going on to the Ogerpon, Intimidate onto the Zamazenta, making sure that Behemoth Bash is gonna do less and less. Ogerpon going for the follow me, so as soon as that Ogerpon is gone, you are able to no longer, you don't need to fear that taunt anymore, Flame Charge, so boosting up that Koraidon just as well. So if the Calyrex comes in, it will still have to respect the Koraidon in that regard. As now body press on the Zamazenta into that Koraidon, doing over 50%, massive amount of damage, a big splash indeed, as now Aaron will have to see how to adapt against a +1 Koraidon and an Incineroar on the field.
It's a great way to change up your targeting from Aaron's side and say, okay, well, I feel like it's a bit telegraphed, the Incineroar coming into that slot, so I at least want to be able to take advantage of momentum and go for the Koraidon, deal a 2-shot, put it within a range of Calyrex, especially the fact that you've got Focus Sash Calyrex gives you a bit more flexibility to be able to sort of accept a full shot, very powerful move from the Koraidon while still being able to pick it off immediately after, sort of like a revenge KO scenario. So this does open up the floor for Hirofumi to be able to try to maybe allow his Koraidon to go down after it picks up some sort of damage or maybe breaks a sash on the Calyrex and start enforcing your Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room mode again.
Yep, Calyrex opting to the protect, trying to make sure you maintain that sash. Zamazenta just the same, trying to figure out what Hirofumi's plan is right here, as the fake out is coming out, going right into that Zamazenta slot. Of course, itself protecting itself, but now the main information is that Koraidon. Who is that Koraidon targeting? And it is going after that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So this could tell Hirofumi that, this could tell Aaron that maybe potentially the Smeargle might not be in the back, as the Calyrex gets targeted first for all of those acid barrages just as well. But that is also very dependent on if Hirofumi wanted to give that information or not.
Yeah, exactly. This could easily be a bit of a bait from Hirofumi to sort of get Aaron to feel a bit of a sense of false security when it comes to the expectations of what that fourth Pokemon could be in the back. So we're going to have to figure out. We know, at least from Aaron's side, it seems to be that a Moongus that he's got just in case the Trick Room mode does get initiated.
Walk off and KO that Calyrex just as well.
Yeah, and
Walk off and KO that Calyrex just as well.
Yeah, and what a turn of events, no doubt about it. The Aaron side is just down to the final two Pokemon. It is the Zamazenta, which has now terrestrialized into the Dragon type, and of course the Amoonguss, which is such a crucial Pokemon to still have available. Being able to just go ahead and essentially have redirection available on the field, especially when the Incineroar on the other side is down to just a slither of health remaining. And even if it has terrestrialized to water, it's gonna be going down to any sort of damage that is damaged attack that just is dealt onto it and targeted, really. So you gotta try to find a way, A, to navigate outside of Wide Guard lock that Zamazenta has available, and then B, find a way to pick up a KO on the Amoonguss.
Oh, no Wide Guard coming out, so if Hirofumi called this and went just for a Glacial Lance, this could prove to be quite problematic for the Amogus as well as for the Zamazenta, as it will do a lot of damage. It is the Glacial Lance coming out into both of these targets. Amogus still hanging on as the Zamazenta has taken quite a bit of damage as Amogus is now free to Spore, and we finally get to see what the last Pokemon is that Hirofumi has, and I do sense that it might be our little friend, the Colorful Beagle.
Oh, and it is not, my friend. It's going to be the Landorus instead. So we've got a situation where it's really not over at all. The Landorus could well go for a Sandsear Storm if it wants to hedge its bets and try to not mess about with any sort of redirection, but then you're met with the Wide Guard potential with the follow-up of the Spore. So it's a 50-50, folks. You need to try to lock in to whether you go for the single target move, and is that what Aaron's going to expect, or do you go for that spread? Do you go for the safer option? So Hirofumi, as we've seen so far, has been willing to take some risks. We're going to have to see if he's willing to right now. Amogus goes for the protect. No protect from the Zamazenta, and Behemoth Bash comes out, deals a very minimal damage, about 25%. Earth Power, does try to target down the Amogus. So clearly Hirofumi saying, I respect the Wide Guard. I have to go for this play. And Aaron just being that one step ahead, taking advantage of that and going for the slow protect.
Yeah, exactly. Slow protect, and now you're back against the wall. Amogus going for yet another protect here. This is maybe the call that you have to get. Behemoth Bash coming out yet again onto the Landorus, maybe fishing for a critical hit, trying to make sure that that goes down. Earth Power, of course, going again in that protect. Is the Calyrex still asleep? It is! So that means you're still able, you're still not out. Aaron still has a game plan to potentially do here.
He does, but he's going to really have to hone in on whether he can pick up a K on the Landorus fast enough. Zamazenta, we know, even though it's a dragon type, it still has +1 because of the Dauntless Shield. Behemoth Bash, is it going to be enough to pick up a KO? No, it is not. No critical hit. That was clearly the necessary need there. Earth Power does pick up a KO. You see Hirofumi going absolutely safe, not wanting to risk the Sandsear Storm accuracy or the Wide Guard. Being caught, and the Calyrex will wake up. He goes for the single target. Glacial lands, and it's enough to pick up the hero. Hirofumi Kimura has progressed on with the critical hit on top of that into the top 8.
Wow, that was an amazing match to see at the very least, because let's be honest, that game 2, we were thinking to ourselves, okay, yeah, that was all Smurgle. But now, Hirofumi showcasing in his game 3, no. That Smurgle, yeah, it helped, don't get me wrong. But this game 3, all me. And that is exactly what they have shown off right now. Bringing the correct Pokemon at the right time. And as well, just knowing what Aaron wanted to lock in that endgame with the Wide Guard plays and everything. And even the Incineroar going for that Terra Water, which is able to sponge the body press and that Astral Barrage, which was not something that I saw coming, really.
No, I don't think any of us saw. And at some point, it just looked really, really dicey. And Aaron clearly trying to hone in on focusing to get the dragon typing Zamazenta terrestrialization going at some point, obviously having to respect the Koraidon. There was a moment where we missed a bit of gameplay, but I'm confident that we saw the Koraidon try to go on the offensive, forcing Aaron's hand to terrestrialize the Zamazenta in order to not get KO'd, essentially. And that's sort of what we're talking about with the lead Hirofumi had in this game 3. You are forcing the respect of both of your restricteds into some sort of adaptation when it comes to defensive play of the terrestrialization. The fact that Zamazenta was led first means that it has to have the priority in order to not get KO'd to go for the terrestrialization. That's where you can catch the Zamazenta out with a late game Glacial Lance, Calyrex Ice Ride, and that's exactly what we saw Hirofumi do to such an advanced level.
Yeah, honestly, you took the words out of my mouth, because that was just high-level play. We have now seen 2 matches of this top 16 already, and we have more to come, of course. We have a little bit of an update here, as you can see as well. We have Victor Medina will have to face off against Hirofumi, who we just saw win this match. We have Montanamo versus Mikael Kesh in top 8 already confirmed as well. An in other information, Teo Timaso was able to get into that top 16 after duking it out earlier with Chupa Cross, I believe.
Yes, yeah, and what a top 16 we've had thus far. Obviously, we've seen a bit of a breakup in terms of the progression of some of the top 16 matches already being played out, leading to the top 8 versus the previous top 16 plus. But still matches that are ongoing. This isn't over, folks. We've still got 3 more trainers we are waiting to join in the top 8. But of course, there's so much going on in terms of all of these great trainers showing off all of the great skills that they've been able to build upon throughout the season. And I do want to give a special shout out, of course, to Michelle Kelsch there, one of those trainers that keeps proving time and time again he is ridiculously consistent when it comes to World Championships. Top 8, he is one more stage away from potentially getting 3 top 4 or greater out of 4 worlds he's ever competed at, if not 3 out of 3. So,
That's insane.
just imagine.
That is insane. Especially if the first year he only started in December as well. Wow. Like these players, they're showcasing time and time again that they can surprise us as well, and showcasing just why these players are considered top players with the consistency. I am very excited to see all of these players showcase what they have going on. I for one, I'm very excited to see what Teo Team is gonna be able to bring out, because they've had like a very interesting way of team building recently. With like earlier it was like with the Lunala, but now I saw that they switched over to Cataract Shadow in that regard, but still having the same core in that regard. And this is just, I love the World Championship. This is giving me such energy. But that is, of course, we do have to mention that that is the end of this round. But there will be more VGC action soon enough on this side stream. There is more content as well onto the main stream, where you can be watching another top 16 match. And we do hope that you're gonna go enjoy that, get some refreshment, come back and enjoy this side stream just as well. So we'll see you in the next round.
And we're jumping right here into the action. No introduction needed as our players here, Giovanni Shusuke and Mao Harada, are going to lead off here in this top 16 match. Giovanni here leading off the Lunala and the Chiyu, a very impressive lead, and Mao also with an impressive lead in the Koraidon and Fluttermane. Both players wanting to have some fun in the sun, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really powerful supportive Pokemon for some really relevant restricted Pokemon in this matchup. Setting up that Sun right away, though, from Mao is going to cause some problems with just how much damage output this Chiyu has later. If this Chiyu can find a way around the Koraidon, that's going to make things really high damage output from Giovanni's side just with that Chiyu. And I think the Lunala is in a nice position, too, with that Shadow Shield protecting it, to go for some pretty powerful attacks. We see it even has that Meteor Beam, so that Koraidon doesn't have a safe terrestrialization necessarily. That's going to be some really interesting damage output from that side of the field.
Absolutely, and we do see the terrestrialization here from Giovanni, and that's going to be into the Lunala into a water type, just so it takes maybe a resisted hit there from that Koraidon, and more importantly, the 4-time super effective Shadow Ball that could potentially be coming out from Mao's Fluttermane, as that is the move of choice that is going to opt there to break the Shadow Shield on the Lunala, and a Heat Wave from Chiyu here, thanks to that Choice Scarf outspeeding the Koraidon, doing a nice bit of damage with that critical hit. Over 50%, Geo definitely is thankful for that, and this Lunala is going to get to use the fact that the Beads of Ruin are on the field as well, following up with this Moongeist Beam, able to hopefully finish off this Koraidon, which it does, and I think Geo is very thankful for that critical hit on the Heat Wave, being able to finish off a restricted Pokemon at just the cost of your terrestrialization and not take that much damage at all. You're very, very thankful, and this Fluttermane isn't looking in the best condition either, so I think Geo very happy with that turn 1 there.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really wonderful targeting. If that Koraidon had not gone down, then there was so much pressure from the boosted speed Koraidon to be able to finish off that Chiyu with no terrestrialization available. But just taking that KO right at the perfect moment gives a ton of options going into these next few turns. That Lunala is sitting pretty with the wide guard ability to reduce the damage output from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that Chiyu, as often as it can, is going to just be trying to fire off these Beads of Ruin, Sun-boosted Heat Waves to get through the rest of the team, which there aren't a lot of fire resist left on Mao Harada's side, so this is going to be a really high potential for the Chiyu to get some damage out.
Yeah, and with a lot of HP left on the Lunala, it's not going to be in much range of any of Mao's single target attacks. So this wide guard here makes a lot of sense just to block against the Astral Barrage, Mao's most likely move. Also blocks against any speed control options that maybe this Fluttermane wants to go for, like an Icy Wind, and just has to opt in for damage. The Heat Wave, though, from Chiyu, thanks again to its Choice Scarf, is going to move faster. The Psychic, though, doing a lot of damage. Lunala actually hangs on at 1 HP, even with the Beads of Ruin there working against Geo. His Lunala is able to hang on by a thread, and this means it's going to get to go for another wide guard, and no Icy Wind option from Mao means it's going to have to take another Heat Wave from this Choice Scarf Chiyu. And I think, again, Geo turn after turn here, and on coming into this third one, is very happy with how this game has worked so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This Lunala is giving all of the defensive backbone needed for this Chiyu to be able to just comfortably shoot off those sun-boosted Heat Waves. And at this point, with Chiyu being so fast, it doesn't look like Mao Harada has a whole lot of options short of hoping for some Heat Wave misses. I think the Mao is really on the back foot here, and maybe even going to have to start thinking soon about the next game.
Yeah, and a Protect there from Calyrex Shadow Rider in a desperate attempt to maybe preserve it. If the Fluttermane can get off an attack here into the Lunala, you have the opportunity to go for your Astral Barrages next turn. But again, this Choice Scarf Chiyu is still on the field here, and it's going to hopefully be able to get a knockout with this Heat Wave into the Fluttermane, and that's going to be super impactful and reveal the last Pokemon here for Mao if it does land. It goes into the Protect first on the Shadow Rider, and it does connect there on the Fluttermane, able to pick up that knockout, and that's absolutely huge. Geo does have to reveal, Giovanni does have to reveal one of his 2 Pokemon here in the back, and, you know, with the sun still up, something like the Fluttermane we see Giovanni hovering over makes a lot of sense, as potentially getting even more speed control, right, with the Photosynthesis boost. Fluttermane with the Focus Sash are more likely to be running that speed booster, to just have faster be faster than threats like the Shadow Rider to Icy Wind them and things like that. So with the Choice Scarf and the speed boosting Fluttermane here, assumably, you're in a really good spot if you're Giovanni, regardless of what Mao has in the back. With the Beads of Ruin, with the speed control, you are looking very nice. And it is going to be the Clefairy there, which, yeah, that means Mao's last damaging option is this low HP Calyrex Shadow Rider. And even if Mao is able to find their way back into this game, the Life Orb is kind of ticking you down as well, and you're on a clock.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if the Calyrex Shadow Rider has enough attacks left that it could even possibly KO the Chi-Yu, even if Giovanni just switched for the rest of the game. So I think at this point, things are definitely looking forward towards that game too. I think Mao's seen the danger now of leading Sun if there's a Chi-Yu opposition. Unless you get that KO right away, it can really roll with the game. We're going to see this last turn play out, the Follow Me from the Clefairy, and an Icy Wind from the Fluttermane, which might just finish off right away that Calyrex Shadow Rider and bring us into our game 2.
Yeah, and a very explosive game 1. Not only did we hop into this game fast, but it finished it off quickly as well, which, you know, it happens sometimes that these games are just explosive. I believe these players also played earlier in the tournament as well, so for that match to have hurried up that quickly, that makes a lot of sense that it was that quick, that both the players knew, okay, this is what happened in potentially in our previous game. I kind of know what we have to do anyways. Let's just see how it goes, and you know, I'll adjust on the fly if I have to. It seems that way, at least from my perspective. That, you know, the game plans were very solidified, that Giovanni knew exactly what he had to do in that game, and I'm, you know, curious to see if he has to adjust at all in a game 2. It seemed like a very straightforward game plan. Yes, he survived with the Lunala and things like that, but it seemed very straightforward, and maybe that Giovanni was prepared, you know, for the Lunala to go down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's a few options that are really important here, though. Like the Mao Harada had that option to immediately try to take a KO on the Chi-Yu instead of going for that Flame Charge. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually some predictions and some mind work going on for both of these players having played before. I think that there's just a ton that rides on this very first turn. And so being able to try to sort that out can be really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, both these players are here in top 16 of the World Championship, so tough for sure, but I think both players are very capable of making hard decisions like that, not only in-game, but outside of it as well, while preparing maybe for their top 16 games, because that's another aspect of it as well that we have to think about, is as you get to these top matches, you guarantee know who you're going to play, and the limiting options of instead of playing, you know, from a range of like 400 something plus players, you have either 2, right? And prepping for that is a large part of these top cut games. A lot of players, you know, maybe go back and watch some stream sets and things like that to prepare and really hone in. You can have a lot more focused prep before you get into your top cut games. But, you know, with how quickly these games are happening, maybe they don't have much time to prepare.
Yeah, absolutely. These players both just really, like, at the end of a long day of a lot of really high-stakes top-cut matches, really have to just go in and make a lot of snap, split-second decisions. So we're going to see that same lead as the last game hitting the field. We've got the Lunala and the Chi-Yu against the Fluttermane and the Koraidon. A little bit of order switching for the Koraidon and the Flutter on the other side, but nothing significant. And the question really is, what are these players thinking about on this first turn? There's so many coin flips at play here.
Yeah, and I think Giovanni's choice in game 1 to go for that terrestrialization there on the Lunala makes a lot of sense, right? Again, the Fluttermane threatening that 4x super effective Shadow Ball is super threatening, as well as a follow-up attack from the Koraidon, and with that Sun Boost, the Orikai Compulse, as boosting the Flame, the Flare Blitz could be very dangerous if Lunala does not terrestrialize here. So I feel like Giovanni has to terrestrialize it, but you also have to lead the Lunala in guard of something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider on lead. And it could get out of hand very quickly if Giovanni does not terrestrialize. But we see him go for the terrestrialize here. Just again, you really have to. I can't emphasize that enough, but the Chi-Yu is going to get to lock in its own move as well, and I'm really curious what Mao chooses to do this game, as it is going to be a protect there to block against that massive heat wave damage that we saw in game 1.
I really like the Protect here, just sort of staying safe from that double target option from before while breaking the Lunala's Shadow Shield and forcing that Terastallization. Chiyu does get another Heat Wave off for its trouble, which is going to be taking that Flutter Mane almost down to the Focus Sash with that Sun and Beads of Ruin. Moongeist Beam is going into that Protect, though, so that's actually a really strong play from Mao, not losing any Pokemon in this first turn relative to last game, but very crucially, with that Terastallization now locked on Giovanni's side of the field, Mao knows that that Chiyu can be safely targeted with a fighting type attack. It can't turn into a ghost type or anything with Terastallization. And unless that Lunala goes for Wide Guard, there's even an option, I believe, to just go for an Icy Wind and fighting move and not have to worry about that Chiyu anymore for the entire rest of the game. So it doesn't look like too much has happened on Mao's side, but there's actually a bunch of momentum here and a lot more certainty in the kind of approaches that Mao can take.
I think you said it exactly correct, that Mao has now the option of picking moves around the Chiyu, right? Instead of game one where you had to deal with the Choice Scarf Chiyu, Heat Wave, you saw what it locked into, and as we see, Mao swap out the Koraidon actually into Incineroar, also going to take a potential Heat Wave and a following Moongeist if Geo sticks to that play as well. Being able to take both those hits on Incineroar is much more favorable, as the Moonblast there into Chiyu doesn't get a special attack drop, but actually the Chiyu's going to miss the Incineroar as well. If that was into the Flutter Mane, that would have been absolutely huge. But Mao getting a bit of damage there into the Chiyu, maybe playing around a potential Icy Wind. Just going for straight damage in the Chiyu makes a lot of sense as well, so that maybe you can finish it off later with something like a Flame Charge from the Koraidon, or, an attack from the Shadow Rider in the back, which we know would both be resistant, so chipping it down as much as you can is very helpful. But actually is going to be the Rillaboom here instead of the Shadow Rider, so leaving one of the restricteds behind at home.
Yeah, really interesting. I think because the Lunala has gone and turned into a water type, this Rillaboom actually has a lot of interesting options to do a lot of damage into that Lunala. The big challenge is how to make it through all of these really powerful fire type attackers as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we happen to see a Terastallization from this Rillaboom. And there's certainly still this question. Mao had an opportunity to get rid of that Chiyu last turn, but didn't take it, trying to keep that Koraidon safe, and now there's still a lot of onus to try to make sure that these sun-boosted heat waves don't keep firing off. And so there's maybe a potential to just go for a fake out and a target into that Chiyu to try to finish it off. But you really don't want to give this Lunala too much wiggle room here either.
Yeah, and I think with the double fake out here on the field, Giovanni feels pressure to switch out the Chiyu here into the Koraidon, which is definitely a lot more threatening against an Incineroar and Rillaboom, which Koraidon can hit both super effectively. Mao's not out, though, with the Terastallization coming in onto the Rillaboom there, and that's to just get away from a potential Heat Wave from the Chiyu. Water Terastallization fares very nicely, as you are going to be able to get a safe Wood Hammer here, potentially into the Lunala as a fake out goes off into it. If this is a Wood Hammer from Mao, this is going to really hurt. Now that the Shadow Shield is broken, that's a knockout there on the Lunala, and Mao, I'm sure, is very happy about that turn overall.
Yeah, that's a huge, taking no damage, getting off of all of that targeting. That's such a good testament to the choice of bringing this Rillaboom into this matchup. I think we really can see why Mao wanted to consider swapping things up and not bringing that Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it's really paid off so far. I think the question now, though, is you've gone through the Lunala, but Mao still has to get through a lot of other really powerful sun-boosted Pokemon like that Chiyu, and we can see the Flutter Mane option that Giovanni has as well. And now that this Chiyu can change the type of attack it locks into, sure, the Rillaboom is a water type and isn't weak to fire anymore, but if the Chiyu locks into Dark Pulse, then that's not quite so helpful anymore.
And without Fake Out being here on the field anymore, as it is past the first turn that both the Pokemon have been on the field, Chiyu is going to be able to get the attack off. Of course, Mao goes for something like a Grassy Glide in an attempt to get some damage on the Chiyu before it does move, which, if you do expect a double up from the Koraidon and a potential Dark Pulse from the Chiyu, as you mentioned, that could be a play, right? To get a little bit of damage before the Rillaboom goes away, just to make sure you can guarantee some damage on it. But with the Choice Scarf Scarf, I want to emphasize again, just having that speed control, I think, has favored Giovanni so much in this game. But with Mao's bulkiness that are usually on the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, I think that Mao has a way, if you can reposition something like the Koraidon back in with a Fake Outer, you are definitely still in the game. As, yeah, we see the Grassy Glide there, not finish off the Chiyu, able to hang on even with the critical hit there. If you were able to finish off, that could have been huge. Heat Wave, though, doing a tiny bit of damage as the close combat there is going to finish off the Rillaboom. But I think that small bit of damage is excellent, especially if you follow it up with a U-turn on their Incineroar here. If this is into the Chi-Yu, you're able to finish off that threatening target and reposition that Fake Out and get that spot that we just emphasized with the Fake Out plus the Koraidon. And this is still a game for Mao.
Yeah, that U-turn really turns things around there. Getting rid of that Chi-Yu. Probably the Grassy Glide plus U-turn would have finished off the Chi-Yu regardless, but definitely nice to get that critical hit and have no question in the matter. That's very crucially not just going to get the Incineroar out, but reset the Intimidate and the Fake Out, which is going to give a ton of opportunities for Mao to be able to claw his way back into this game. The big concern that I have right now is as that Flutter Mane comes out. I think Giovanni still has that really important Pokemon that has been preserved on his side of the field, whereas the Flutter Mane on the other side is gone. And so I think with this Fake Out Immune Flutter Mane able to get that Photosynthesis boost and threaten a KO on a Koraidon on Mao's side that cannot Terrastalize, I think the momentum is still very much in Giovanni's favor, even with that Incineroar hitting the field again.
Absolutely, and with the Focus Sash intact as well. Yeah, Moonblast is going to go straight into the Koraidon, get the one-hit KO being 4 times super effective, and with the Flutter Mane, Focus Sash intact, and this Koraidon staring down Incineroar, who just went for a Fake Out, I believe Giovanni has this game 2 sealed up and would move on to top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Giovanni getting a lot of really tight calls correct and preserving the right Pokemon to just be in a spectacular position at the end of this game. I want to call out, I think there was something really interesting that just happened that turn. It was the last turn of Sun, and so it was the last turn that the Flutter Mane was for sure going to be faster than the Koraidon. So there might have been a bit of a mind game there about whether the Koraidon would protect or not, and it looks like Mao just happened not to get the call right, and Giovanni got the call correctly, and is moving on to top 4, I believe. That's just so impressive from Giovanni. A really fast and explosive set to bring Giovanni into a great spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got into the match so quickly that our graphics didn't have a chance to update, so I had misspoke earlier and mentioned top 16, but that was, again, a top 8 there of the World Championships there, one of our matches. Giovanni is going to be moving on to top 4, and I'm very excited to see what he has to offer in our top 4 games. But we have so much action here for you today, and hopping into that game, having it be so explosive was honestly so much fun and a great way to kickstart our day, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We came into the game with a ton of Sun and a ton of Fire type attacks, and it did not disappoint. That game was, I think, like 4 or 5 turns each time, and that was kind of it. These players really know what they're doing. They have these really powerful offensive teams, and they knew that it was going to come down to a couple of crucial calls, and Giovanni managed to get them correct.
Yeah, and it's so hot over here that maybe the sun has reached all the way over here from Anaheim, but I think I am expecting a lot of great things from, both these players, even Mao, right? Even though it was a 2-0 defeat for Mao, I mean, again, Mao made it to the top 8. That is no small feat at all, and Mao has done so many incredible things and will only continue to do more, and hopefully we get to see them there at the next World Championships. But that's going to be it for that match as we jump into our matchups here on our pairings, as we get a review of what our top 8 looks like. We just covered, again, Giovanni versus Mao, but we have some other amazing matches here for you guys in Victor versus Hirofumi, Michael versus Montana, and Ko versus James. Tons of different talent from all over the world.
Yeah, some extraordinary names that have made it to this top 8 cut. Not least of which are the 2 that we've just shown, but there's 3 more incredible pairing matches. Just for people to be aware, we're going to be casting 1 more of these, and the main stream is going to be casting 2 of them. So make sure you pay attention to both streams so that you're able to catch all of this action. I'm really excited to see how these matches turn out. I think so many of these names I recognize as names I would have thought could totally win the World Championships. And to see them having gotten this far is just a wonderful testament to their skill through a really grueling competition.
Absolutely. I mean, a couple of NA players there, for example, James Evans, a previous Worlds winner, is a talented player there. We have Giovanni, I mean, who we just mentioned, who has been on the rise this season as well. Even a lot of the Japanese players in the bracket as well are posed to win it. I mean, there's a bias where it's every odd year a Japanese player is set to win the World Championship. So, I mean, there's still two of them in the bracket as well. That possibility is still there as well. But it really is hard to emphasize how much talent is at the World Championships. And, only one person can win it all. So I'm really excited to see who is going to become the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. There is so much action in store to be able to decide who's going to be able to make it to the top. I want to really quickly shout out, I think that there are two people in this bracket who have previously won the World Championships in the seniors division. So there's a couple people gunning for maybe even a repeat World Championship, which would be really exciting to see. So certainly anyone's game, but there's a couple of really important names to be able to watch out there for. We have Kotsukide versus James Evans, the two former world champions in the matchup. And as you mentioned, the two Japanese players in an odd year, definitely looking good for them.
Yeah, but I think that is going to be it from us for now. We are going to cut to a quick break before our next match, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action.
And welcome back, trainers, to Victory Road's World Championships VGC side stream. We get to feature an exclusive top 8 match here again after just having featured one before. I am Hayden McTavish, and I'm joined by Tyson Hughes. We're really excited to get to cast this. How are you doing, Tyson?
Well, really excited to cast this, but really excited to get to introduce ourselves after that quick match there that we had in top 8. But we have another explosive match for you guys here today. James Evans versus Ko Sukide. Both Hayden, as you just previously mentioned, former world championships or champions. And that's super exciting to see. Again, that high level talent that we keep emphasizing, to have the pinnacle of it, the people who've actually won that level of event before, face off. And what I would argue is a pretty early part of the bracket as well. It's not just finals yet, and you're not just there yet in this top 8 game. So you're really, really fighting tooth and nail here. But we're going to be getting right into the action as we preview their teams here. And to talk about them is going to be super exciting. And I'm really happy to highlight, what these two previous world champions have cooked up.
Yeah, absolutely. So on one side with James Evans, I believe we have the Calyrex. Oh no, it's James Beck. Gonna read through Kotsukide's team first. I think we have a quick update we need to do over team sheets. But Kotsukide's team we featured before. It was just on the mainstream. It's one of those standard compositions with Lunala, Miraidon, Incineroar, Urshifu, Whimsicott, and Ursaluna, but with a couple of really interesting techs that Tsukide has really been showing us through this whole tournament. We see that Miraidon has a Life Orb, so it has that ability to go for a Draco Meteor and then pivot a little bit. Now we're going to be able to feature that other side. We've got James Evans' team, still the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and a Koraidon, but with that Brute Bonnet being able to take advantage of the sun, one of my favorite Pokemon in this new generation. Really excited to be seeing that. And a nice Incineroar, Raging Bolt, Landorus, some standard, really heavy-hitting composition elements that James has.
And I think this is a perfect blend of new and old from both players there. We talked about how prevalent Miraidon has been this entire format, how dominant of a restricted it is. And even with the small changes, we highlighted Ko's team a lot yesterday, especially with that Life Orb Miraidon having the option to protect that small bit, I guess, has given Ko this huge edge to make their way into top 8 of the World Championships. But James bringing a blast from the past. Yes, it's a new Pokemon, but the whole thing with Koraidon is that he's one of the past Pokemon. And Koraidon bringing the sun there, I think having the other restricted from Scarlet and Violet, that being the Koraidon instead of the Miraidon, I think it's a cool meta change that we really get to see here at Worlds. I mean, Giovanni last game we saw the Koraidon. This game we're going to get to see the Koraidon paired with a different Psychic and Ghost type, but I think that's also another common theme is that Psychic and Ghost type, but a lot of differences between the teams and maybe how they're composed in terms of Sun, but those differences, I think, are what's going to make or break this matchup. Even something like the Brute Bonnet there, being the Pokemon of choice, having access to that Spore, and unlike a Moongus, also getting access to the Photosynthesis, being able to use your Koraidon just that much more, get that much more value out of it.
Yeah, there's definitely a whole lot of Pokemon on James Evans' side that are built to take advantage of this sun. The Raging Bolt and the Brute Bonnet, both with those nice Photosynthesis boosts. And then, as you mentioned, I think it's just wonderful to shout out. We've got both players decided, all right, we're previous Senior Division World Champions. We need to use a Scarlet and Violet restricted and a Ghost Psychic type. And that's their composition for both sides. We've got the Calyrex and Koraidon and the Lunala and Miraidon. I think that, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these match up. But both of those restricteds have a ton of damage into each other. Koraidon and Miraidon can trade pretty explosively, as can Calyrex and Lunala. So it's going to be really interesting to see when and how these players use their restricted Pokemon versus relying on those other Pokemon that can maybe take advantage of the sun in James Evans' case, or provide a lot of speed control in Kotsukide's case, just to shout out the nice Whimsicott Tailwind option that's there. And then, of course, there's always the Incineroars on both sides, being able to provide some fake-out pressure and try to be the glue to coordinate these different, very explosive potential positions.
And I think even more than glue on James Evans' side, for example, we actually see a sneaky helping hand making its way onto that Incineroar there, helping boost the explosive power of James Evans' teams even more, boosting up things like a potential Astral Barrage or a Collision Course from the Koraidon, boosting that power even more, while Ko doesn't necessarily have that option. Instead, you have a lot of your power just built in with the Life Orb on the Miraidon as well as Terrain, and then you have things like Ursaluna in Trick Room that, do so much damage if James doesn't pivot out the Incineroar to maybe reset the Intimidate as well. We don't want to forget the Raging Bolt as well. We talked about how much Photosynthesis helps the team out. Raging Bolt being a huge benefactor of that with the Assault Vest as well, maybe able to take Lunala and Miraidon's attacks a little bit better. And with 4 moves as well, that Volt Switch being able to repivot out, I think actually might come up in this game. And I'm really excited to see maybe how it comes out. And Ko's team, even though being more standard, I think having small things like that protect on the Miraidon are going to matter a lot as you play into an explosive teams like James, where a lot of the times they take advantage of the fact that maybe the Miraidon doesn't have protect and you can attack into it, double into it safely, where now James has to think, okay, maybe I can't double into this turn. Now they have Ko has the option to protect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that protect option is going to be really crucial from Tsukude's side because both players have a ton of offense, but James, I think, is a little more all in on that offense with the helping hand that we mentioned, with the Koraidon just like generally a very offensive Pokemon. And Tsukude, if he wants to make use of things like that Ursaluna, is going to have to set up some speed control first, is going to have to maybe have a few turns where something needs to be able to just avoid damage while there's a lot of board positioning happening. So I think having that protect on the Miraidon, having the ability to either be explosive damage or a safe slot is a really important and useful tool that Tsukude has been using throughout this weekend to very great success. And I think, again, it's going to be super relevant in this match.
Yeah, and I think as well, with a lot of the power of both these restricteds bring is I think the cool thing is, unlike Kyogre and Groudon in previous formats, you don't have to fight for your damage boosting, right? Koraidon will always get to set up the sun, and Miraidon can always get the terrain. So I think it's very interesting in that way where normally you have the dynamic of fighting for that weather, but having them be different in terrain and weather, I think that also feeds into how much damage both of the teams can do as well. Being able to not have your main source of damage and boosting turned off very easily is a very, very nice thing. Especially in a format like this where with terrestrialization you want to click especially on these kinds of teams, offensive ones where maybe, you know, your Koraidon wants to click Terra Fire, so you can even do more damage with your Flare Blitz or Terra Electric on the Raging Bolt. And not having that option to really turn that off from the other player is definitely creates these more explosive board states that you highlighted.
Yeah, absolutely. Koraidon and Miraidon both being able to set up their effects is such a huge deal. I think one thing I want to highlight about that specifically is that there's one Pokemon on James Evans' side that is very happy that Koraidon and Miraidon can mutually coexist with their effects, and that's that Raging Bolt, which can get both the Photosynthesis boost and the Electric Train powering up those Thunderclaps and Thunderbolts and Volt Switches. It can even throw in an Electric Terra to boost to get even more power. So I think that Raging Bolt might wind up being a pretty key player from James Evans' side, just being able to make use of all of these different effects. Now, the big question is whether James Evans is actually able to bring it, or if Tsukude just really plays into the Ursaluna option to try to keep it under control. That Ursaluna, pretty happy to see a Raging Bolt that can just finish it off with a Headlong Rush, doesn't have to worry about Thunderclap if it isn't terrestrialized.
I think the other big thing as well is that it's very happy to see that it's a Raging Bolt with that Dragon Pulse move. James may be saying, okay, I have a lot of offensive pressure. Let me maybe make a bit of a consistent option here in the Dragon Pulse, unlike Draco Meteor, which can miss, unfortunately. So having that consistency option there to just make sure you can do damage does have the trade-off of not having the chance to maybe Oko something like an Ursaluna, which nowadays are EV to maybe live the attacks on the Ursaluna. But you know, a lot of the times it could be weird depending on how they EV their Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. Not having that Draco Meteor, probably a really pivotal point of James Evans being able to make it to this point. Like, I think it's very worth noting that there are almost no inaccurate moves on both players' sides. There's like one on each side. There's a Sandsear Storm on the Landorus and a Draco Meteor on the Miraidon. But these players know that you really need to have consistency alongside really powerful strategy and like good predictions and everything. Like, I think making sure that you aren't relying on your team too much for getting like no bad luck is really important. But it does mean that James is going to have to find some other ways around this Ursaluna. Maybe one key factor in that might wind up being this Brute Bonnet, depending on how it's trained and where its photosynthesis boosts go. If that's a defense boost that it gets, maybe it has the ability to put out some pressure with that Seed Bomb into the Ursaluna, with redirecting the single target attacks and sort of forcing Earthquakes. Maybe even potentially getting a Spore off if that Electric Train runs out. So there's definitely a few options that James might have for trying to mitigate the Trick Room potential on Tsukude's side.
And I think, as you mentioned, something like the Seed Bomb makes up for maybe the consistency of Dragon Pulse with a Seed Bomb and a Dragon Pulse. Maybe that's enough to get that Ursaluna, which I think, as you mentioned, is going to be such a big threat. Not only can you hit something like the Raging Bolt, but those facades hurt, and they're going to add up as, you know, James's team gets whittled down bit by bit, because while they have a lot of offensive power and prowess, they don't really have the bulk a lot of the time. So they kind of have to sit around and hope they can do the damage before they get knocked out themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely just like a tough ability to try to handle the damage trades perfectly well on these both sides. I think having that Landorus option from James Evans definitely does give opportunities to sort of provide a ton of damage into the Miraidon. If you can play around the Urshifu, then it has a lot of damage into most of the rest of the team. Doesn't have to worry about those ground attacks. So definitely a few options for James, but you really have to make the right call for what Kotsukude is going to bring and how to navigate around that.
And with something like the Lunala there on Ko's side as well, I think you have ways around beating the offensiveness of James's team, where you have the innate Shadow Shield on the Lunala, as well as being a normal type, again, highlighting the Ursaluna, being just completely immune to the Astral Barrage, as well as having the option of Wide Guard. You have ways around the offense, as well as ways to just block the offense, and something like Assault Vest and Incineroar is very, very nice, as well as again emphasizing the protect there on the Miraidon. You have ways around it, and even something like Light Screen on Whimsicott might not initially seem like a great bring, right? Do I really want to bring Whimsicott into a Sludge Bomb Landorus and a Koraidon? But maybe in Ko's game plan, that Encore could be weaved in, or that Light Screen or Tailwind could be important as well to outspeed a lot of these faster threats like the Shadow Rider and the Koraidon. Maybe that's a part of Ko's game plan. I think there's kind of a deceptiveness here, where Ko actually has a lot more options than maybe meets the eye.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's one of the real strengths about the team that Kotsukude is bringing. These Pokemon are really well optimized to work with these restricteds. And so having the Whimsicott as an option to pivot in definitely just adds more risk to everything that James needs to do until James has confirmed which Pokemon Ko has brought. You really don't want to be caught with a Whimsicott switching in at the wrong time and able to Encore a Protect. Even that Raging Bolt, which doesn't have Protect, has to be a bit worried about whether it might get locked into Thunderclap at a time that when it doesn't want to be, or just be locked into an electric move against an Ursaluna where it can't even go for the Dragon Pulse to get some damage out. So I think having that extra pressure and the ability to switch things up is just really valuable in a best of 3 and a really high stakes situation. And so it's really nice to have those options, especially because that Light Screen does reduce the damage output from a lot of the most significant players from James' side of the field.
And, you know, Ko isn't the only one with a supportive grass type on their side. We highlight the Brute Bonnet a little bit, being able to do Seed Bomb, which is a very funny thing, right? Because Brute Bonnet's predecessor, the Amoonguss, you know, is this supportive beast, and you rarely see it running things like Seed Bomb, or at least for maybe a little bit once in a while, but for the most part, opting in for those support moves like the Spore, like the Rage Power, like the Pollen Puff. But Brute Bonnet's benefit is, I think, it gets the Photosynthesis boost, which once again helps against something like the Ursaluna if it's that defense boost. That means it's going to be able to eat a Facade a lot better than if it didn't have a defense boost, as well as things like the Seed Bomb for the defensive pressure, but you still get some of the benefits of Amoonguss, where you can run things like the Spore and the Rage Powder, and you also have the benefit of being a Dark type, so you can't get Encored by the Whimsicott, but you can get Moonblasted. So there's actually a lot of support that this Brute Bonnet can have as well. And with Covert Cloak as well, Ko's going to have to find a way other than just Fake Out from Incineroar to get around it. And again, with that defense boost, something like the Choice Band Urshifu might not even be a secure way to get around it, because it'd be able to live something like a close combat.
Yeah, there's definitely some options from the Brute Bonnet. It's a bit of an awkward position because of the electric terrain, because of the Flame Orb potentially stopping Ursaluna from being put to sleep, but because it's not like Amoonguss, it can do damage, it has Sucker Punch, it has Seed Bomb, there definitely are some abilities for it to be brought. I think, as you mentioned, that weakness to Moonblast is pretty crucial, though. I think, as you've also been calling out, Lunala is just like a really important cornerstone to Tsukude's team, especially in this matchup. It's got the bulk to take attacks from a lot of Pokemon. It's got Wide Guard to be able to reduce Calyrex's output. It is the only thing carrying Trick Room if you want to bring Ursaluna into this matchup. And so, knowing that Lunala is going to be such a key player, it still makes sense for James to be considering that Brute Bonnet, but it's going to be tough to be thinking about how do you use Brute Bonnet when you have to deal with things like the Moonblast putting down a lot of pressure and Brute Bonnet not threatening much damage back into a Lunala if the Terastallization goes into that slot.
And again, I'm not a master of either of these teams, so the game plans that both these players are going to bring are very exciting to theorize and analyze, because I think, again, this world's level of gameplay, like they have these set lines maybe that these players have refined over and over again, especially into something like Code's team. James' team is a bit more unorthodox, so maybe Code doesn't have as much experience into James's particular team, maybe into Koraidon, Shadow Rider in general, but maybe not into James's variant of it with something oppressive as well, like the Landorus or the Assault Vest Raging Bolt. So having a way around that is really cool, but we are having both of our players here decide that as we get into team select, and we're going to get that game to you soon, but really having both players have those refined lines is my favorite part personally of Worlds. Seeing the prep really come to fruition is just so exciting as you get these explosive games, and being able to bring it to a potential game 3 as well is really cool.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see these players sort of forced to innovate because they're playing such incredible opponents. And I'm really hoping that this is sort of always my wish when I cast a game, but I'm really hoping it'll go to 3. I think there's a lot of really interesting innovations on either side. We've gotten to highlight like a sliver, the tip of the iceberg of a lot of different adjustments that players can make. And so I'm really interested to see, knowing that Tsukude has a bunch of variants on the standard composition that totally change how it plays, so James can't just rely on his experience. And James has like a totally interesting, innovative team that's fairly different from a lot of the standard approaches. Both players have just a little bit of calibration and adjustment to do as they head into this match relative to maybe what they've practiced and prepared for. And I think that's always the case when you get to these high-level matches. So I'm really interested to see not just what strategies these players start with in Game 1, but really how they change over the course of this set.
Yeah, and I think both players, again, even though it's an offensive team from both sides, I think are really going to have to think about what they want to do. This is their world champion on the line. Both of their previous titles at stake, right? Both previous world champions. They are really locked in. They've done it before. They know what it takes to be a world champion. It's just a question of, can they do it again? And all of that, I'm sure, going through their minds as they select the Pokemon that they're going to be bringing to this game in top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure is extraordinarily high on both of these players as they try to prove that they're the battered Seniors Division World Champion, and we're going to see a lot of restricteds hitting the field on Ko Tsukude's side, the Miraidon and the Lunala, facing down a different Electric Dragon type in the Raging Bolt, and the tried and true Incineroar from James Evans' side.
Yeah, and this is exactly the offense that we expected there from Ko, but maybe not so much from James. Not leading the Koraidon to get that Sun up means that the Incineroar would have to go for a Helping Hand to boost up that Raging Bolt. But, as you highlighted as well, that Electric Train working in the Raging Bolt's favor as well if we do see a Volt Switch locked in here into something like the Lunala. The thing is that James really has to do a good job, I think, of this game at breaking that Shadow Shield before you can start to do damage, whittling down the Pokemon to be in range of something like that Astral Barrage later. But we do see the Fake Out there go off into the Miraidon, and this Raging Bolt is going to get to move.
First, it's going to have to take a Moongeist Beam for his troubles. With that Assault Vest, it might not be too much damage, but that's still a pretty hefty chunk, about a third of Raging Bolt's hit points. It's going to use that Electric Train boosted Volt Switch in retaliation. Mostly, the effect is just to break the Shadow Shield. It's nice to get that 10% chip, but primarily, James is able to get rid of the Shadow Shield and then bring in another option here. It looks like it's going to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So putting a lot of pressure on Lunala and Miraidon right away, quite likely to be faster than both of them. But with that Lunala having a wide guard, Calyrex might not be able to put out immediate pressure. So I'm really interested to see what James goes for this next little bit. I think that first turn was really an impeccable execution of a really strong lead from James's side, getting that Fake Out to delay the pressure from Miraidon, repivoting and breaking the Shadow Shield. But it's definitely hard to find a safe attack at any point with a Calyrex into a Lunala. That's one of the things that Lunala is most known for why it's been used so much in this World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. And being safe, I think, is definitely what James really has to decide carefully here as the clock ticks down. If you do go for something like a Helping Hand Astral Barrage, it can all just be for naught if Ko goes for a wide guard, as we see the Helping Hand play off into the Calyrex there. Astral Barrage going to be the move of choice, though. No wide guard from Ko, and that is an explosive turn. Not able to pick up the Miraidon though, but with the Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider on James's end means it's going to be able to live any attack from Ko's side there on the Miraidon.
Volt Switch coming out into that Incineroar, but it's too little too late, taking that Life Orb damage that doesn't quite KO the Miraidon, so still having the Miraidon in is huge from Ko, but that's so incredible. I cannot believe James just went all in on the Astral Barrage, knowing there was the risk of that wide guard and a powerful attack from the Miraidon, but James got that read correct, and that is devastating for Ko's side. Ko has lost an entire restricted and 99% of the health on the other one just from one incredible read from James's side.
Yeah, and I think that puts James in an amazing position for this game one. Having your Shadow Rider be swapped in and not take any damage, preserving that Focus Sash instead of having to manually switch out the Raging Bolt, I think it's just a benefit of having Volt Switch here on James's side and breaking the Shadow Shield as well. Otherwise, maybe, the Lunala gets to live that turn. But Ursaluna here is going to get to come in and be immune to those Astral Barrages from Ko's side, and Ko is still deciding on what gets to come in on that other slot, right? It's either the Miraidon that is in range of Astral Barrage or potentially another Pokemon that I'm not sure can eat a +1 Astral Barrage either. And with Helping Hand on Incineroar here as well, you're even threatening a Psychic into something like the Ursaluna, and this is looking more and more dangerous for Ko as the game goes on.
Yeah, we were just talking before the match about how much of a cornerstone Pokemon Lunala is for Ko's team in this matchup, and having lost it right away, I think you can immediately see Ko needs to just take a minute to try to figure out if there's a salvageable game plan for this match. We are going to see an Incineroar hitting the field again, a really good choice into this Calyrex, putting a lot of pressure out on the opposing side of the field, but it's tough seeing these two really powerful, slow Pokemon on Ko Sukude's side, knowing that they will not get this Trick Room at any point in this game. The Lunala is down for the count after only having attacked once.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Incineroar being a great choice here, swapping in. If you are looking for a chance to deal of Shadow Rider, you really want to, have a resist to an attack to have a chance. And you, of course, can, with Incineroar being the Pokemon on the field here, you can go for a fake out into the opposing Incineroar. James, though, again, has the option of that Helping Hand. There are so many options that James just has here that I think puts Ko in a really awkward spot. And we are just going to see a Protect, though, from the Calyrex to block a potential dark move from Ko's Incineroar.
We're going to see a Protect on both sides, it looks like. That Ursaluna trying to keep itself safe from anything like a Helping Hand Psychic. Incineroar is going to go for a U-turn. I think that was from Ko's side into that protecting Calyrex Shadow Rider. So a nice Protect from the Calyrex, as a knockoff is going to get rid of that Assault Vest on Incineroar's side of the field. Definitely nice for James to be able to just remove that item, make sure that these Astral Barrages are going to do a little more damage. But very crucially, Ko might have been expecting a switch out from that Calyrex Shadow Rider with all the pressure from the Incineroar, because now with that Calyrex Shadow Rider having stayed on the field, it has Encore pressure into that Ursaluna, which is now locked into, or has just used Protect, and could be potentially locked into it. So a ton of momentum that James gets just from burning that one turn, but keeping Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field.
Yeah, and while you can go for an Encore into the Ursaluna, you do have to worry about an attack from Ko's Incineroar to potentially bring this Calyrex down to its Focus Sash. But we are just going to see a Helping Hand here from James, boosting up the damage of the Shadow Rider even more, and at +1 is trying to go for attack, but the Ursaluna gets a double Protect there, preventing the Shadow Rider from doing any damage at all, and that means Ko's Incineroar here is going to get off scot-free and is going to be able to go for a knockoff, bringing the Calyrex down to 1 HP, knocking off that Focus Sash, and Ursaluna gets to live another turn.
Just a wonderfully timed double Protect from Ko Tsukude. I think it's easy to say that there was some luck there, and there totally was, but Ko knowing exactly when to go for that, being on the back foot, having lost a prediction earlier, knowing that this could just be devastating to get that one more turn for the Incineroar to get a knockoff out. And I think as soon as that Calyrex is down, this Miraidon that Ko has sitting in the back is going to be able to have time to maybe get off one more attack, which could be pretty significant. So any bit of damage that Ko can get onto the Calyrex is super impactful. So being able to get that read right and get that double Protect right as well definitely puts Ko a little bit closer to being just clawing slowly back into this game here.
think if Ko is looking for a way back into the game, this absolutely makes a lot of sense. You want to preserve something like the Ursaluna maybe against the Raging Bolt, but instead of preserving, we're going to see no swaps as the Calyrex on James's end goes for Protect, not wanting to get knocked off there, revealing that Ko's Incineroar is also faster than James's, as the Incineroar here on James's side goes for the knockoff. Knocking off that Flame Orb, it's a little too late though. The Ursaluna is burned and is going to go for a Facade though into James's Incineroar and taking a little bit of damage from that Rocky Helmet. That's something else that's important here as well. Maybe you didn't get the Helping Hand Psychic off into the Ursaluna, but every turn that Ko goes for Protect or goes for an attack into something like the Rocky Helmet of Incineroar, you have to take chip damage, and that damage is starting to add up as we see the Ursaluna already a little under half HP as James swaps in the Landorus here to finish off both of the targets here with a super effective Earth Power into the Incineroar, or definitely can do enough into this Ursaluna, being at under half HP, as I mentioned before.
I imagine Ko's heart is sinking a little seeing that Landorus. It's just the perfect time for James to be able to have that Incineroar be knocked out, to be able to get a nice safe switch in there. The Earth Power, as you mentioned, threatening a KO into either slot, and that Miraidon in the back, sure, it could come in and Draco Meteor to get rid of the Landorus, but it really doesn't have many more attacks before it's going to faint to that Life Orb. And so James bringing just the perfect Pokemon for this situation, I believe, and managing to get it out in a nice position so that he's able to put out a lot of pressure this turn. We are going to see the Calyrex swap out, though, not going for a double KO this turn from James' side, instead bringing that Raging Bolt back onto the field.
I think not even risking it, as well as Ko goes for a Terastallization here, just to make sure you could potentially live as the bug comes out here on the Incineroar to live that Earth Power if it goes off into that slot. I think preserving the Shadow Rider makes a lot of sense, just so you can guarantee be faster than the Miraidon later, as that Ursaluna goes for Protect though. Earth Power trying to go off into it, but is going to attack once again into that Protect from Ko's Ursaluna, and the Incineroar is going to get to go for a U-turn here. Bug boosted as well off that Terastallization, does a tiny bit to the Raging Bolt, but more importantly is going to be able to pivot back into this Miraidon and gets the fire off an attack, considering the Shadow Rider isn't on the field.
Yeah, really nice to be able to see James pivoting in the Raging Bolt, saving the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Miraidon is going to hit the field again, set up that electric terrain, but let's just take a glance at that after this burn tick happens on the Ursaluna. The HP number on this Miraidon, oh wow, it does not have a lot of hit points left. And I think, especially with the Raging Bolt just having access to Thunderclap, it's going to be really tough for Ko to be able to find the space for it to even get off one attack. So James definitely still in the driver's seat here, but I like to see Ko trying to pull out all the stops, going for the Terastallization with Bug. Maybe there's something that Ko's going to be able to do to try to gain just a little bit more positioning and try to move this a little bit closer.
Thunderclap, though, is going to be the move of choice, stopping the Miraidon before it even gets to attack with that priority. That means the Miraidon's down, and Earth Power going to be the next move from the Landorus, able to knock out that Ursaluna on Ko's side, and Incineroar being the last Pokemon, even with that Bug Terastallization, I don't think has a way over James's 3 Pokemon that are still left on his side, and that means James is going to be taking Game 1.
Yeah, really well played from James's side. I really loved seeing everything Ko was doing to make sure that it wasn't too easy for James to win this match. There was definitely an opportunity there if the Thunderclap hadn't gone into that slot to be able to really turn things around. And I like Ko just trying to go for a combination of trying to get good predictions, trying to use Terastallization to try to bring this a little bit closer. But definitely the question on Ko's mind now, I think taking the full time less to decide what to do for this game and more to think about what the plan is for Game 2, I think there's just a huge question about how to manage that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and I think Mao taking that extra time, knowing that this Game 1 is over, just using that extra bit of team decision time that you maybe don't get in team preview, using as much of it as possible to figure out a better game plan maybe. And I think something you could definitely analyze it after this post Game 1 is that you want to maybe preserve your Lunala a little bit better. We saw it go down so quickly at this Game 1, and Ko's game plan kind of fell apart from there. I think maybe not expecting that James would take such a risk as the Sludge Bomb and Thunderbolt here finish off Ko's Incineroar and take Game 1. guaranteed here, and that's going to be for James's favor. And again, I'm really excited to see maybe how Ko is going to adapt in this game. If we maybe see a terrestrialization on the Lunala in an attempt to preserve it more, or maybe playing into the Trick Room to get the Ursaluna to actually finally get off an attack instead of going for double protects and things like that. I feel like that game, a lot of the times, Ko's Pokemon didn't really get to do anything. It was more of switching or repositioning or just protecting, and really didn't get a chance to click an offensive button at all, it felt like.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like that game was close to decided just as soon as James went for that all-in helping hand Astral Barrage play. I think Ko did a good job of making sure that it wasn't completely decided and trying to cling to that little margin, but definitely a big signal to Ko to try to come up with a different plan with this Lunala. I like what you mentioned about the terrestrialization. I think that's a pretty clear note to take out of this match, is just if Lunala is not so weak to the Astral Barrage, then it can still survive. It can fire back a Moongeist Beam, it can set up Trick Room, give a lot more options for Ko's side of the field. But I think some of the other options that Ko has that you'd normally look to are actually a bit scary. There's this one move that James never clicked in the first game, but that I think played a huge role in the match, which is Encore on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Normally, Lunala can threaten this wide guard to block Astral Barrage, but there's so much risk in clicking that in front of a Calyrex that has Encore, because sure, you can block an Astral Barrage once, but then you're in all this danger of being Encored into the wide guard. You could even be Encored the turn you click wide guard. Like, there's so much risk that James was then able to sort of capitalize on, not by directly clicking Encore, but just by saying, all right, you have to think about all of this complex stuff. I'm just going to go for damage, and right away, just out of the gate, forcing Ko to really think about how to safely manage a lot of damage output that, when a lot of the defensive plays that you would normally go for are easy to punish.
But we are going to be hopping into game 2 here of James Evans versus Ko Sukide. We have our leads from both of our trainers. Ko leading off with the Miraidon and Lunala again, and James Evans with the Raging Bolt and Incineroar.
So the same lead from both sides. Definitely it seemed like James was in a nice spot with this last round. Being able to just get that fake out off and a nice safe Volt Switch, it seems like that's pretty likely what James would be going for the next time too, but maybe Ko has a few tricks up his sleeve to deviate from this line. I think if the Lunala is able to set up Trick Room right away, and then the Ursaluna comes in and has the Flame Orb activated, there's definitely some options that Ko could go for to maybe punish some of the safer plays that James was making in the last round. So we'll have to see if this just turns out in the same way, or if there's a few variants that these players throw in as they try to figure out how to get the most out of this lead matchup.
And we actually see James maybe clicking a different move here, hovering over the knockoff instead of the fake out. I think is a great adjustment here from James. As we see the terrestrialization go off into the Raging Bolt, opting into that Terra Electric, boosting up the damage, Terrain boosted, Terra Electric boosted, same type of attack bonus boosted, electric move from this Raging Bolt, but a Protect, though, from the Miraidon is going to be the move choice, and a Moonblast from Ko this time instead of a Moongeist Beam. The Volt Switch there is going to do even more damage through the Shadow Shield. Not that much more, but is going to be able to switch out, more notably, that you're not going to be taking super effective Moonblast damage there. And the next choice James has to decide is what Pokemon I'm going to switch in. It seems to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider. And as it comes in, you're once again threatening a big Astral Barrage in Helping Hand with the Shadow Shield broken there on the Lunala.
So a ton of little really interesting technicalities with that last turn. On paper, it just played out more or less exactly the same, except James has burned a terrestrialization and done like 2% more to the Lunala. But I thought there were a lot of really interesting factors there. As you mentioned, trying to reduce the Moonblast damage. There were a bunch of other things that I think James was doing to try to reduce the risk of then not needing to go for the fake out, which we'll totally have to break down after this match, because I think there was a ton of interesting stuff happening. But right now, the key question on both players' minds is definitely, is there an Astral Barrage coming out from this Calyrex Shadow Rider? Is there maybe even just an Encore to trap that Miraidon into a Protect, since it went for Protect, instead of flinching off of a fake out? We are going to see that terrestrialization you mentioned last game, Tyson. Just that ability to make sure you don't have to rely on Wide Guard to avoid this Astral Barrage getting a KO.
But we do see an on-court, no wide guard from Ko's Lunala. That means Miraidon is going to be on-court and intersect. It actually gets the double there, and Ko is going to be able to block an attack from Incineroar as it goes for the knockoff. No damage into this Miraidon at all, but this terrestrialization leads me to believe that maybe there's an attack there, but actually it's a Trick Room from the Lunala.
Okay, so super interesting there. The Miraidon being able to keep its life orb, definitely a really nice plus for Ko. I think there's a bit of a question though, because this Miraidon now has a really low chance of getting a triple protect, and pivoting in the Ursaluna, which is what you'd normally most want to do, is super risky right now, because that Incineroar could just knock off the Flame Orb and prevent the Guts boost from Ursaluna before that's able to activate. So it's awesome for Ko to be able to set up Trick Room. That's super important for this match. But figuring out how to pivot things in safely and actually make use of that Trick Room is something that James has been trying really carefully this game to make really difficult, just continually going for the knockoff into that Miraidon slot to try to block an Ursaluna switch in.
And we do see the Miraidon swap for Ko there into a different Pokemon, which is going to be the Incineroar. A lot better of a target than the Ursaluna, really preserving that Flame Orb, recognizing how much that Guts boost does for it. The knockoff there, though, going to knock off the Assault Vest on Ko's Incineroar, meaning it's going to take just a little bit more from a potential Shadow Rider attack. Moongeist being the option for the Lunala, bringing down James's Calyrex down to its focus sash, but it is going to get to go for an attack or a move this turn, and the Astral Barrage is going to be the move of choice, attacking into a resistant Incineroar and a neutral Lunala. And Lunala, again, now terrestrialized, not going to get immediately knocked out from it, more importantly.
Yeah, I think that Ko very happy to see Lunala actually surviving a Astral Barrage, being sort of still comfortably able to go for another attack, not really threatened by anything that James can do this particular turn. I do like seeing James go for that Astral Barrage still. I think there's a temptation from Ko's side to maybe try to be cautious about what you switch in, but if that Miraidon had sort of stayed in the field, that Astral Barrage would have done a ton of damage, and I think just getting the chip onto these two Pokemon is really useful for James as he tries to find a path through weathering this Trick Room. But I think there's definitely an open question now for what James will pivot in to try to make use of Trick Room. There's still 3 more turns of Trick Room left, and Ko is getting in a progressively better position to try to pivot in this Ursaluna at some point before Trick Room expires.
Yeah, and I think with Fake Out on the field here, you could have just gone for a Fake Out, but instead is going to go for a U-turn there into the Landorus, which was the Incineroar before, repivoting into that potential Ursaluna that you mentioned, and being able to get under Trick Room with a little bit of turns left is absolutely amazing here. You're going to be able to get off that Flame Orb activation with no knockoff on the field, as Moongeist doesn't finish off the Calyrex Shadow Rider and instead does a little bit of damage to the Landorus. Astral Barrage, though, going to be completely immune against the Ursaluna and able to finish off the Lunala, though. I think that boost that it's going to get here is going to be a little too late, as we see the Incineroar potentially come back in, or even the Miraidon just to do a little bit more. Again, as you mentioned, this Ursaluna here is under Trick Room, and you're just able to kind of Facade Slot or just go for headlong rushes into maybe the Shadow Rider to call a Raging Bolt or an Incineroar swap.
Yeah, Ko has finally gotten this Ursaluna into prime position to be able to take some KOs. It did cost Ko's Lunala, though, so there's no more Trick Room for the rest of the game, and there's not many more turns of this Trick Room either. We're going to see Ko just send out that Miraidon. I think we've previously established it is slower than the Calyrex Shadow Rider, for sure, and so it's got a nice safe Volt Switch into that Calyrex Shadow Rider slot, as the Ursaluna is probably able to threaten a KO into the Landorus. So there's definitely plenty of offense that Ko has now, having lost Lunala but still have a couple of turns of Trick Room. But there really are only a couple turns of Trick Room left, and so I'm really interested to see if James is able to weather this next turn and one more, then the momentum might switch back a little bit if James is able to preserve the right Pokemon to still do damage into that Ursaluna and is still able to handle that Miraidon later.
And I want to really highlight how important it was to get that Moongeist beam into Landorus as it goes for Protect here. The next move of choice, though, is going to be the Facade into that Landorus, which would finish it off, but actually targets down into the Calyrex and an Electro Drift into the Calyrex Shadow. A great double up there from Ko, recognizing that if the Incineroar or the the Raging Bolt come in, that the Ursaluna would be able to finish it off, and just making sure that slot is gone regardless, I think is great heads-up play from Ko. And again, I wanted to mention before that the Moongeist beam going into the Landorus is really, really important, because if James had a full HP Landorus and maybe switched it into an Incineroar, you had a chance to potentially live a Facade maybe, and you could go for Earth Power into Miraidon, but not having that choice and having the Landorus play at this low amount of HP really puts Ko in the driver's seat for these last turns in Trick Room.
Yeah, absolutely. This Landorus now no longer really able to survive any attack from the other side of the field unless there's a ton of Intimidate support. Definitely makes it a lot harder for James to make it through this Trick Room. There is just the one turn left, though, and I really like that James sort of let the Calyrex faint and didn't pivot anything else in. Ko was ready for that Raging Bolt to hit the field or that Incineroar, and so James, I think, making a crucial call to sort of survive a really dangerous turn last turn, still having a couple of Pokemon left, and forcing a Protect from this Ursaluna on the last turn of Trick Room because of that Fake Out pressure.
Yeah, a Fake Out on Earth Power could spell a lot of damage for either Pokemon on Ko's side, so going for that double Protect, even if it means burning through that last turn of Trick Room, is definitely worth it in Ko's favor, or even a Sandsear Storm as we see James pick that move instead. And as this Trick Room turn goes up, I think Ko's actually looking decently fine with a nearly full HP Ursaluna and a Miraidon that doesn't have to worry about a Calyrex Shadow Rider to outspeed it and can go for one of those Life Orb boosted attacks. And that's just one of the benefits that we see here of that Protect on the Miraidon. Having the flexibility of going for either a Draco Meteor or an Electric move into the Incineroar, into the Incineroar is great flexibility there from Ko's Miraidon.
Yeah, the Miraidon is definitely in the driver's seat now. It's weathered the Trick Room, and I think is still in nice prime position to make use of it now being faster, now that the Calyrex Shadow Rider is gone. I think there's definitely still one question that's got to be on both players' minds about whether that Draco Meteor will connect if it goes into the Landorus slot. There's definitely a chance for James to just win on the spot almost if that misses. But there's a ton that James is going to have to do if he wants to play to anything better than that 10%. And we are going to see the Raging Bolt swapping in, trying to take a Draco Meteor and buy just a little bit of time for this key player, the Landorus, to do more damage later.
And it is going to hang on thanks to that Assault Vest. Miraidon going to lose a little bit of HP off that Life Orb. Knockoff, though, into the Ursaluna, not able to bring it to about 50%. Ursaluna is going to get off an attack, and it's the Headlong Rush, doubling into that slot. Headlong rushing a Landorus slot, recognizing that it was most likely going to swap out, or if it got knocked out from the Draco Meteor, being able to fire off that into the Incineroar. Again, a very heads-out play from Ko, just taking KO after KO, and James is now down to his last two Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that's a really clever Headlong Rush targeting. If Miraidon has to go down too many times from different special attack drops from going for Draco Meteor, then it suddenly loses the ability to threaten the KO on Landorus, so getting rid of that Raging Bolt as soon as possible is pretty crucial for Ko to be able to do. As it stands now, with this Landorus so low, I think it's probably likely that this Miraidon's still able to threaten that Draco Meteor KO, unless this Landorus has a little bit of bulk there, and if it's able to get that Draco Meteor KO, and if it connects, then things are still looking pretty tough for James Evans.
I mean, you said it. I didn't want to say it. If the Draco Meteor connects, that's the big question this turn. But actually, Ko's going to preserve the Miraidon and swap it out here in favor of that Incineroar that we knew was in the back with that Assault Vest. Maybe poising a potentially fake out this next turn to just guarantee that you are able to get the knockout next turn with the Ursaluna. You could go for a fake out and Headlong Rush next turn, and that would make a lot of sense. The Sandsear Storm, though going to be the move of choice from James, is not going to hit the Incineroar, and a huge miss. Maybe was able to hang on with the Assault Vest, but not too sure.
Yeah, definitely tough for James to get a miss there. You really want everything you can to go your way. I think one interesting factor, it might potentially be useful for James to have Miraidon not immediately hitting the field again, because now for a little bit, this Landorus is the fastest thing on the field and has an opportunity to try to set up a Sandsear Storm later, although it's just going to protect this turn, stay safe from any fake out pressure on the other side of the field, which is in fact going to go into that slot.
And this makes a lot of sense, making sure you don't get damaged before you get to attack with your Ursaluna as that Headlong Rush comes off into the Incineroar, able to just get The one-hit knockout is absolutely amazing for Ko, and with Miraidon in the back as well as 2 damagers on the field as well, even Incineroar, I think is enough to deal with the Landorus left on the field.
Yeah, I think at this point, there is one win condition James has, which is a missed Draco Meteor, and other than that, things are looking pretty tough, and James has got to just be thinking about that game 3. So some really nice heads-up play from Ko here to be able to get down to that 90% win condition. I think just an excellently executed Lunala Trick Room into Ursaluna sweep game plan here.
But yeah, I want to talk about it. Oh, Landorus misses the Sandsear Storm, though. Doesn't even get the opportunity to attack into that Miraidon. With how low HP this Landorus is, the Ursaluna is going to be able to finish it off. If James did get the Sandsear Storm knockout on both those Pokemon, though, the Miraidon comes in. Like you said, the Draco Meteor misses, then an Earth Power can follow up and get the knockout, and it could be immediately in James's favor. A very intense last few turns there for sure.
Yeah, I think one really interesting piece, it's hard to say, like figure out the exact probabilities of endgames, just like a nice little fact there. Ko was trying to play towards a Draco Meteor hit, but like sort of delaying that Draco Meteor hit towards the end gave a couple of extra chances to not even have to roll those dice. Like if the Sandsear Storm misses at any point, you suddenly got a chance to win the game without needing to rely on that. I think those really subtle little optimizations there, not going for a Draco Meteor earlier with Miraidon when the damage rolls were unclear, sort of trying to keep it around until the very end, was really nice, and I think is one of the reasons why these players are as far as they are. Even when you have a 90% win condition, these players say, no, 90% is not good enough. I have to try to get as close as possible to a fully guaranteed win condition here.
I mean, exactly, yeah. If you told me I have either, it's not the exact odds, obviously, if you compound all of the odds together, but, like, would you rather click Hydro Pump or Draco Meteor, right? Like, those small bits of percentages matter, and especially in the World Championships, doing anything you can to optimize your odds for winning the game really are going to matter, especially in Ko's case where, you know, they're fighting for this game 2 to make it to bring it to a game 3, and now James has to reconsider his entire game plan to maybe decide that, okay, wait, that was actually really close. Ko, with the terrestrialization on the Lunala, brought that to a game 3. Now what do I do? Where do I adapt?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if James sticks with the same Pokemon. It seemed like he had a really strong game plan for that last game, and things just didn't work out quite right, but that Ursaluna got really scary quite quickly. I guess I will say James was doing a really good job of controlling the slot where the Ursaluna came in for quite a while with those knockoffs, and it was just the one time that James wasn't able to get the knockoff into that slot that things really began to snowball and get out of hand. If you don't have a Flame Orb on that Ursaluna, then its facade is not only not Guts boosted, but it's 70 base power instead of 140, and that gives so much more wiggle room for the Landorus. So we'll have to see if James sticks with the same Pokemon or not. He does, but actually Ko is going to be switching it up with an Ursaluna hitting the field right away, saying, I know you're going to try to knock off my Flame Orb. I'm just going to lead so that I have the option to go for Protect and get that Flame Orb right away.
And I think this is really smart because if you are able to position yourself in a way, you know that James doesn't have the Calyrex Shadow Rider on lead, being able to reposition yourself and, like you said, go for Protect, guarantee get the Flame Orb, and then say, okay, I set you up, now you can go in the back and I can worry about you later, maybe set up a Trick Room and get you back in again, and doing that safely is very, very favorable for Ko here, even if it looks like initially you're facing down an Intimidate from the Incineroar. And you even have the option now without the Flame Orb, because both these targets are weak. If you want to fish for a little bit of chip damage, you can go for a Headlong Rush into either of these targets.
Yeah, I really like this lead from Ko. It looks super unintuitive, leading your Trick Room Sweeper without any way to set up Trick Room, leaving all your Restricteds in the back, but it's sort of forcing a lot of defensive play from James here, sort of pivoting immediately that Raging Bolt into the ground immune Landorus Incarnate, even though that Ursaluna is just going for the nice safe Protect, really doesn't want to have that Flame Orb knocked off. We're going to see a Fake Out go into the other Incineroar slot, so pretty much a dead turn here, but that's such a crucial effect for Ko to get off right away. The last game, I think really the early turns revolved around whether and how that Ursaluna would get that up safely, and now Ko has sort of like checked box number 1 along the Trick Room win condition path here.
The difference between this game and last, though, is that the Incineroar hasn't gotten a chance to knock off Ko's Incineroar's Assault Vest, which means it has a better chance at taking one of these Sandsear Storms or Earth Powers from James's Landorus. And even into the Ursaluna, if you do decide to go for a Sandsear Storm, is going to do a decent amount of damage. Knockoff, though, even if it can't remove the burn that is already on the Ursaluna, the knockoff will still be double base power because of the Flame Orb being on the Ursaluna. But actually, he's going to swap out there for Ko, as we talked about preserving it for the Lunala. But with no Electric Seed there, Earth Power is going to break the Shadow Shield. And if this is a knockoff follow, that could be a lot of damage into the Ursaluna. But U-turn from Ko's Incineroar, critical hit for a little bit more damage is going to be able to repivot into what they please. And I would believe this to be maybe the Miraidon, take a physical attack from this Incineroar a little bit better, and you can Volt Switch next turn, as well as a Trick Room. And Ko's kind of found this perfect position now, where you have the same position from game 1, but the Ursaluna is set up in the back, and I think this positioning from Ko is amazing.
Being able to get that Miraidon in right then was so crucial. I think this Lunala super dodged a bullet here from the potential knockoff there. But it is just going to be a parting shot, so Lunala can't do as much damage, but I think it's pretty happy not being able to do so much damage. It's really here to set Trick Room and let that Ursaluna that's already in the back, pre-burned and everything, to be able to sort of sweep through the rest of this game. And we're going to have to see. James has to make a really crucial decision here about what Pokemon to pull out, because anything that James brings out here is going to have to try to stop a Trick Room, or else James is going to have to make it through a really tough win condition that Ko's been setting up here.
And I think the tough win condition is an understatement. We saw how quickly it was able to kind of work through James's Pokemon, and the Calyrex comes in here as an attempt to maybe damage down some of Ko's Pokemon, forcing a Wide Guard instead of a Trick Room here. But Ko still has, again, that explosive option of a Draco Meteor into the Landorus, or even a Volt Switch into the Calyrex to bring it down to its Focus Sash. The benefit that Lunala has against the Calyrex is Moongeist Beam is 4 times super effective if James does not go for a Terrestrialization. So the -1 from Parting Shot doesn't really matter as much if you are attacking into the Calyrex.
Yeah, I think the Lunala being able to survive here is super crucial. I would very much expect to see a Terrestrialization, as you've been discussing before. I think James has some really interesting choices to make here. Sort of knowing that you don't have a consistent way to stop the Trick Room, we're actually going to see James just pivoting out immediately into Raging Bolt, trying to maybe take advantage of a turn or two when the Trick Room is set up. But actually, Lunala is going to delay that Trick Room option. It's just going for a Wide Guard right now, keeping the Miraidon safe. Astral Barrage coming out, hitting into 2 now protected Pokemon. And the question is, what's Miraidon going to go for? It has a free opportunity to Draco Meteor or Electro Drift either slot.
And yet another benefit of the Loifor being able to pick and choose your moves at will is going to choose the Volt Switch for this time, swapping out, bringing Calyrex down to essentially its Focus Sash there at the 4 HP. Miraidon is going to swap out there for Ko, but with no Trick Room, Ursaluna isn't really a safe swap into here. Actually, deceptively, maybe it is, even without the Trick Room. You are immune to Astral Barrage and to 3 of Raging Bolt's moves, and Dragon Pulse and Psychic, I'm not too sure it would be able to get a knockout on the Ursaluna with how bulky it is. And, with Lunala's Terrestrialization as well, you could go for a Trick Room and just straight up attack on the Ursaluna. But Ko maybe taking a little bit more time here, not fully thinking through what they want to bring in, either the Incineroar or the Ursaluna. And yeah, it is going to be that setup Ursaluna.
So I think it makes sense to bring in the Ursaluna now, seeing that Raging Bolt hit the field. But as you mentioned, there's definitely that question, would a Psychic plus Dragon Pulse finish off the Ursaluna? I think Lunala is in a bit of a weird spot here. It successfully blocked the Astral Barrage last turn, but it does have to worry just a little bit about that Encore lock into Wide Guard. And so I think just trying to bring out the Ursaluna and put pressure immediately so that there's not an easy way to Encore lock the Lunala is a nice play from Ko's side. But there's definitely a lot of ways that things could go wrong for kind of either side here. There's a ton of potential damage from James's side. And that Ursaluna is, of course, threatening a ton of ground-type damage, but it's definitely going to move last. There's no Trick Room on the field here now, and that's going to make things just a whole lot more complicated than maybe we were expecting things to be for Ursaluna, having already set up the Flame Orb.
But we do see that final Terrestrialization here for Ko in this game 3. Or, excuse me, for James, is going to be the Raging Bolt into the Terra Electric. Was kind of expecting the Lunala there to Terrestrialize as well in the face of his Astral Barrage, but actually isn't. With no Terrestrialization and no Wide Guard, is going to be able to knock out this Lunala without the Shadow Shield, and that's going to bring Ursaluna to +1. And with this Terra Electric, though, on the Raging Bolt, going for Volt Switch into the Ursaluna makes it, being a ground type is going to be immune to it. So the Raging Bull is going to have to stay in against Ko's Ursaluna as the Facade goes into the Raging Bull slot, and a critical hit just to guarantee the knockout there on the Raging Bolt. That's a whole Pokemon and Terrestrialization gone for James.
Ursaluna really just saying, I don't need Trick Room, I can just do all my damage right now, staying safe from that really terrifying Terra Electric attack from the Raging Bolt. I'm curious to know what James might have been expecting there, probably anticipating a Lunala Terrestrialization and wanting to really guarantee a KO on that Lunala, preventing that Trick Room. But instead, James losing that Raging Bolt I think is a pretty significant hit, especially because the Terrestrialization is gone. At the same time, now that this Ursaluna is officially sentenced to never being in Trick Room this game, I think it opens up a couple of opportunities for James to think through some alternative win conditions in this game.
Absolutely. I think as well, the fact that Ko has Terrestrialization as well, that Incineroar with that bug, we saw how impactful it was, or how impactful it could have been even through James's team. I think being resistant to the ground type moves could be very impactful against fighting a Landorus in the back for James here, but the Miraidon is going to swap in for Ko, and James really has to decide here what he wants to lock into. We see hovering the Encore. If you do lock the Ursaluna into Facade, then you kind of have a guaranteed way around it. Being a ghost type, you are immune to the Facades, but that means the Miraidon gets to go for a potential attack on these slots, and it's really going to come down to these final turns to see where James can take this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing that Encore definitely, James is almost locked into that. So it looks like James is planning on just keeping the Calyrex Shadow Rider safe. A Protect is going to come out again from the Ursaluna, though. Or actually just the first time, pardon. Preventing that Encore as the Fake Out goes into the Miraidon slot. Miraidon really carefully not protecting so that it can't be Encored. And then that Encore lock, sure, it doesn't happen this turn, but the Ursaluna is still under a little bit of pressure here. It avoids being stuck into Facade, but it could still be locked into that Protect now.
And with one turn of Electric Terrain, Ko really has to decide if keeping that Electric Terrain around is important or not. The Calyrex being at such low HP means any attack is going to finish it off from this range, and if you're Ko, you really have to decide how you're getting rid of this Shadow Rider, because if you don't, it's going to be able to do so much damage to not only your Miraidon, but even with Psychic into your Ursaluna as well. James still has a way in this game as well with the full HP Incineroar, and with access to things like Knockoff and Helping Hand, James is still very much in the driver's seat, I feel like, and Ko has to kind of fight their way through these final turns of the game to maybe get some damage back in their favor. But we do see a swap from Miraidon there into the Incineroar, repositioning a Fake Out potentially there to try to reposition a way where you can get some damage with your Ursaluna.
Yeah, so the Incineroar hitting the field, always a safe switch in when there's a Calyrex on the other side. Calyrex just going for a Protect, pretty concerned about damage. And Knockoff firing off, just starting to chip away at that Ursaluna. Ursaluna does not get the targeting right this turn, which is pretty crucial. Like, Calyrex Shadow Rider has just established itself as such a threat that Ko's really tunnel vision on it, wants to get rid of that as soon as possible. And not being able to this turn means that there's still a ton of pressure from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. It could switch out and still be a threat for the Miraidon in the back later on in the game. I do like that Incineroar getting positioned in so safely here, though. It's now got enough momentum to go for a nice safe knockoff or try to U-turn safely to get the Miraidon back into play with the Electric Terrain. I think there's a ton of options that are slowly opening up with bringing that Incineroar back onto the field. But with that, Ursaluna's hit points just slowly whittling away from the burn chip, from the knockoffs and everything, I think Ko's really got a timer on being able to close out this game. There's just the damage sort of slowly adding up here on that side of the field.
And I think actually not knocking out the Incineroar there is huge, because that means James would have gotten a free swap into Landorus and threatened the Incineroar, but keeping it in and forcing the Psychic to target down into Ursaluna, not getting it out, means that this Incineroar potentially could go for a move into the Calyrex and end its reign of terror once and for all, as, yeah, it's the U-turn to reposition in, reset the option for Fake Out, and get Miraidon in, but being faster with Ko's Incineroar means that James gets to go for an attack of his own into this Miraidon. If that's a knockoff, that's a huge loss of power after the Life Orb gets knocked off. But Ko does get to reset the terrain here with the Hadron engine.
So Electric Train resets, we'll have to see. It's not a knockoff, so not damage, not removing the life orb, but reducing that special attack on the Miraidon, maybe preventing it from threatening quite as much damage. I would anticipate that it's still threatening a whole lot of damage with Hadron Engine active and everything to still potentially be able to close out on either of these Pokemon. Depends a little bit on how the Landorus is trained. But crucially, this Incineroar is setting up the fake out pressure again. Although now both sides, having just pivoted out their Incineroar, will be able to threaten that fake out, so they can sort of effectively neutralize each other for this turn.
And the benefit that Ko has as well is that your Incineroar is faster than James's based off that previous speed interaction. So being able to go for a fake out into James's Incineroar means you can just go for a Draco Meteor into the Landorus if James lets you. You do have the option of Protect, though, to block against that. But of course, that means Ko could target down into the Incineroar, and that could be disastrous as well. Not knocking off the Life Orb means it's still going to have to take a little bit of recoil from that Life Orb, but, in combination with a knockoff or a ground move here from the Landorus, that could be enough to knock it out. So this game is still very much in both trainers' favor, and it could be either of theirs.
We're actually seeing the Miraidon going for a Protect, just trying to keep itself safe as the Incineroar does not go. There's no fake outs, just protects for now. The Incineroars are going to lock in what they're going to go for next. Both sides being a little bit concerned. There's one fake out into that Landorus, just preventing any too much damage from coming out, and a knockoff in return into that Miraidon. So just an alternative way for Ko to burn through this almost forced protect from the Landorus side without needing to worry about taking some Rocky Helmet chip if you had faked out into that Incineroar and then tried to just immediately go for the Draco Meteor into the Landorus. So I think definitely playing out pretty favorably for Ko's side. Now there's a clearer Draco Meteor, not as easily blocked by Protect, into that Landorus. As we see a Terastallization coming out from one of the sides here, it's going to be that Incineroar going into that Tried and True Bug type, making sure that even if that Draco Meteor misses, there's not an immediate risk of taking a whole lot of ground type damage.
And Draco Meteor does connect, though, onto Landorus. Not able to pick up thanks to that earlier parting shot. Landorus gets to hang on, and with Earth Power, you are going to be able to knock out Ko's Miraidon. Incineroar here is also going to be able to get off an attack, though. Ko's Incineroar getting to move first because of it faster. Knockoff finishing off the Landorus. Now it's Incineroar versus Incineroar, but James, remember, having a Helping Hand instead of a Fire-type move has no way to super effectively hit Ko's Incineroar. Knockoff, though, knocking off the Assault Vest on Ko's Incineroar, though.
Oh, the Terra Bug makes this so much harder for Ko. It was nice to keep the Incineroar safe from potential Sandsear Storm, but now it has to solo an Incineroar that resists knockoff. Sure, you can knock off that Incineroar right now, get rid of the Rocky Helmet, but with that chip, and with all of these knockoffs being neutral into the other Incineroar, things are very much in James's favor with that Terastallization having played out.
Absolutely, and I just want to emphasize how big of that parting shot was before. We are going to see Ko go for a desperate U-turn. A critical hit, though, is able to do a nice chunk of damage as knockoff continues to go down into Ko's Incineroar. Ko's Incineroar is faster. It can live one more knockoff here if it doesn't critically hit. U-turn can go off into the Incineroar 2 more times, and with 2 more critical hits, Ko still has a way back into this game. I can't emphasize that enough, that this match is so close. It has literally come down to Incineroar v Incineroar with that parting shot from James sent on earlier. The Miraidon was not able to kill the Landorus, but no critical hit comes out there. Knockoff from James's Incineroar brings Ko's Incineroar down to its final legs.
I think maybe a critical hit could still do it for Ko's Incineroar. So Ko's put so much trust into this Terastallization option on the Incineroar. There's one more chance for this match to flip on its head if there's a critical hit and a decent damage roll on that U-turn. So we'll have to see. The U-turn's coming out. Will it crit? Will it crit? No.
No critical hit.
Incineroar. The knockoff finishing things off and securing a cleverly played Game 3 from James Evans. That's going to bring James to top 4, having taken down the 8-0 player from day one. Just an incredible player from Tsukude. James has got to be feeling great. Both of those players played it down to such a line. That was just, I have such a grin on my face. That was a spectacular match to watch.
That was a really good game, and I think with how explosives game 1 and 2 were, right, both players really locked in and were like, okay, We both know what our end boards need to look like. We both know the objectives of our game plans. How can I find a way around that? For example, Ko leading off with the Ursaluna to get that Flame Orb so that it can't get knocked off, as we saw, James fight around in game 2. But then also allowing James to still get the explosive pressure of the counter Shadow Rider and getting so much value out of that just to get it down to Incineroar versus Incineroar. I have a grin on my face as well, Hayden. That was such an amazing game, and nothing I would expect more from, the top 8 of the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these players really showing why, they have the same accomplishment in the past, a previous Seniors Division World Championship, and they're really showcasing that neither of those results were by any stretch of the imagination a fluke. These players are the best of the best. I don't know if I should say it this early, I don't want a commentator's curse, but I'm really keeping an eye on James Evans having beaten Kotsuki as he goes into this top 4. I think that's just such a phenomenal way to build up momentum playing this really tough matchup. And yeah, as you said, so many little technicalities, so many precise questions about how to get the most out of your restricted Pokemon. This matchup, just a masterclass in how interesting Pokemon games can get. Even with very tried and true compositions, the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Koraidon, the Lunala and the Miraidon, there's just so much interesting things that happen when you're showing both players the ability to adjust so much into this game 3 that's so neck and neck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do have the biggest grin on my face here, but that's not going to be the only match. The action is only going to continue to ramp up. As we take a quick preview here at our other top 8 matches going on, we got to play Giovanni versus Mao earlier. We just did James versus Ko, and there's still 2 other top 8 matches going on between Montana Mott, Michael Kelsch, and Hirofumi Kuruma and Victor Medina. And all those players are very, very talented. And I'm really excited to see who gets to move on to the semifinals, because I know those are going to be also amazing games.
Yeah, it's only going uphill from here. That was just the quarterfinals. And there's still the semifinals and finals left to go. This is how high the tier of Pokemon we're experiencing is right now, and it's just going to keep going up. I'm really excited for all of these players who have such a potential to be able to close out this tournament. I think both of those matches, as you mentioned, just some incredible players, and I'm really interested to see how this plays out. It really is anyone's tournament at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to probably take a quick break soon after reviewing our bracket. The actions continue to ramp up, but don't go anywhere. Go check out the main stream if you haven't already. It's continuing to ramp up there as well. But we'll be back with more action soon enough. Catch you later. We'll be right back. Welcome back, trainers. I'm Tyson Hughes, joined here by Hayden McTavish, and we're happy to kick off top 4 alongside mainstream. You get a little bit of action from both sides. We'll be your commentators here, as well as the commentators that are featured on the mainstream as well. Have both played up in your browser. You know, you can do a little split screen action, have all the action going, all the analysis, get as much info from the games as possible. But we're super excited to, you know, have this partnership with the World Championships here and get to cast it and give you even more insight to these high-level games. I'm super excited to get to round out the day here and decide our finalists.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to provide a little bit of supplementary commentary to be able to just highlight how many interesting technical details there are once we reach this level of play. I think we have 2 extraordinary players that we get to feature with this first top 4 match, and then another 2 extraordinary players that we get to feature in that next one. And I'm still so overwhelmed, even just from that last top 8 match we got to see. It was just such incredible Pokemon. So we're going to give a quick review of the 2 matches that we're going to be able to showcase for today. We've got James Evans and Montana Mott up top. That's the one we're going to do first. And then Hirofumi Kimura, who just finished up over on the mainstream, winning over Victor Medina, and Giovanni Shishka, who we were able to cast on our side stream, really convincingly dominating with that Choice Scarf Chi-Yu in the sun.
And Hirofumi here being Japan's last hope for that odd year for Japan, really having to fight against 3 NA players who could be potentially, you know, the next world champion. And as all these trainers, you know, vie for that title, it's going to be some intense games for sure. I don't believe any of these players have played in brackets, so it really is going to come down to their prep and what other people have, you know, told them from other stream games and things like that, to really decide of what their game plans are going to be and what they want to do moving forward. But to see the army of people that they've had to conquer over, not only in Swiss, but here in this top cut bracket, we see so many names, so many titans taken down, and the top 4 of the World Championships is really in of itself its own title. But of course, these players want to continue to fight for even more. They want to fight for that title itself.
Yeah, once you're in top 4, it's so close. You can taste it. Like, everyone's got to be so excited about potentially being the next world champion. But for sure, a good thing to highlight. This is that whole top 16 bracket. Every one of those matches was an incredibly high stakes $5,000 money match that these players were playing against another brilliant player in the world. These players have managed so much incredibly difficult, stressful decision making, and they're so locked in, I'm sure, to be doing that one more time to try to get that spot on the big Sunday finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and that Sunday finals, again, to reiterate, it's in an arena, which is the first time in VGC history, and I think in competitive Pokemon's history, right? Like, I mean, we talk about how long the World Championships has been around for. I didn't play back then, but I remember, like, stories from other older players who, you know, talk about the lobbies of hotel rooms and things like that. So to elevate it now to an arena is such a grand scale of things and really emphasizes how important these World Championships are. And I'm only excited. I'm even more excited now to see it how it is later down the line, you know, in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, how much bigger it can get. But you know, we have our 2 players featured here on stream. That's going to be James Evans versus Montana Mott is going to be our first of the top 4 matches. Both players smiling ear to ear. How happy they could be, again, to be in top 4 of the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 accomplished players, just so excited to be able to showcase their incredible skills at this high level of play. We'll give a quick chance to shout out some of the accomplishments of both of these 2 players. If you're not familiar, you definitely should be. They've both won regionals last year. James Evans, also a former world champion in 2018 in Nashville, and Montana having just refined this Calyrex Shadow Rider archetype for years, from 2024 and 2025, all of these results with that particular archetype, and really just an expert in those Pokemon, ready to bring them hopefully to that stadium tomorrow is what Montana's aiming for.
And I think speaking of refining, both of these players have done a bit of that themselves. James having refined the team, I know, at least adjusting definitely a couple spreads, maybe some moves. Not Pokemon, I believe. It's the same 6 that were brought from last, the NAIC tournament not too long ago on Montana, had won a regional with Shadow Rider as well. So bringing it back in full force for regulation, I hear, and adjusting it with this new Dragonite that we've seen featured on stream a couple times before, it is really cool. And both these trainers, again, are refining their teams. This is the refinement. This is the peak of all that refining. This is kind of the culmination of all that work throughout their seasons and their previous results, and I think are great examples of what both of the players are capable of doing.
Bring to the table, James Evans' masterpiece is this Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Koraidon, Incineroar, Raging Bolt, Brute Bonnet, Landorus, Incarnate composition. A really unique take on Sun plus Calyrex Shadow Rider that has a ton of incredibly powerful options that it can bring to bear. We got to showcase this in top 8, was an incredible match, and James really is just in peak form coming into this top 4 match. I'm really excited to see what he has in store here.
I think re-highlighting a lot of the important things here in what almost is, you know, a mirror, at least of the Shadow Riders. While the other Pokemon are different, the teams kind of function the same way that they support the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Both are opting for the Encore and Astral Barrage there, and Psychic as well. So really leaning into that Focus Sash, being able to take a massive hit and then Encore or, you know, just Astral Barrage back. Being able to guarantee that other than the Life Orb variant is very important. And James has a lot of options on his team as well to kind of support that in either the Koraidon with more burst damage, or even, you know, things like the Incineroar with Fake Out and Helping Hand, which we got to see in his previous top 8 game. And Montana's team as well here features that Shadow Rider that we just mentioned, but instead of supported by the Zamazenta, a different fighting type Pokemon, but still one definitely that to be feared with, you know, the Dauntless Shield, giving it a defense boost and rounding out the team with a bit more different, I would say more defensive Pokemon with like the Amoonguss and potentially more bulky Chien-Pao as we see an Assault Vest on it.
Yeah, that Chien-Pao choice is going to be, I think, really, really important. We were talking about this before the match. Having those Dark-type options into a Calyrex Shadow Rider mirror can be so crucial, especially with that Priority Sucker Punch. And having that Assault Vest means that this Chien-Pao isn't immediately going to be threatened by needing to maybe switch in on an Astral Barrage. It's going to be like a 3-hit KO maybe, not a 2-hit KO, and that gives just a lot of ability to have some flexibility into what is normally a really tough mirror matchup. There's also that Dragonite on Montana's side, which has the Terra Normal option to become immune to that Astral Barrage, and has a few priority options even that can hit that Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Aqua Jet on that Choice Band Dragonite set.
And a bit of a blast from the past as well from that Dragonite set. Anyone who's played VGC earlier in this year recognized the power of Terra Normal Extreme Speed Dragonite, which is actually very funny in a format, you know, with so much Shadow Rider. Not even being able to hit it with your Extreme Speeds seems very, very funny, but that's why you have, you know, Aqua Jet on it as well to break that Focus Sash, or if you have brought it down to its Focus Sash to finish off that Calyrex Shadow Rider. And I'm actually really curious if that Dragonite even comes to the matchup, right? Because yes, you have Terra Normal Extreme Speed for everything else, but you can't hit Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it also can't hit you with its Astral Barrage. Yes, Psychic and things like that, but not being able to hit you with the strongest move could potentially be great for Montana as well. And with, you know, as you mentioned, Hayden, with the Chien-Pao, with its double dark moves and Sucker Punch and Ruination, and being a dark type itself, taking those resistant Astral Barrages are going to be very nice, especially when you're going to have to be facing down another Shadow Rider. And I really think that is a great piece of information about the format, as how can you build your team to deal with the same restricted that you have. So in this case, a very popular, you know, Shadow Rider, right? You want tools in your team to deal with it. The Terra Normal Dragonite, the Assault Vest Chien-Pao, even the Wide Guard Zamazenta. And James has options where you could just burst through it. You have priority on the Raging Bolt and Thunderclap. You have a Focus Sash on your Calyrex. You have the Brute Bonnet with your own dark type of your own. And seeing how the different players come to similar conclusions, but different Pokemon completely, is always interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely something to watch as those dark types as we go into this match. But we're going to just be seeing the restricteds coming up from Montana's side and a whole lot of dragons from James Evans' side. We're going to see that Sun activating from the Koraidon. First, Calyrex's Unnerve message is going to activate. And then the photosynthesis is going to be activating later on that Raging Bolt, setting it up to do a whole lot of damage here early on, having the potential to just start with a Thunderclap and break that Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other side of the field. So a ton of very explosive damage potential from James's side and from Montana's side. Really curious what we might be expecting to see in this first turn.
And with a Dauntless Shield boost to boost the defense of the Zamazenta there on Montana's side, that means that this Koraidon is going to be doing just a little bit less damage to it as well if it decides to attack into it. Raging Bolt also has the option to go for an explosive Terra Electric to maybe boost up the damage a little bit more on it as well, to maybe get rid of that Zamazenta, which could be annoying for a potential Shadow Rider for James in the back. We see James here maybe considering which target he wants to choose down, because you only can get rid of one if you do double a slot. You could of course split your damage, but if you don't get rid of either the Shadow Rider or the Zamazenta, they could get very quickly out of hand, as we see a Terrestrialization here into the Calyrex Shadow Rider there for Montana.
So going into that Ghost Terrestrialization, really going all in on potential damage from this Astro Barrage here. We're going to see that Terrestrialization come out, and a Mirroring Terrestrialization from James's side. Going to be that Koraidon going to be a Fire type, stacking up some fire damage, and that Sun going to be able to do a ton of damage in return. We're going to have to see how much damage this ultimately amounts to. That Astro Barrage is going to come out first. Calyrex Shadow Rider used primarily because of that really high speed. And with the Terra boost, that's going to be more than half to the Koraidon and almost half to the Raging Bolt. But Koraidon going to try to fix that speed deficit that it has, going for a Flame Charge, boosting up to be faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider, faster than anything on that side of the field. And it's going to survive that turn, and so is the Raging Bolt, with the Volt Switch coming out on a 4 hit point Raging Bolt, getting some nice chip damage into that Zamazenta, but very crucially, preserving it as an opportunity to come in later for some cheeky priority Thunderclaps.
And priority James gets to preserve there with the Raging Bolt. I can't emphasize how important that is. You have two forms in it as James brings in the Brute Bonnet here. I think having the option of Sucker Punch or Thunderclap is amazing here, especially when you're facing down Montana's Shadow Rider that is already terrestrialized and is at such low HP, which would be in range of either a Sucker Punch or a Thunderclap if it does to choose to go into an attack. The thing is, as well as the Koraidon now being at +1 speed, thanks to that Flame Charge, allows it to outspeed the Calyrex as well. So you have two different ways of maybe dealing with the Calyrex's turn, and it's kind of on Montana to respond. Thanks to the photosynthesis boost on the Brute Bonnet as well, we did see it get a defense boost there, meaning it's going to take the body press from a Zamazenta a little bit better if it wants to redirect it, but instead going to see a protect from Montana.
Yeah, Montana just trying to reposition a little bit, really struggling from the pressure off of from James' side of the field. And a Sucker Punch is going to finish off that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So Calyrex Shadow Rider got off the one Astro Barrage, which was a bunch of nice chip damage, but Montana's now lost one of the key pieces for his game plan in this first game, as we're going to see this Koraidon just going to attack into a Protect with a Collision Course, and then we're going to have to see what Montana can bring out here to be able to adjust with all this pressure coming out from James' side of the field.
And we see the Dragonite swap in here. We actually do see Montana bring it. Maybe that Terra Normal here, especially without a Shadow Rider on the field, is going to be able to potentially knock out the Koraidon. And with how the priority works as well, Extreme Speed would be able to knock out the Koraidon if it does choose to go for that. And, you know, but there would be no terrestrialization is the thing as well, so you actually get to resist two of the moves from the Koraidon here, that being the fighting and the fire moves, which is actually very, very nice. So you don't have the immunity to something like Astral Barrage, but Extreme Speed is still going to hit very hard with the Choice Band.
Yeah, I think we're really seeing why Dragonite is such an interesting choice from Montana's side. Even without the terrestrialization, it has a lot of options into this Koraidon, and it's actually just going to finish off this really big threat that James had been building up with the Flame Charge. Going to keep that Zamazenta safe now to be able to fire off a body press into that Brute Bonnet. So that's going to be a bunch of damage, but that defense boost from the Sun, keeping Brute Bonnet around. And this is going to be a pretty crucial factor in the match. There's not a lot of answers Montana has to that Spore, and Dragonite got off the one really important attack, but it's really got a snooze now for a while, and that's a really nice opportunity for James hovering over that Calyrex Shadow Rider to try to set up some pressure.
And the really beneficial thing here that James has is that the Dragonite is locked into Extreme Speed and is asleep. So James doesn't even have to go for an Astral Barrage if he doesn't want to. He can just go for a Psychic potentially into the Zamazenta, not even risk the wide guard games, and just get damage on the Zamazenta. Of course, you could go for an Astral Barrage if you think Montana's maybe going to switch out the Dragonite to try to reset so you can hit the Calyrex later with something like an Aqua Jet or an Outrage if you want to lock into that. But Calyrex, really, I can't emphasize enough, has a lot of flexibility here. With its Focus Sash intact, is able to go for an array of moves. Even Encore, I think, is fine. You can Encore to Body Press, and guess what? Calyrex is immune to that as well. And, you know, Raging Bolt potentially being the Pokemon of choice, swapping in for the Brute Bonnet here, maybe expecting to get a knockout on the Zamazenta or a defensive play from Montana.
So trying to preserve maybe that Brute Bonnet, we're going to see the Raging Bolt hitting in. If it's able to survive the turn, it has a bunch of potential with Thunderclap. We're going to see Dragonite staying in from Montana's slot. Montana maybe not wanting to risk switching anything in, but that Astral Barrage without Wide Guard coming out from Montana's side of the field is going to bring that Zamazenta down in range of another one. Body Press, which was intended to take out that Brute Bonnet, instead taking out the Raging Bolt. That's some nice progress from Montana's side of the field, but it hasn't gotten rid of the Spore pressure from James' side of the field after that switch, and this Zamazenta cannot both Body Press and Wide Guard, so things are looking pretty tough for Montana now that this Zamazenta is in range of a KO from the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And the very cool thing here with the Sun being active on the field and with no way to overwrite it, Montana just kind of has to let this Brute Bonnet get that defense boost from the Photosynthesis again, which means I think an Extreme Speed, especially without the Terra Normal, might not even be enough to knock out the Brute Bonnet, and you're relying on the Zamazenta to live through this turn, either an Astral Barrage or a Psychic, to get the Body Press off. But we see the Zamazenta go for a Protect there, recognizing how important it is to even deal with the Brute Bonnet as Dragonite takes another turn of sleep, which means James gets to go for a move free of charge with the Calyrex. That's going to be the Astral Barrage, and is this enough to finish off the Dragonite is the big question. And it looks like after the damage that it's not, and Dragonite's going to get to hang on another turn as James maybe was playing around the wake up of the Dragonite there, putting it to sleep. Also covers if another Pokemon gets to come in.
Yeah, so Montana really being careful here. It's really dangerous to switch anything in with the Spore pressure out, but now that this Dragonite has burned a couple of turns of sleep, there's definitely some pressure for Montana, especially with the Sun fading, I believe that just happened. That's going to mean that maybe that Extreme Speed can finish off the Brute Bonnet. So we're going to see a Wide Guard coming out from Zamazenta, just preventing the Astral Barrage into a bunch of special attack boosts from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And Dragonite is going to wake up and go for that Extreme Speed into the Brute Bonnet. It's not enough to KO, though. Brute Bonnet with just so much defense. As a Psychic, reading the Wide Guard is going to come out, give a special attack boost to that Calyrex, and get rid of that Zamazenta.
And I think Psychic is such a safe play from James there, just guaranteeing you get the knockout. If Zamazenta does wake out there and doesn't wake up, but just goes for the Wide Guard, right? You block that turn, and Montana maybe has a way back in that game after the Brute Bonnet survives there, which is a clutch survival. Being able to go for another Extreme Speed next turn potentially would have been absolutely huge, as Raging Bolt is the last Pokemon. And with the Focus Sash here on Calyrex and Brute Bonnet still around to go for a Rage Powder, I'm not sure if Montana has a way back in this game.
Yeah, you got to see the fist bump from James Evan there as soon as he sees that the Raging Bolt is in the back and not the Qianpao. If that had been Qianpao in the back, I think this whole game looks different for Montana. You could have maybe switched it in earlier on that Psychic to set up the Extreme Speed to be a KO. There's a lot of options for the end game here, but as it is now, with Brute Bonnet able to redirect and Calyrex able to go for a single target +1 Astral Barrage, looks like it's going to be game one in James's favor. Not quite a KO on the Raging Bolt yet, but all this Raging Bolt is going to do is knock out a Brute Bonnet and set itself up to be KO'd by this Calyrex Shadow Rider next turn.
Yeah, and with the Focus Sash intact, even something like a critical hit Thunderclap wouldn't be enough for Montana to bring this Calyrex down. And that's going to be game one for James Evans here, and one step closer to making finals of the World Championship. And I'm really curious to see maybe what either player is going to do adjustment-wise, because from James, at least, that seemed like a very solid game plan. We saw him locking in his moves relatively quickly, and he kind of knew as long as the Qianpao isn't in the back, he could kind of deal with the other threats, and as long as your end board is something like the Shadow Rider and the Brute Bonnet, you can redirect any of the oppressive threats, like the Body Press, like the Extreme Speed, even something like the Raging Bolt in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. James just played that so phenomenally. We're going to do a quick review of some of the key KOs from the match. That Koraidon did go down early, but it didn't matter so much because this Calyrex Shadow Rider was just in such good position to be able to go for these Astral Barrages. They didn't take KOs quickly or anything, but it was enough to slowly pivot through the game, and James really crucially preserving that Brute Bonnet just gave so much time for this Calyrex Shadow Rider to get all of the KOs that it needed to for the end of this game. As the Dragonite wasn't able to get that crucial KO and did faint to that Seed Bomb, there's just not quite enough damage quite quickly enough from Montana, and I think James did an excellent job of managing that so well throughout the game.
And I want to highlight how important that Dragonite was to Montana's game plan as well, but we'll do that in just a little bit as we see the leads from both of our players. Montana switching it up with the Amoonguss, a Brute Bonnet variation of his own, with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and James Evans sticking with the Raging Bolt and the Koraidon.
So an interesting switch up from Montana, bringing that Amoonguss gives some options to say, oh, I see you were playing a Spore game plan last time with that Brute Bonnet. Maybe I'll play into Spore as well. And so having some really interesting options at the start of this game. With the Terra Water option on the Amoonguss, you can maybe survive from an attack from the Koraidon still, but it's going to be tough to survive this combination of attacks. So it's a nice pivoting Pokemon that can maybe buy some time for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it's rather likely that James is going to be able to threaten a ton of damage in response to this Amoonguss.
And Amoonguss, unfortunately, does not have the benefit of receiving a defense boost from the Sun, so it has going to take a massive amount of damage from the Koraidon potentially here if James decides to opt into that. But if, you do go for Protect on the Amoonguss, then your Shadow Rider potentially could go for a damaging move of its own. As we see another Terrestrialization, Montana sticking with a similar plan from Game 1, where clicking the Terra Ghost Astral Barrage, turns out it does a lot of damage, and building your game plan around that makes a lot of sense as James goes for the Protect here on the Koraidon, making sure that isn't a possibility. Rage Powder from the Amoonguss to redirect any of those attacks, potentially a Flame Charge from Koraidon, or a Dragon Pulse from the Raging Bolt. But Astral Barrage going to be coming out here with that Terra Ghost is going to do so much to James's Pokemon. Maybe with the Assault Vest, it eats a little bit better, but still actually takes that a lot better than I thought, meaning the Raging Bolt is going to get to Volt Switch out.
Yeah, I think really showcasing why James has been so comfortable leading this Raging Bolt. It has a really nice, safe way to sort of see what Montana is leading, take an Astral Barrage, pivot into whatever's most useful here, and it looks like it might be that Brute Bonnet that James is hovering over. Immune to the redirection from Rage Powder, it has some really nice options with either Sucker Punch or Spore here. So we'll have to see. It looks like that is indeed the choice that James is going to be bringing out. And we're going to see the two mushrooms from the past and present facing down next to their respective restricteds. And we're going to have to see how this turn plays out.
And I think this is a very volatile turn because Amoonguss here, or Brute Bonnet here on James's side, is actually going to be immune to a potential Rage Powder from Montana being a grass type. So that Sucker Punch, Montana really has no way around and kind of has to take it unless you want to maybe encore the Koraidon into the Protect that it just went for, which Montana does have access to. So there's a lot of options that could happen here, and if James gets it correct or Montana gets it correct, the game, this turn I think really is going to decide which player maybe could win this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much that rides on whether someone's able to incapacitate the other restricted Pokemon. We are going to see a Terrestrialization coming out from James's side of the field. Maybe that Koraidon turning into the Fire type to try to maximize its damage output into this Amoonguss. Crucially, that might be changing the damage rolls on whether a Flame Charge is sufficient to knock out this Amoonguss instead of a Flare Blitz. That Calyrex going for the Astral Barrage, though. Going to get down a ton of damage into that Koraidon, not worrying at all about that Sucker Punch. Taking that Koraidon down to less than 70 hit points as a Flame Charge comes out. Going to hit into that Amoonguss, likely finishing it off, but taking a Rocky Helmet bit of recoil for its troubles. But very crucially, that Amoonguss is down, and the Brute Bonnet hasn't moved yet, and it looks like it locked into a Spore, which is going to really profoundly change how things play out. As the Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's done a lot of damage so far, but it can't do any more while it's asleep.
Yeah, and having to take that sport is very, very dangerous now because with the Koraidon being at +1 speed, it's going to outspeed the entirety of Montana's team here, regardless of what comes in. Of course, you have priority in a Raging Bolt or maybe even the Dragonite if that's brought, but the Zamazenta for Montana being brought in here makes a lot of sense. You know, with that defense boost from the Dauntless Shield is going to be doing a decent amount of damage. Might even be enough to knock out the Brute Bonnet even with the Photosynthesis boost, just based on how much we saw from game 1. You're also threatening a knockout into Koraidon with how low it is, but you have to worry about, again, your Calyrex, which is most likely going to get its Focus Sash broken here, either from a Flare Blitz from Koraidon, or either a Seed Bomb from Brute Bonnet, and Montana really has to pick which target he wants to break down to kind of advance his game state.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some really interesting decision-making here, though, from James. This Koraidon's all set up, but it doesn't have a lot of hit points left. We're going to see a Zamazenta going for Protect, trying to bait a Flare Blitz into that slot. We'll see if James fell for the bait, but no, it's a Flame Charge, breaking that Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider and setting this Koraidon up to be able to get a KO next turn if it so chooses. The Calyrex is going to burn its first turn of sleep, and this Brute Bonnet is going to be able to do just a Spore into the protecting Zamazenta. So not too much progress made from Montana's side of the field, whereas that Koraidon really snowballing into quite a bit of a problem for all of these restricted Pokemon on the other side of the field.
And as it gets another boost of speed here, the Koraidon being at +2, guarantee for sure, it's definitely going to be outspeeding a lot of the Pokemon as the Calyrex unfortunately stays asleep here. And the Brute Bonnet actually works out in Montana's favor. The Sucker Punch is not going to go off. Montana most likely clicking a Protect or an Encore there, otherwise the Sucker Punch would have continued to go off. And that Collision Course doing so much damage to the Zamazenta. Body Press though, actually not able to knock out the Brute Bonnet, thanks to that Photosynthesis boost.
This Brute Bonnet is insane! It survived so many attacks with just a little bit of hit points. This is taking, like, powerful, restricted Pokemon attacks that are sometimes super effective, but just that little bit of Photosynthesis boost from the sun, keeping this Pokemon able to pressure all of these really powerful Sucker Punches into the Calyrex Shadow. It has the redirection option, it has the Spore. It's just a phenomenal choice for James in this game, and it's really making things quite tough for Montana here.
Yeah, and the Protect there from the Zamazenta and a desperate attempt to block attack from the Koraidon, but Koraidon instead going into the Calyrex Shadow Rider to finish it off there, Flame Charge, bringing it to +3 speed. The speed doesn't matter anymore. Koraidon, you could stop. You've already done so much.
Koraidon really just being very careful not to use those Flare Blitzes and reduce its hit points. Really wants to be careful so that it's a factor later in the game. We're going to see a Spore go off into the Zamazenta Protect, but I think Montana is probably kicking himself. It would have been great to get off a finishing blow on either of these two Pokemon. There was just so much risk on attacking with that Zamazenta, and so Montana happened to get that read wrong. But the Chien-Pao hitting the field now gives a bit of Sucker Punch pressure for that Koraidon.
The thing I will say, though, is because the Chien-Pao is a Soul Vest, it won't have access to Protect. So with a Rage Powder from the Brute Bonnet, you can guarantee you are avoiding a Sucker Punch, and you can freely go for an attack into the Chien-Pao. And with something like Raging Bolt and the CS Shadow Rider in the back, James is going to be able to clean up this game very, very nicely.
That is a 4 times super effective Collision Course, boosted by the extra effective Collision Course, doing extra damage when it's super effective. That is just an incredible amount of damage going out into that poor Chien-Pao, as Zamazenta finally finishes off that Brute Bonnet. But all that's going to mean is that Montana gets to see one more Pokemon before this match ends. That was a phenomenally well-piloted Koraidon play from James here. Just bringing the Pokemon that could take KOs every single time, and Montana dropping that Dragonite just didn't have anything that could handle the attacks that this Koraidon had.
And I think that was kind of the tug and pull from this matchup, where you have to really balance if you want to bring Chien-Pao or you want to bring Dragonite, where Chien-Pao felt like it really didn't do much that game, but Dragonite was able, to finish off the other Pokemon with extreme speed, and making that decision is no easy feat. But James Evans there going to be your first finalist of the World Championships, a senior division world champion before, now trying to aim for that Masters title, and we see him there pondering on the stage, really just taking it all in. He's been working so hard, and off that result from NAIC, I'm sure was just hungry for more, and now that he's in finals, I'd be really curious to hear his thoughts.
Yeah, he's been absolutely crushing it this tournament. He defeated the first seed in top 8, Kotsuki Day, who might have been the favorite to win the tournament, at least personally mine, and now has defeated Montana Mott, just an expert in Calyrex Shadow Rider, by playing to that Koraidon so well. I think this is the first time in quite a while that we've had a former world champion making it to the finals and potentially doing that repeat performance. I'm sure James would love to say, hey, this world championship win that I got in the seniors division, I can do it again at the highest age division, and really putting himself in strong contention with just a perfectly executed game there. That was wonderful peak Pokemon to see from James.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to now watch finals, now knowing that James is fighting for that second world champion title, and that makes me even more hyped to see who our other finalist is going to be there between, you know, Gio and the other player, the last Japanese player in the bracket, Hirofumi, and that's going to be a super exciting game to get to watch because, you know, it's a potential new world champion versus an old one, and getting to highlight that later down the line is going to be super exciting.
Absolutely. So let's do a quick review of some of the key turn factors in that match. James Evans very crucially going for that flame charge, still getting that KO on the Amoonguss, but keeping enough hit points that this collision course could come out into the Zamazenta, that the flame charges later could break down that Calyrex Shadow Rider, and this Brute Bonnet, just an absolute behemoth of redirection, buying like 6 or 7 turns for this Koraidon to just slowly whittle away the whole rest of the team. That Koraidon didn't have Flare Blitz as an option for this whole game because of how low its HP was, and it just didn't need it. It went for all of these other attacks, KO'd, I think, all 4 of the Pokemon on the other side of the field, and really just was so well played. You really, in these Calyrex Shadow Rider mirrors, it really comes down to the partner Pokemon that each player has. And James just executed that Koraidon game plan so well that it didn't really have to come down to Calyrex Shadow Rider speed ties. The Calyrex Shadow Rider never even hit the field that second game.
Yeah, and I think with how explosive the Koraidon was as well, like really getting to redirect around with the Brute Bonnet. And again, that defense boost from the Photosynthesis was really, really excellent at allowing it to survive against the threats that we saw from Montana's side in, you know, the extreme speeds, the body presses, and things like that. We didn't even get to see a move, but even a Qian Pao Sucker Punch, right? It got to redirect, so that couldn't even happen. And I think that Brute Bonnet, even more than the Koraidon, was kind of the key to James' game plan and what allowed Koraidon even to succeed in the first place.
Yeah, I am so proud of that Brute Bonnet. It was so incredibly interesting to see this Pokemon that for years has been really overshadowed by its present version, Amoonguss, finally getting a chance to shine with those defense boosts from the Photosynthesis. It's got such an incredible base stat total, such an incredible move pool, and now a really useful typing with that dark typing into other Calyrex Shadow Riders. I think it's a really interesting call for James to be bringing it all the way to the finals, and I'm really excited for what influences this might have on players' choice in the future for which mushroom to use. It seems like James has really found a situation where Brute Bonnet excels.
Yeah, and I am really excited to see a newer team like this. It isn't, you know, the Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's not the Miraidon Calyrex Ice. It's, you know, Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider. And we really haven't gotten to see Koraidon a lot, but it seems like, you know, Sun has shown up to Anaheim and really brought that to the tournament. A lot of the Koraidons, I mean, even on the other side of the bracket, I'm blanking on what Hirofumi has brought to the tournament, but we know that Koraidon is on Gio's team, but we're going to get an interview here quick from James.
Let's get a round of applause.
Yeah.
James, the last time you were a Worlds finalist, it was back in 2018, and you ended up winning in the Seniors Division. How does it feel to be one of the first people to have the opportunity to get a Seniors Division win and a Masters Division win?
I say that it's not like I'm even acting either. This is all genuine. I just have no clue what to say. It's just one of those things that I never thought in my life would happen. I literally, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. It's unreal.
Well, maybe a little noise from the crowd will help wake you up. I mean, if you think about it, it's been a very long weekend. What were the challenges? I mean, what has been your toughest battle so far to get here?
Genuinely, probably before the tournament, just the battle with myself, funnily enough. I did not have a team for this tournament until 1:30 in the morning, the day of day one. I made the last change, and I was fully accepting I was going to go 2-3 drop. I did not expect to make day 2. I did not expect to make top cut. I did not expect to make it this far at all. But I've been wanting this performance for a very, very long time. And, you know, I had a lot of frustration. I would say I was just angry that I wasn't performing up to my expectations in practice. But that's never stopped me before from going to the tournament and clearing my head. And when I sat down for round 1 of day 1, I just said, you're gonna play good Pokemon today. Don't worry about whether you win or lose. You're here. And I just don't know how to describe it. I haven't been stressed about anything. I keep going into every match with a smile on my face, knowing that I'm gonna play good Pokemon. And I keep playing good Pokemon, and all my opponents have played good Pokemon. And I'm very happy that it's all been good Pokemon.
I mean, we just saw some incredible Pokemon in that last match against Montana. Walk us through your game plan when you started out, game 1. What was the strategy?
So, oh my goodness. It's so hard to talk about things live on stage. Like, my brain feels very fried right now, so I apologize. But I kind of just knew. Obviously, I haven't been overthinking. I haven't been overstressing. I just kind of knew I'm going to make plays that I know I feel comfortable with. If they don't work out, they don't work out. But I'm going to trust my gut on this one. Just approach the matchup knowing that Brubonet's very good into it. A lot of his team is physical attackers, and the one special attacker that he has that really wants to come to the matchup can't really do a lot to it. Spore's very effective into the rest of his team, so that means, you know, Crydon's probably going to be a bring, and if I can get Bonnet and Crydon in the right spots, then they can clear the matchup.
Well, James, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me here and for sharing your thoughts. I know that you feel like you're at a loss for words, but I think this is one of the most genuine interviews I've got to do with you. So thank you so much for that. And before we wrap things up, do you want to give any shout outs to anybody in the crowd or watching at home?
Oh, of course. Shout outs to all my friends at school, my parents. I love you guys so much. Shout outs to my friends Kareem, Brady, Kylie, Zach, Joe, everyone else that I'm forgetting right now. I'm so tired, but NJ, Vishy, Beck, everyone that helped me construct the team, I couldn't be any more grateful. I couldn't be any more grateful to the people that have helped me become the person who I am today. And I'm able to stand here and just tell everyone that I'm in World's Finals again. But I say, to reiterate, special shout outs to my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandmother, my dog at home, my grandfather. I love you all very much.
Thank you so much, James. Let's get one more round of applause for our first World's finalist. You'll be seeing James tomorrow on Championship Sunday take to the arena stage to battle one of our next 2 top 4 competitors to take the title of World Champion in the year of 2025.
I think
We'll have to figure out who that will be, though, so we're going to take a quick break while we set up our next top 4 match, so please stay tuned, everybody.
All right. What a wonderful interview from James. He's always such a sincere player, and it's so nice to see like how genuinely full of joy for Pokemon he is, how emotional he is about this wonderful accomplishment. That whole line of like, I'm in World's Finals again. What a transformative thing to be able to say that only a very small handful of players have ever been able to say in their entire history of playing the game.
Yeah, and I think to be able to have that opportunity again, you could really see how thankful exactly he was of that, to really see that emotion in his face and even in his gameplay, right? You talk about it, he knew that he just locked in what he felt was right, and to have that tied to the game, that level of connection to the game, I really don't think you get to see anywhere else, and I'm really excited to see him in finals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll share something small that I sort of know a sliver of some of what James has been dealing with. After winning like a World Championships in the senior division, it is so hard to make a name for yourself in the Masters division. And James has done that in spades, showing that it wasn't just a division thing that was leading to his accomplishments. And I'm sure that there's so much emotion that rides with that, with being able to make it all the way back in a field that becomes even more difficult as soon as you've aged up into a new division. So I'm so excited to see what James has in store. I hope that he's able to play some good Pokemon tomorrow like he's been aiming today, and I'm really excited to see how far he and his Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider can make it in this matchup.
And ride into finals they will, as we take a quick break here as the mainstream sets up that top 4 game. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more action soon enough.
And welcome back, trainers, to Victory Road's side stream of the Pokemon video game 2025 World Championships. We just had one of the most exciting games to watch that I've seen in a while. Brute Bonnet just crushing it, and I'm really excited for us to get to showcase the other top 4 match. I'm Hayden McTavish, and with me, as always, is Tyson Hughes. How are you feeling, Tyson?
I'm feeling ecstatic. We just finished up, I think, one of the hypest top 4 World Championship matches that I've seen, at least in recent memory, from my time playing the game. And we're gonna get to, watch another one here between Giovanni Shishike and Hirofumi Kimura. And
Yeah.
I'm really excited to highlight both these players. Very accomplished, especially in this season. And I cannot wait to see where the match even goes. Like, I'm so full of joy. I'm very similar to James in that way, right? Where it's just there's so much emotion right now as we reach the pinnacle of Worlds that it's really here. Sunday is tomorrow. We're right here. This is the final match before finals, and here's a final look here at the top 8 and our top 4 before we get into the game to really show you the roadmap of what's come so far here and the Titans that both of the players have had to take down. I mean, Hirofumi taking that 2-1 victory over Victor Medina, and Giovanni taking a bit of a more convincing one against Mao Harada. But still very both close games. After this match is done and the stream is done for today, go back and watch all the games. All these day 2 games so far have been absolutely amazing to watch and very, very high level games. And examples of why every single one of the players here deserves to be at Worlds.
Yeah, we have a unique privilege for this year's World Championships that every single one of these top 8, top 4, and finals matches will be recorded for posterity. So there are 7 incredible high-stakes games that people will be able to watch after this weekend, and I'm so excited for people to be able to check those out. One last thing we should shout out, a consequence of those brackets there, we're guaranteed to have a Koraidon mirror match in finals. The sun is out in Anaheim.
Yeah, and Miraidon is long gone, which is funny because it's the future Pokemon, but I guess the past is back, and it's really funny because both of the players here are all 3 of the potential finalists here, Hirofumi or Giovanni, and James himself have been playing the game for a decently long time, so to bring the Pokemon that is from the past, makes a lot of sense. It fits very narratively together, and I think the reason Koraidon did so well this weekend is just the explosive power that it really has and the ability for it to not be reset as easily, right? Kyogre really isn't a prevalent threat in this metagame, so to have your sun be up and not really be changed is very, very important. Meanwhile, Miraidon has to deal with things like Rillaboom, for example, and the double fake outs where you are locked into choice specs usually. But with Koraidon, you have a lot more flexibility. You can run either the Life Orb or the Clear Amulets. Fire and Fighting are also a great combination of moves to do as much damage as possible. And with things like Flame Charge as well, you can boost the speed to fight off those pesky Shadow Riders as well.
Yeah, I think the other crucial factor for Koraidon is that there are so many really strong Pokemon in this format that aren't restricteds, but start to feel like restricteds as soon as the sun is active. We watched like a Brute Bonnet just crushing it versus a Calyrex Shadow Rider and a Zamazenta last time. And we also know that Giovanni has this Choice Scarf Chi-Yu that really can just put out extraordinary amounts of damage as soon as that Heat Wave has a 1.5 times multiplier. So there's a lot of really interesting ways that Koraidon isn't just a strong, consistent bring on its own, but really lends itself into some powerful team compositions. And every single player who has made it this far in the tournament has thought a lot about which Pokemon to use to take advantage of this sun.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be really the decision that Gio has to make is which Pokemon does he want to bring to really use the fact that the sun is going to be up and available. The other thing to consider here is when the Koraidons come in as well, because as soon as that sun comes off, you have to reposition your Koraidon back in to get it. So because both players have it, when they want to activate the sun really is up to them and could also be benefiting the other player. That's the thing about having these Koraidon mirror matches is that you can activate your other opponent's Pokemon, and that could be helping them in a way. But we are going to get a preview of our 2 players here, Hirofumi Kimura and Giovanni Shishike, and I'm very excited to get to cast this game with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to shout out a couple of accomplishments here, Hirofumi Kimura is a Worlds finalist from 2019. That's such a huge accomplishment and really hoping to get back into that Worlds finale position. A lot of really other powerful results, especially a 2 times Japan Championships champion, a World's Top 32 in 2024, and a Japan Championships Top 64. Giovanni, I want to take a quick second to shout out, has just a slew of accomplishments from this past year. And you were telling me before we were casting, Tyson, is just jumping straight to like really high profile stream matches after a really cool breakout year.
Yeah, and a breakout year, you know, to top it all off, at minimum with a top 4 at the World Championships is no small feat at all. I mean, we were talking about in our previous games as well. I think even making it to day 2 is an achievement of itself, then top 16, and, you know, the higher you get, obviously, the better it is. But we see a sign there in the crowd, too, Gio World Champ. People are rooting. I think Gio is definitely the underdog here in this match, but Hirofumi, too, is fighting for the last spot. Japan is, you know, the final overseas hope here in this NA bracket otherwise. So if Hirofumi wins this, we're going to see an NA versus Japan finals. But enough talking about that. Let's get a breakdown of these teams. Giovanni here running the Lunala Koraidon duo, supported by the Chiyu, Fluttermane, and Brute Bonnet to take advantage of that Sun, and Ursaluna to round it out under Trick Room.
I think that Ursaluna is going to be a really interesting factor for this game. We'll talk about it more maybe when Hirofumi's team comes up in play, but both sides have Trick Room options. And so having that Ursaluna ability to really do a ton of damage, kind of hurt the fire types on the other side of the field that might otherwise take advantage of Sun is a really interesting factor. And of course, we would be remiss not to talk about it. That Brute Bonnet was so powerful in the previous game. It's definitely a really interesting bring from Giovanni here. And then the standard Chiyu Fluttermane, we've known about it for the whole time that they've been legal. Just extraordinary Pokemon that both benefit incredibly from the Sun. So a really nice supporting cast that Giovanni has found to round out this restricted duo that's a little bit less common, but still really, really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we highlighted it a little bit, but being able to take advantage of the Sun on 3 of your 6 Pokemon, or 4 including Koraidon itself, is very, very important here as we get a look at both the players here. But to highlight Kirifumi's team here, a different approach instead of the Psychic Ghost type that we normally see paired with the Koraidon on James and Giovanni's team, we see it instead of the Calyrex Ice Rider there, opting in for the leftovers with the Leech Seed and a little bit more of what you would consider a balancing core of the Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Landorus. Just all around good Pokemon. You can go for your fake outs, your parting shots, and weave in damage with your Koraidon or your Calyrex when you can, and Landorus there just to fire off, you know, those strong Life Orbs to your boosted Earth powers and Sandsear Storms into whenever you can, and Smeargle to boot as well. I mean, do you really have to explain Smeargle? He just kind of sits there, gets you know, a speed boost once in a while with Moody, spores everything, and is just a kind of annoying piece of Pokemon.
Yeah, Smeargle definitely just always ready to throw a wrench in an opponent's game plans, has the ability to just get exactly the right Moody boost at the right time, and that Spore pressure could actually be a really tough thing for Giovanni to have to work around. There's a lot of damage on Giovanni's side of the field, but only a couple of Pokemon that are going to be Spore immune, so that Smeargle definitely has to be at the forefront of Giovanni's mind every now and then as like, oh no, if Smeargle switches in and gets the right Moody boost speed or something like that, then things are going to be really tough. But other than the boosts on the Smeargle, I think there's a lot of really interesting factors here. There's a fake out blender sort of combination from Hirofumi's side that's normally really useful at being a complement to powerful restricted course, but it might be harder to make use of here because Giovanni has 2 ghost types, the Fluttermane and the Lunala, and a Chiyu that can also become a ghost type, and an Ursaluna that can also become a ghost type. So there's a lot of ways around the sort of fake out approach to handling the pressure from Giovanni's side of the field. And so I'm curious to see what else Hirofumi uses. If it winds up being more of a reliance on Smeargle's redirection and Spore, or if it winds up being just relying more directly on the restricted Pokemon to do damage without quite so much fake out support.
And Hirofumi definitely, while the fake outs into the ghost types is a little bit scary, movie we didn't really get to talk about on the Smeargle was that Ruination. And Ruination is really nice because it brings the Pokemon down to 50% of their HP no matter what, regardless of what type you are, regardless if you're a restricted or a normal Pokemon. It brings you down by a guaranteed amount each time. And that's going to be super big, especially when you're playing with tools like the Koraidon, like the the Ice Rider that do consistent amounts of damage. And if you can get Pokemon on Giovanni's team into certain ranges that you are familiar with, then suddenly your Ice Rider is a monster, right? If you can get everything down to 50%, you can just Glacial Lance down everything, then it could be very disastrous.
I think also one of the really clutch opportunities that Hirofumi had in the previous match is just setting up that Ruination and the Leech Seeds. There's just so many ways to power up the damage, and yep, we're going to see this Smeargle hitting the field right away for Hirofumi's side. With 2 Koraidons, everybody really wants Sun to be out right away, but the Chi-Yu facing down this Koraidon and Smeargle instead of a supportive piece. So Giovanni really on the offense right from the get-go.
Yeah, and both Koraidons being there on the field, we are going to see Hirofumi's ability activate first, though, which is going to, or activate first, which means he's going to be the one who sets up the Sun and reveal maybe some speed on both these Pokemon, but a Protect there from Hirofumi's Koraidon is going to go off. What's the Smear going to go for, though? It's going to just be a spiky shield to block and potentially scout out what this Chi-Yu wants to lock in with its Choice Scarf.
Yeah, I think really crucial for Smeargle to know what's going to happen. There's no fake out pressure from that side of the field. This Smeargle happens not to have that move, so really nice to just go for a double protect, know what the Chi is locking into, kind of reduce the ability for Giovanni to make crazy plays or reads now. There's a guarantee that a Heat Wave is going out, and there's an opportunity for a frustrating, potentially moody boost from the Smeargle. Looks like nothing too impactful here. A special defense boost means that Smeargle might be able to take some other special attacks without going down to its Focus Sash, but I think a Beads of Ruin Sun boosted Heat Wave is still going to bring that Smeargle pretty close.
Yeah, I think so as well, and with a Focus Sash, it is going to be able to hang on, but with Koraidon, you are going to be able to double into it if it does go for a Follow Me and do a lot of damage for sure. And, you know, if you're able to get rid of this Smeargle sooner rather than later, then there's no speed boost you have to worry about, no Spore or anything like that. You do, of course, have to worry about a Koraidon following up an attack, but the Smeargle for Hirofumi is going to swap out into a potentially better target. It is going to be the Incineroar here, getting an attack drop on the Koraidon here because it's not clear Amulet on Giovanni's side, is that Life Orb, but a Terrestrialization as well happening on this turn. That's going to be on the Koraidon into that Terra Fire, and that's going to boost up the damage there on the Koraidon even more. And importantly as well, that Terrestrialization is going to be on Hirofumi's side to not take that Heat Wave decently well, as a Flame Charge there from Geo coming out first, and Hirofumi's Koraidon moving second.
So we've now confirmed that the Koraidons are speed tied. That's going to be crucial to know later, and they don't want to stop speed tying. They're both going for those flame charges right away. Really crucially, I think that Hirofumi would have been predicting a Terra Ghost from that Chi-Yu, and wanted to sort of cover for that by going for a flame charge instead of a low kick to try to finish off the Chi-Yu. That's going to matter a lot that Giovanni has preserved Terra, but also kept the Chi-Yu around on the field. The big challenge is, with these flame charges activating now, all these Koraidons are just so much faster than the rest of this field, and Chi-Yu is definitely not long for this world if this Koraidon ever decides it wants to toss another flame charge that direction.
Yeah, and I think what Chi-Yu is doing a great job at doing here is just threatening so much damage, even into these 2 resistant targets. Heat Wave does so much damage, and if you're able to chip things down into range of Lunala, finishing it off with a Meteor Beam or a Moondice Beam, that's very favorable for Giovanni, but we see the Chi-Yu instead swap out there against a potential Fake Out, not wanting to burn the Terrestrialization into the Lunala, which would eat a Koraidon attack not too well, but at least you have the Shadow Shield to break and make up for it, as a Protect comes out from Giovanni's Koraidon. Fake Out there, going to fail into the Koraidon's Protect, and Hirofumi is going to get an opportunity to potentially attack with the Koraidon, as, yeah, it's a Flame Charge to guarantee to outspeed Giovanni's Koraidon the following turn and break that Shadow Shield on the Lunala.
One of the Koraidons has finally solidified its ability to outspeed the other. So Hirofumi knows that there's a safe low kick that's going to go before any close combats or anything from the other Koraidon side of the field. But being able to sort of force that pin on the Chi-Yu, either get a KO on a Chi-Yu or do a bunch of damage on the switch in, it doesn't look like Lunala took so much damage, but it's so huge for it to have lost that Shadow Shield. It now has to worry a little bit about things like that Flare Blitz. It has to worry a whole lot more about things like the knockoff from the Incineroar. That means that this Lunala is going to have to think a little bit. It has this wonderful damage potential with Meteor Beam that it could throw out to either slot, but it no longer has like a comfortable guaranteed survival of the turn. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Incineroar's going to switch out, doesn't want to risk a Meteor Beam. This Koraidon can do a whole lot of damage, but whatever comes in here might have to take a lot of damage, and it looks like it's going to be that Smeargle.
And a protect on Hirafumi's Koraidon there to protect against any incoming damage from Giovanni's Koraidon, as that close combat goes into that protect. Not too favorable for Giovanni there, as a Meteor Beam to follow up there as well is going to go off, giving Lunala +1 special attack. We see it activate. The Power Herb, though, is going to miss the Smeargle, meaning the Focus Sash is taking back, and a speed boost on the Smeargle as well to make matters worse for Giovanni.
Oh, poor Giovanni. That's the worst way the turn could possibly have played out for poor Giovanni. If you get off that Meteor Beam and take the Smeargle down to Focus Sash, it's really so much less threatening, especially with the Flame Charge speed boost on Koraidon. Even if the Smeargle got the speed boost, you can still outspeed and KO. But now with the Smeargle becoming faster than most Pokemon on the field and still having the Focus Sash intact, there's a whole lot of spores incoming for Giovanni's side of the field, and Hirofumi is probably feeling pretty comfortable with this +2 speed Koraidon, being able to throw out some attacks, well supported by this Smeargle.
Yeah, and Giovanni really has to decide what's the bigger threat, the +2 Smeargle being able to outspeed your team and spore you, or the Koraidon here who is just going to Flare Blitz his Lunala and knock it out there. And that's a huge KO because that Meteor Beam really didn't get to do anything. The recoil, though, is going to take Koraidon down to low HP as we see a Flame Charge there and a Smeargle to finally break that Focus Sash.
Going to break the Focus Sash, but Smeargle has a chance to fire back with a Spore, and that's going to be one restricted Pokemon knocked out for Giovanni's side, and the other one with a sleep and no sleep turns burned and the sun gone. So this poor Koraidon is really not quite so threatening, as these two +2 speed Pokemon are feeling pretty well prepared to take care of anything left on Giovanni's side of the field.
Brute Bonnet is going to come in here and force a potential follow me there from the Smeargle just to make sure that the Koraidon doesn't get knocked out from a stray Sucker Punch. But the problem here now is, as we mentioned before, the Meteor Beam missing the Smeargle otherwise would have been gone by now. Even if it gets the speed boost, you're okay with the Koraidon going down, or excuse me, you're okay with the Lunala going down because it means you get the Brute Bonnet in. And if Koraidon was able to get the knockout there on the Smeargle, you are in a great position to just Sucker Punch down here. Fumi's Koraidon, and it's winnable from that spot. But the Smeargle here being faster is just unfortunate.
Absolutely. There's still one factor here that Giovanni still has Terrestrialization left, but... Oh, no, never mind. And so there's maybe a few options, but I don't think that it's going to make a huge difference. There's still this Spore Pin from the Smeargle and everything. And Koraidon's just going to burn a turn of sleep, take a low kick for its troubles, prove that it can survive that attack, but this Ruination coming out is going to bring that Koraidon down to just a couple of hit points left. One Spore is going to be able to come out into the other Koraidon, though, so there's a little bit of time now for Giovanni to try to claw his way back into this game, as Smeargle continues to get faster, but that's not going to help it too much with not being able to directly do very much damage.
But those speed boosts are going to add up, as you could potentially outspeed the Koraidon if it does wake up. Ruination going to that slot in case maybe a different Pokemon wanted to swap in for Giovanni. I think Giovanni's still in this game, though. You have your Koraidon still in the field, even if it's low HP. You really just have to find a way to get the Smeargle off the board, though, and find a position where your Chi-Yu can do some meaningful damage. Putting Hirafumi's Koraidon to sleep, though, is very, very beneficial for sure. Chi-Yu getting to come in here, though, it really is going to come down what Smeargle wants to click. It is just going to be that spiky shield, and let's see what happens here for the Brute Bonnet. Goes for Sucker Punch, fails, though, and that's going to be another sleep turn for Hirafumi's Koraidon.
Maybe Brute Bonnet trying to catch a Ruination or something there, but not going to be able to this particular turn. That is really nice to be able to get the Chi-Yu in safely, though. Because this Amoonguss can Rage Powder and redirect any potential spores, it doesn't matter how fast that Smeargle is, it can still be knocked out by the Chi-Yu without the Chi-Yu going to sleep. Giovanni really has to hope, though, that this Koraidon stays asleep, because taking a whole lot of damage into that Brute Bonnet while it's redirecting attacks is going to make it a whole lot harder to make it through the rest of this game.
Yeah, and I think this has been really hard. Giovanni has kind of had to swap in and out, and really ponder about how to reposition the Pokemon, but Hirafumi has gotten to keep the Koraidon and the Smeargle on the field and just click different moves to try to, force resources out of Giovanni. And until those resources are spent, Hirafumi is very comfortable staying on the field here asleep as Koraidon burns another turn. The Brute Bonnet here on Giovanni's side has to go for the Rage Powder to redirect that Spore to give Chiyu a chance to attack, but Ruination there, thanks to the speed boost, is going to get to move before the Chiyu, even with the Choice Scarf, bringing Brute Bonnet down to its Citrus Berry, which is notable now that this Chiyu gets to attack. The Heat Wave not knocking out the Koraidon though, but finishing off the terror that is Smeargle.
So a really important factor we were talking about earlier, Hirafumi, by leading that Koraidon, really guaranteed that, and then especially with both of them leading the Koraidon, but there was this extra guarantee that Sun could sort of be stalled out in the first 5 turns. And there's still an opportunity to switch in Koraidon later and reset it, but until then, this Chiyu's damage output is really reduced, and that's really being showcased right now with not getting that KO with the Heat Wave. That definitely gives this Koraidon a whole lot more opportunities to wake up and try to finish off this Brute Bonnet, which might wind up being a pretty significant factor in this match.
Yeah, and without Life Orb there on Hirafumi's side, there's no way that even if you were able to sacrifice a Pokemon that it goes down. Thanks to the Clear Amulet, it's going to be able to fire off attacks until Giovanni wants to stop it. And because Citrus Berry is the item of choice on Brute Bonnet here for Giovanni, there's no way around this Fake Out. With the option of Terrestrialization there on the Chiyu, you could go for a Terra Ghost, but again, the Koraidon is so fast that you're either losing Chiyu or you're losing Brute Bonnet, both of which pieces I think Giovanni needs to succeed in this endgame. And when you're already staring down an Incineroar as well, it's not looking good.
Yeah, this is definitely the toughest position that Giovanni's been in since bringing the Chiyu back onto the field. That fake out pressure from Incineroar, Giovanni's done a great job of preserving Terra, so there's some risk to clicking fake out into that slot. But if this Koraidon wakes up soon, things are going to be looking really tough for Giovanni. Hirafumi's done such an exceptional job of setting up. And it is waking up, going for a Protect, trying to avoid that Sucker Punch. But that's going to be really tough. There's not an ability to finish off that Koraidon. This Heat Wave going to just be doing a little bit of chip damage to this Incineroar. And this Incineroar, very crucially, not going for a Fake Out. Probably going to be able to pick up a KO here with a Flare Blitz into either slot. Oh, but Chiyu survives! Chiyu's still able to throw off a few more Heat Waves, and that Incineroar is getting really low.
And this is actually still a game because that Chiyu gets to survive with how much damage that Heat Wave was doing. I'm willing to bet that if a Sucker Punch goes off into this Koraidon, a Heat Wave would be enough to finish off that Incineroar. So Giovanni really making a way back into this game with these clutch survivals. The Koraidon living that Ruination from before, knowing that it does a certain amount of damage. The Chiyu living that Flare Blitz. Giovanni still has a way back in this game, but with the menace that this Koraidon is on Hirafumi's side, you really have to make the correct plays in these final turns of the game. There's still a whole nother Pokemon in the back for Hirafumi as well.
Yeah, so this Brute Bonnet has such a crucial choice to make, whether it tries to redirect or whether it tries to get that Sucker Punch off to set up the single target Heat Wave damage. There's a really crucial decision that Giovanni has to make with 2 seconds of game time left. Okay, locked in the moves on time. It is just a double protect from the Koraidon, but it fails. So if this Heat Wave connects, that's going to finish it off. Sucker Punch not doing anything though, so this Heat Wave is going to have to pick up 2 KOs to keep Giovanni in the game, and it's definitely not on that Incineroar. So we're down 1 more Pokemon from Hirafumi's side, but this Chiyu is probably also going to faint this turn.
Yeah, but if the Chiyu goes down this turn, it's knockoff instead of the Flare Blitz. Just get rid of the Chiyu once and for all. That Choice Scarf paying dividends for Giovanni, but the Chiyu is around no longer. That means the Koraidon is going to be the last Pokemon here for Gio. Unfortunately, it is still asleep as the Calyrex is the final Pokemon for Hirafumi here in this game 1. And I'm not sure if Giovanni has enough resources left in the tank, even with resetting the sun, to get over this Calyrex.
So there's something really interesting here. I'm not 100% sure if this Koraidon has burned all of its turns of sleep, but I'm sure it has a chance to wake up here. And if it's able to wake up, it's only got 1 attack left in it with that Life Orb, unfortunately. Just 1 more hit point would have been so important for this Koraidon. But it has a chance to be able to potentially just knock out this Calyrex with a Flare Blitz here. So there's a potential, if this 1 attack winds up being the right 1 attack, for this Koraidon to be able to still close out this game. And there's the Brute Bonnet there, able to kind of cover the Incineroar's attacks with something like a Sucker Punch to really give a lot of options here. I think Giovanni's played this really well, where if this Koraidon wakes up, things are actually looking pretty positive potentially.
Yeah, and we see a terrestrialization here into the Brute Bonnet instead of the Koraidon, knowing that with a Terra Fire you can't get a knockout maybe, or relying on Brute Bonnet just in case Koraidon doesn't wake up, going for a Sucker Punch here into the Incineroar to knock it out. You can kind of, after you knock out the Incineroar, the Sucker Punch is huge. Now it's just down to the Koraidon. It wakes up! It goes for the Flare Blitz here, Sun boosted as well. The Calyrex actually drops without the terrestrialization, and Giovanni finds a way back into the game to win game 1.
That is one of the most incredible comebacks I've seen in so long, and it happened in top 4 under incredibly high stakes. Just preserving those little pieces, the like 10 HP Koraidon was asleep and was going to faint to Life Orb Recoil, the Chi-Yu that was switched out earlier at great cost. Giovanni just knew that he needed to preserve those fire attacks through till the very end of the game, and it paid off so well. That Calyrex Ice got to do nothing. That Brute Bonnet finished off that Incineroar, and I'm speechless. That was such an incredibly well-piloted game, playing from behind for so long. Giovanni just sitting there looking so happy having managed to clutch that game out.
I think playing from behind is an understatement. That Smeargle had gone for Ruination into the Koraidon and brought it down, as you mentioned, exactly the amount of HP. If there was one more, the Koraidon would have been able to have another move potentially in that game, but it had to pick one final move before it got knocked out to its own Life Orb Recoil. And just that small amount of HP, the wake up there, the Flare Blitz into the Calyrex, everything worked out for Gio in that game 1, and I think it was very well deserved from how behind he was playing as well.
Giovanni really showing that he's a player to watch out for with such a convincing first game into an incredibly powerful opponent. I'm really impressed seeing that. I also want to shout out quickly, I really like the way that Giovanni was still hedging his bets a little bit there. If the Koraidon didn't wake up, that would have been a really tough situation, but the Brute Bonnet still went for that Terra Water terrestrialization so that it could take a Glacial Lance. And then the question is just, maybe if that Brute Bonnet's faster than the Calyrex Ice, it can try to still get off a Spore and then slowly Seed Bomb away at the Calyrex before the Calyrex can get off a Leech Seed. Like, Giovanni was playing to every single possible out for that entire set, and it really showed and really paid off in that first game.
And I think it was really terrifying as well with just how the Smeargle was getting speed boost after speed boost. It looked scarier and scarier as the turns went by, but we're going to get into game 2 here with Smeargle, Koraidon being the leads for Hirofumi and Koraidon and Chi-Yu for Giovanni.
It's exactly the same leads as last time. Last time Hirofumi played this super safe. Just tried to set up protects, figure out what the Chi-Yu was going to lock into. We'll have to see if it's another dead turn or if Hirofumi has a few other ideas, seeing that if this Smeargle can get in a cheeky Spore, that's really going to change the situation right from the start.
Yeah, and Smeargle being the lead here, we could just see another double protect to maybe fish for another speed boost to outspeed. We saw how quickly that changed the game in game 1, but Gio thinking here maybe what you want to do, right? If you know that double protect is happening, is there really anything you have to do differently? No, there's not, as Hirofumi goes for the first protect there on the Koraidon. You can only assume that, yeah, the spiky shield is coming out from Smeargle as well, but Giovanni confident in his game 1 game plan, regardless of how close it was, the heat wave being locked in there, and the close combat to follow up as well.
I'm sure these players have some adjustments up their sleeve, but not for this first turn. They've really established that this is a really nice, safe way to get this game started. This Chi-Yu sort of confirming that it's locked into this heat wave. But I think there's an interesting question here, as the Smeargle once again doesn't get any useful Moody boosts in this matchup. Last time the Smeargle pivoted out into that Incineroar, and it was a really nice start for Hirofumi's whole game plan to set up a lot of momentum. And I'm curious if there's any adjustment that Giovanni's going to want to make at this point now, potentially tossing the close combat into the other slot, or if Giovanni's still happy with slowly building up those flame charges to preserve a speed order.
And I think preserving the speed really is the name of this game. We saw it through the speed boosts on the Smeargle, on the Koraidons. It's so important, but like you said, it really comes down to when both players want to finally click that trigger. When are they going to stop playing this game of chicken and boosting at the speeds and just click the damaging buttons? And I think it's depending on when they want Pokemon to get in certain ranges. As the Smeargle goes for Follow Me here, redirecting any attacks. Not going to be the Heat Wave though, and Giovanni actually missing one of the targets there, being the Smeargle, missing getting another move into it and just not breaking the focus sash yet again. And that's, I can't stress enough how big that is. Just like last game where you missed the meteor beam, you've missed the heat wave this time instead.
Smeargle, you're not allowed to have evasion boost anymore. They changed the mechanics. Things are supposed to hit you. But no, this Smeargle really putting in work for its trainer, as because of the defense drop from the close combat, Giovanni trying to adjust and not go for the flame charge. That means that low kick is just a KO, and the speed boost again on the Smeargle. This is 2 games in a row now that the Smeargle has dodged a 90% plus accurate move and then gotten a speed boost right afterwards that makes things a whole lot scarier for Giovanni's side of the field.
And with Brute Bonnet here being a potential swap in is a little bit tricky. You really have to decide of what Pokemon wants to come in here. If the Lunala comes in here, it's threatening a lot of damage. Maybe the Smeargle coming in, or staying alive, excuse me, is actually good, right? Because then you can go for a Heat Wave and fire off an attack with the Lunala into the Koraidon.
Yeah, there's definitely some options here. That's not the position that Hirofumi was expecting to be in. Hirofumi certainly was expecting to lose that Smeargle and bring in maybe some fake-out pressure. So instead, it's going to be the onus on Giovanni to try to take this very unexpected board position and try to do something with it. If that Chi is still faster than the Smeargle, there's definitely a ton of options for Giovanni's side here, but you do have to find a way around this Koraidon that has a whole lot of damage output as well.
Yeah, and Brute Bonnet being the Pokemon of choice here to swap in for Giovanni, you really have to decide of what you want to do. You know, we saw the Water Trostalization burn in that final turn of Game 1, but, you know, using it this early as well isn't a bad idea either. You get to resist the Fire-type move that would come out from Koraidon, and then take neutral damage from the Fighting-type move. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me, while still retaining the defense boost from Photosynthesis. And this Chiyu is going to have to worry about, you know, the speed boost from the Smeargle. And of course, if you Terra Water on the Brute Bonnet, you have to worry about a Spore. So there's a lot of decisions that are running through Giovanni's mind right now that Hirofumi kind of has the upper hand as we see a swap here.
Yeah, so Hirofumi not wanting to deal with all of these fire-type attacks from the Chiyu, wants to preserve Koraidon's health, just going to switch in the safe Incineroar here. We're going to see a Spiky Shield coming out from that Smeargle, trying to set up some fake-up pressure down the line. But Giovanni, very crucially, not going for the Terastallization here, gives him a lot more options here. Sucker Punch is going to fail. Both Pokemon didn't attack. Heat Wave is going to come out and do just a little bit of chip damage to that Incineroar. We saw that really adding up last time, though. And again, it's more than a quarter of hit points down. Defense boost on Smeargle, not going to be super relevant. And a speed drop on Smeargle, just to make sure that it's only at +1 speed now. So, really crucially, Giovanni not going for that Terra Water, even though there was that temptation there, I think is super important now, because it means that this Chiyu still has the Terra Ghost option that makes Hirofumi's fake out super unsafe into that Chiyu. So there's still a ton of Heat Wave pressure from Giovanni's side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And we actually see a hover over the Rage Powder there, which I want to highlight is super important because while you can't Rage Powder something like the Incineroar, you can Rage Powder a Spore or a Ruination away from the Smeargle as the Fake Out just goes into Incineroar there. And the way with Rage Powder this works as well is you don't have to burn a Ghost Terastallization this way as well. You can just redirect a potential Spore from the Smeargle, which we see come out from Hirofumi, and that's going to be a nothing turn for them, as we see a Speed boost instead, an attack drop, another meaningless booty boost.
Yeah, Smeargle not really getting anything useful here at 1 hit point, with no defense boost is really going to help it here. But as you mentioned, that's really important. Giovanni has done such a very careful job both of these sets, trying to preserve Terastallization for the absolute perfect moment. And here was a great time where Giovanni was able to identify, sure, a Terra Ghost gets me a little further right away, but I don't really need this like 20 or 30 hit points on my Chiyu. I'm happy to just wait a turn until Fake Out is burned and set myself up to be pressuring these Heat Waves down the line. Going to be now a really interesting question. Giovanni has a lot of momentum with this Heat Wave, but probably doesn't want to take much damage from an Incineroar in any of these slots. So we'll have to see what he does with the slot that isn't Chiyu as he goes for this Heat Wave.
Brute Bonnet, though, is going to be swapping out for Giovanni's last Pokemon, that being the Lunala here. Not going to have it Shadow Shield broken on swap this time from a Koraidon. Spiky Shield from Hirofumi's Smeargle there, blocking the Heat Wave that we know is coming out from the Chiyu. Heat Wave is going to come out, though, into the Protect first and foremost, and is going to miss the Incineroar. So many unfortunate odds in Gio's, I guess not in Gio's favor this game, as the knockoff gets rid of that speed boost from the Choice Scarf on it.
So this Smeargle is now going to be quite a threat. At +1 speed, I think it's quite likely to outspeed this Chiyu after the knockoff. All of this really clever play Giovanni did before to try to not burn the Terra Ghost is maybe a little bit tougher to take advantage of now, because the Smeargle has been able to sort of just alternate protects and support from its partner to get back into a position where it's once more threatening spores. So if Gio can guess correctly where the targeting is going with the Spore, there's definitely some opportunities to still finish off the Smeargle, but there's just so much time that Giovanni has now devoted to trying to take that out that this Incineroar is really comfortable just chipping away at all of these Pokemon that it can do decent damage into, and Giovanni's resources are just fading quite quickly with that Koraidon still able to come in the back later from Hirofumi and clean up.
And while the misses have definitely been unfortunate, it's kind of working in Giovanni's favor in a weird way where the Smeargle is kind of stuck on the field. It can't really do anything but Spore or Ruination, and they're kind of locked in. And yeah, we see the Brute Bonnet there be immune to the Spore as the Heat Wave goes off and finally finishes off the Smeargle, and that threat of the Spore Ruination is no more.
Finally, the Smeargle is off the field after dodging a ton of attacks. This Incineroar, though, going to be able to set itself back up to have Fake Out pressure again next turn. It pivots out, going to be able to bring something in, but that partner slot is still open for an Incineroar to come back in as well. So a lot of nice opportunities for Hirofumi to set the pace now. Sure, he has lost the Smeargle, but he now knows what two Pokemon Giovanni has out. And there's a lot of difficulty for Giovanni repositioning right now because you don't want to lose the Shadow Shield on the Lunala. There's definitely some nice pressure here from Hirofumi as he takes his time trying to think through what the best plan is to make the most out of this next turn.
And as you mentioned as well, the Cryon in the back for Hirofumi is in such a prime position to just kind of clean up whatever is left here on Giovanni's side. You've chipped them down. You have the Incineroar to repivot, and even the Calyrex that we see swapped in here can just kind of chip things down with the Glacial Lance and get things in range of potential collision course from Hirofumi.
Yeah, this Calyrex hitting the field very crucially without Terastallization having been burned yet from Hirofumi's side gives a ton of options here. There's Fake Out pressure from the Incineroar next to this Calyrex Ice Rider, and so Incineroar can pretty comfortably stop one of these two Pokemon from attacking. If Calyrex wants to, it could also Terastallize out of being weak to anything that the Chi-Yu can do. Sun is gone, and Giovanni has no way to reset it, so Hirofumi really picking a nice opportunity to bring this Calyrex Ice Rider in, to keep it safe enough that if he wants a Trick Room, if he wants to just start firing out some Glacial Lances, there's at least a little bit of space to do that right now.
And I think Hirofumi's going to have to be very careful about which target you fake out here, if that's going to be the move of choice on Incineroar. Because if you don't fake out the Brute Bonnet this turn, then a Spore is going to be staring you down. You don't have a Photosynthesis boost on the Brute Bonnet, though, so I'm really curious how Giovanni maybe trained his Pokemon to have the bulk to survive a Glacial Lance. We are going to see the Terra Fairy, though, from Hirofumi's Calyrex to resist the potential Sucker Punch as the Heat Wave fires off into both targets. No sort of burn, and a Spore there into the Calyrex. No fake out from Hirofumi's Incineroar, most notably.
Brute Bonnet being really the MVP here with the speed order, as a knockoff fails to KO the Chi-Yu, maybe predicting a Lunala switch in or just trying to build up some chip damage slowly to try to finish off this Chi-Yu. That's such an important speed order for both players to know about going forwards. This Brute Bonnet being able to outspeed this Calyrex and put it to sleep gains so much potential momentum here, especially with the Chi-Yu not having been knocked out here. I'm sure Giovanni might have also liked being able to bring in the Lunala here. It would have been in very good position, but I'm sure it's quite happy to have taken that sleep turn on Calyrex, sort of be in a bit more comfortable of a position. There's definitely an important problem a couple of turns down the line, though, when this Calyrex Ice Rider finally is able to wake up and start firing out things like that Glacial Lance.
I think as well with this Terra Water, we see Giovanni hovering over just in case, of course, the Calyrex wakes up. Could be very dangerous. The benefit here that we also see being hovered is that Chi-Yu is no longer Choice Scarf locked, so it can use its final life here on the board to fire off a extremely powerful Overheat to make sure you guarantee the knockout on one of the targets. Terra Water, though, being the Terastallization that Giovanni locks himself into to resist those Glacial Lances and any Fire-type moves from Koraidon in the back, is going to get to fire off an attack. Overheat, though, being the move of choice into the Incineroar, doesn't pick up the knockout, and Chi-Yu is going to take a -2 to a special attack because of that. Flare Blitz, though, is going to knock out the Chi-Yu, and is this recoil enough to knock out the Incineroar. We're going to find out as Hirofumi's Incineroar does hang on just by a thread. Oh, C-Bomb though, finishing off the Incineroar.
Oh, that took a whole village to get rid of that Incineroar. Giovanni doing all of his attacks and taking some recoil. But being able to, oh no, with the Calyrex waking up and going for a Trick Room, having confirmed that it's slower, that's really interesting. Being able to set itself up really powerfully to do some attacks, but I think setting up the Koraidon to be coming in and not able to put out very much pressure at all. It's just going to set up the Sun to make Brute Bonnet bulkier, and then probably going to feint to the Lunala. That's really going to be a tough situation for Hirofumi now. It might not have been the right time to set a Trick Room, or maybe Hirofumi has something up his sleeve that I haven't thought of.
And with Power Herb on the Lunala as well, you're able to give yourself a special attack boost. So even if Hirofumi was maybe leaning into the Leech Seed game plan that this Calyrex is known for, you have to work against a +1 Lunala and a full HP Brute Bonnet that hasn't even eaten its Citrus Berry yet. So I think in terms of resources, Giovanni has actually come up now in terms of the resources, even though both trainers are now down to their final 2 Pokemon. A Spore into the Koraidon is relatively free considering the Trick Room is up. A Leech Seed, though, into Lunala is going to be the first action taken on this turn. Spore, though, going off in the Koraidon now that the Brute Bonnet is slower. And with this Lunala getting to move, I'm really curious what it's going to go for. It is going to be that Meteor Beam going to +1 special attack. And if it's able to fire off, it's going to do so much damage to one of these Pokemon.
All right, Lunala, you missed the last Meteor Beam, but Giovanni's really counting on you. Looks like it's going to connect here. Get some nice damage into that Calyrex, but maybe not a ton. I think the more significant effect here is just setting up that special attack boost. This Lunala doesn't have Moonblast, so it needs to use Moongeist Beam to take out that Koraidon eventually, and you really need to get that special attack boost first to be able to get damage there. This Calyrex Ice Rider is starting to become a bit of a problem. It's boosting itself up hit points wise by that Leech Seed, and it's really does not look like it just took a really powerful +1 Meteor Beam just yet. So Giovanni setting up still has a lot of the momentum, but this Calyrex Ice Rider is doing its best to be as much of a problem as it can be.
And it'll continue to be a nuisance as a Spore fails to go off into the Calyrex. Sporing into the Protect on Hirofumi's side. Moongeist Beam, though, at +1. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Koraidon? It is! And now Giovanni is 2v1 against Hirofumi in top 4 of the World Championships. And Giovanni with a full HP Brute Bonnet as well. Being able to Spore next turn, he can feel, I'm sure, the amount of joy that is coming from how close this game is.
Yeah, that Brute Bonnet and Lunala put in so much work. With the Lunala finishing off the Koraidon, no protects or anything, things are looking pretty tidy for Giovanni. This Calyrex, if it hits another Leech Seed, would be able to try to heal back up, but missing, I think, really seals the game for Giovanni's side of the field. Sure, that Calyrex is healing back like 15-20% each turn, but 15 or 20% is not enough to handle a barrage of +1 Moongeist Beams. This Lunala really ready to redeem itself from that miss from game 1, crushing that Calyrex down to half hit points from 1. And now there's a guaranteed turn of sleep on this Calyrex next turn. I think Giovanni's all but locked up this game.
Yeah, and that Leech Seed being a little bit of luck in Giovanni's favor after the series of unfortunate events that have taken place. Moongeist here, able to put the Calyrex to sleep. Now, with Lunala at +1, these Moongeist Beams and Seed Bombs are going to start to add up, and with only one form of Leech Seed recovery, the Calyrex stays asleep here. Is this double up going to be enough for Giovanni to take it first? The Seed Bomb there, bringing Calyrex a little under. This Moongeist Beam, able to follow it up. Is this enough? Giovanni, with a critical hit, is able to take top 4 against Hirofumi Kimura in the World Championships in Anaheim.
That was a spectacular 2-game set. Such a dominating performance from Giovanni, despite a ton of really unpredictable events with that Smeargle. I think it really speaks to the caliber of Giovanni's play, that he was able to handle all of that inconsistency, still be able to sort of take advantage of the times when that was really helpful, when the Smeargle was on the field and maybe Hirofumi didn't want it to be. And we see the sign being raised, Gio #1 world champ, as we now have locked in a finals of 2 Brute Bonnets, 2 Koraidons from just an incredible player here.
I think as well, if you told me what had happened in that game without telling me the results of it, and you said, yeah, Smeargle got like 3 speed boosts, The Koraidon was SMT HP and Life Orb recoil. There was the Leech Seeds and all sorts of defensive positioning. This Miracle was around for how many turns? And you said Giovanni actually won 2-0. I'd be flabbergasted if you told me that without any context to this game. And I think showing why Giovanni deserves to be in finals, just an absolute masterclass in positioning and understanding your win conditions, recognizing that if I preserve this Lunala in that game too, then I could just kind of win. And I'm just amazed in the same way that I was amazed in James's game, for example, as well. Just the amount of thought and delicacy to each of the Pokemon as well, and preserving them for their game plans was just a master class.
Yeah, such sophisticated play from both players. Usually for the top 4 of the World Championships, I really expect that sets are going to go to 3 games. But both of these players against really phenomenal opponents both took it 2-0. And I think really from those performances in top 4, it's hard to think of 2 more deserving players to be in finals against each other. We're in for such a treat tomorrow with this Koraidon face-off.
Yeah, Koraidon face-off for sure. And like you said, it was guaranteed to be it anyways. But to have NA be the final, the final 2 players is super exciting as well. Close combat here into the Smeargle. We just get to see some highlights from this game. That low kick initially seeing like it took down the Koraidon, was a big piece in game 1 for Giovanni, but getting rid of it in this game 2 actually worked out in Giovanni's favor, meaning you got in that threatening piece was the Brute Bonnet. I feel like Hirofumi didn't really have a good handle on getting rid of it, right? It kind of stuck around forever. It didn't even have to terrestrialize in the face of a lot of these Pokemon, just kind of stuck around until Giovanni found himself in a position where he's like, okay, the Ice Shards on the field, I can terrestrialize it. Him and Lunala, they got this.
Yeah, what a phenomenally well-played game. And I guess we've now seen 2 incredibly high-profile matches where Brute Bonnet has just destroyed the competition. There's a really clear writing on the wall. I think I'm about to go boot up some Pokemon and try to play around with Brute Bonnet a bit. It seems like it's just an incredibly strong pick for this tournament.
Yeah, who would have thought, like, giving Amoonguss better stats and somewhat of a weaker typing, but like also an ability that like boosts your defense? Like, who would have thought that's pretty good? And I think as well, to boot, being a dark type with Sucker Punch in a format with so much Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, you have to respect it, I think. And I mean, it being on both of the finalist teams as well makes so much sense. And it's really funny as well. We talked about all the tournament. While both players have Koraidons, they've also opted for different Psychic and Ghost types. So one is Lunala and, one has the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So I'm really excited to explore that dynamic tomorrow in finals.
Yeah, we have such an interesting treat of 2 similar but still very diverging takes on some interesting innovations that clearly paid off in this tournament. Bringing a Ghost Psychic type, bringing a Fighting type, but it's not that Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow. It's a Koraidon plus either the Calyrex Shadow or the Lunala with a wonderful Dark type to round out the core with that Brute Bonnet. So I'm really interested to see. I think it's an interesting, not quite mirror matchup, but it's going to be nice to see how those pieces play into and against each other when we see that in finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and I can't wait for the interview now, because I know Giovanni is not a man of many words, but the words he does say, I'm sure will be impactful. And I know, knowing him personally, he is definitely waiting to say what he wants to say for when he's in finals tomorrow. He'll there's a little bit of banter and whatnot, but he's a very respectable player. And Hirofumi too, I'm sure is just happy to be there in top 4 and make it this far and get this deep in the tournament. And being the last hope for Japan was definitely something very impressive. I think the story of all the players here in this bracket is something to be talked about, and every single one of them I could see making it to finals and continuing that story. And I know it's not the last that we'll see of Hirofumi for sure.
Yeah, I think this is one of the first odd years ever that Japan won't have won the World Championship since, I think there's maybe been one since 2011 when Ray won. This is a real monumental moment in VGC history where North America is taking the championships instead of Japan. That's such history being made. It's really interesting to see. And Giovanni really had to work for it. Hirofumi was playing incredibly well, giving a really tough run, but Giovanni just showing that he had an incredible amount of experience with the team, and it really showed.
And again, even with the luck, Giovanni still found a way to make it back in the game, even with a little bit of luck of his own there at the end with the Moon Guy's beam. Not sure how much that mattered, but, you know, still nice to feel after all those misses, especially into the Smeargle and things like that as well. You know, there's a little bit of a joke as well, is Giovanni actually idolizes a lot of the Japanese players as well. You know, taking a lot of inspiration from their teams and talking with a lot of the players as well. So having a bracket full of them fighting your way to the finals, I think is such an amazing story. Fighting through your idols, you know, like Hirofumi, like Ko, like fighting through your Japanese idols, having a bracket of those players and making it to the World's Finals is such an amazing story. And then, of course, you have on James' side as well, being the senior world champion. But we're going to cut off here into a quick interview.
I've been going at this for a long time. I've lost 3 top 8 sets at regionals in the past and top cut North American internationals this year, but I've fallen short at every point of getting some sort of hardware, and finally that's come to fruition with this, and I've gone one step further, and it feels amazing.
I can imagine. And going into just the weekend, I mean, how did it feel? You mentioned that in the past World Championships, you just haven't quite found your footing, but it seems like here you're just absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, with Yokohama, I felt like that was my first Worlds at least, Yokohama 2023. I felt like I was quite a strong player in the field, but my team was not up to par with the rest of the field. And then for Honolulu, I was able to make it to the second day of competition, but I fell flat after that. And for the entire year, ever since then, I had been constantly thinking in my mind that I can get back to that point and I can go further. And it's been a long process, lots of ups and downs, and I'm glad to represent the USA in finals along with James Evans this year.
For sure. I imagine part of that process as well has been the fact that you've used a very similar team basically throughout Regulation I. Have you ever been tempted to change your strategy or just try something completely new, or did you want to just fall back on comfort for the World Championships?
In terms of the World Championships, I would say no. Earlier this season in May with Portland Regionals, I was trying my hardest to avoid playing this team and use literally anything else. I thought it was perhaps a bit outdated at the time, and a lot of other players, particularly Europeans, found the team to be pretty outdated. But I ended up saying, like, I'm not gonna find anything that I feel better with. And I was able to make it to the top 8 there and prove why it still is a viable team. And from there, I just kept on going at it. A lot of other people kind of dropped off the team. It was an early meta team, but I kept on pushing with it and trying to really maximize my value with the team in all the games. And I feel like it really shows that, of course, with James running Calyx, Shadow, Koraidon for the entire format, and mine now, that the GS Cup formats particularly reward experience.
100%. Let's talk about your top 4 match. What was your strategy going up against Hirofumi?
Well, first of all, Hirofumi is an incredible player, quite possibly considered to be the best Japanese player of all time who hasn't won a world championship. So there was a lot on the line, of course, being in top 4 against him, and a lot going through my mind in that aspect. But I wanted to lead off with Koraidon Chiyu just to deal a lot of damage, and Lunala Brute Bonnet was able to kind of anchor the Trick Room mode, be able to slow down the game, and help minimize the value of Smeargle, although that wasn't exactly what happened, but it ended up working out in the end, and I'm proud of how I played.
For sure. Now, Giovanni, we'll next see you tomorrow in the arena, but until then, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home, or maybe your fans in the crowd? I certainly see a lot of them out there.
First of all, I want to give a massive thank you to my family. They have been extremely supportive, and the only reason that I'm here today is because they took me to my first regional championship back in seniors, and it's been a long time since then. Even driving as far as like 26 hours to get to North American Internationals in 2018 when I was in seniors. My parents have been there the whole way. My brother has been pushing me to be the best that I can be, and I'm incredibly thankful for their support. on top of that, I want to thank everyone who has supported me along the way, both at home and here in the venue, as you can see. I've met a fantastic number of players and other people across the weekend here at the World Championships, and it's been a pleasure meeting every single one of you, and I hope to give you guys a good show tomorrow.
All right, well, let's hear it one more time for your second Worlds finalist, Giovanni Siski. Giovanni will be returning to the stage in the arena tomorrow for Championship Sunday to play James Evan in what should be an electrifying title match. So make sure to stay tuned for that. That's it for us here on stage, though, for day 2 of...
And make sure to tune in tomorrow for 2 incredible players facing off. What sweet interviews from both of these players. That was, I think, the best one I've ever seen from Giovanni. Just so sweet and to the point. I'm so glad these players get to play at this highest pinnacle of competition in Pokemon. Oh, I believe, Tyson, you may still be muted from earlier.
Like I was saying before I was muted, but Gio being just a very humble player, right? First and foremost, thanking his family for driving him and even getting him into the events in the first place is just so heartwarming to see. Both of where these players, like I said before, both being older players, you know, James, a reigning senior world champion, and Gio, someone who's just put so much work into the game here. It's just so heartwarming to see both of these stories finally play out, and regardless of where this plays out, I think is going to be amazing. I think they both deserve the world champion, but unfortunately we can only choose one tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't agree more. These players both absolutely deserve it, and it's so nice to see the long journeys they've been on since the seniors division, with so many heartfelt thanks for the people they've met along the way. I hate that we have to pick just one, but I'm so excited for tomorrow. I think these players are going to give us a spectacular match. They've been playing at the peak of any Pokemon I've ever seen, and I'm really interested to see what they come up with for the show tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's going to be a show for sure. Both of these players, one, you know, again, this new story of both older players, but one who has continued to dominate, that being James Evans, and then Gio, who has put in work this season and really come to rise, but both still old players coming to the stage to decide who's going to be the...
And let's take a quick glance at the bracket as well, just to show the journey that these players have gone along. There's just so many incredible names that these players have had to battle to be able to make their way onto the finals. I think that especially the matches with some incredible Japanese players, Kotsuki Day and Hirofumi Kimura. Oh, you're back, Tyson. Great. I was just talking through the top cut matchups. I think that there's just been some incredible matches there. And we're going to take a second to look at the top restricted pairs that were used. You'll notice only one of the 2 players has a restricted pair that made it into the top 4 restricted pairs in day 2. That Koraidon Calyrex Shadow, used by a significant portion of the field, more than 5%, but still not a huge proportion, but edging out a little bit higher than I think it was in the day 1 competition. But then the Koraidon and Lunala combination, used by relatively few players, but Giovanni really able to execute it phenomenally. I'll chime in a little bit more and say that I was really hoping that the Lunala Miraidon might show its up a little bit more in top cut, but it looks like Koraidon really was the call for this tournament. There were so many Miraidon that were brought that made it to day 2, but none of them really made it into these last few matches. It was really a story all about Koraidon especially, and quite a few Calyrex Shadow Riders as well up to
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit of mix and match there of the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Lunala, right? Swapping off on those bottom 2 restricted pairs. Instead opting for the Koraidon and the Lunala for Giovanni, but James opting in for, you know, one of the top 4 restricted pairs there, being the Shadow Rider and the Koraidon. I think really, though, bringing the sun to the field and showing off how broken the photosynthesis was. It was a discussion point a lot of the time before that was talked about when the format was announced of how Miraidon was just the stronger pick because of how much burst damage it could immediately do, while not really having that many Pokemon that could be boosted by the electric terrain. While Koraidon here we saw, I think, was pivotal in terms of every single one of the Pokemon that were brought, right? Boosting up the Chi-Yu damage, even in the Heat Wave, even if it's not from photosynthesis. And then, of course, the photosynthesis Pokemon as well. And even on James's side as well, having photosynthesis Pokemon of his own in the Raging Bolt and the Brute Bonnet, you just have so much utility in that Pokemon setting up the weather that once it goes down, it doesn't feel like the weather is just around, like the electric terrain might feel like sometimes.
Yeah, an incredible amount of humility and dedication from both of these players to try out this Pokemon that sure is in the top 8, but it was only the 5th most used Pokemon, pretty substantially below that Miraidon. There's a huge jump point of 10% before we get down to the Koraidon usage here. And it really is just, it takes a lot of dedication to be able to pick a restricted that you know isn't actually as capable as some of the other restricteds, but works a whole lot better in a lot of really incredible team composition, making that Brute Bonnet effectively a 3rd restricted, I think I can say at this point.
Yeah, and I cannot show off how excited I am for this finals as we look at our top 12 Pokemon here in day 2 of Anaheim. And to no one's surprise, it's the Incineroar there at 54% and then steeply dropping off to the Raging Bolt, which I'm actually surprised is higher than the Urshifu for once. But I guess taking advantage of all those Miraidons and Koraidons makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so some really interesting choices here, but of course, the real MVP of the not restricted Pokemon wasn't listed in the top 12. It was a really wonderful, unique choice that these two players made in the Brute Bonnet, as well as all these other really cool Pokemon that are maybe not used quite as much, but still go really well on these sun compositions that these players brought.
Yeah, and having Sun be the final, I think, is really a good way of ending this kind of Scarlet and Violet era, right? Because we know the Champions was announced. Well, there's speculation that's going to happen next season, and we have a little bit more to go with Regulation H for a couple of these regionals. But then when the new year hits and the new season's, out, we don't know. There's still more announcements, I'm sure, that are going to be released on Sunday here. So I'm sure stick tuned for that. Watch the mainstream for all that good stuff. But it's going to be a super amazing day tomorrow, and I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get to see Miraidon having started the era of the future with Scarlet and Violet, but Koraidon finishing things off with the past Pokemon, and really just guaranteed to make a victory now. We're going to be crowning some form of Koraidon user as the world champion tomorrow. So make sure, everybody, that you stay tuned for that tomorrow. I'm very excited. We'll be providing some additional coverage here, so if you liked any of our insight on casting before, we'll be here again tomorrow to be able to cast the finals with two players that we are so stoked to see. But until then, I think we're getting about ready to be able to toss it off to the end of our stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening, and we'll be really excited to see you back here tomorrow for finals.